Podium Audio presents When Wrecked Meets Ruined, Book 4 of Lost Stars, written by Emery Rose, performed by Allie Piper and Stephen Dexter. Part 1. Chapter 1. Evie. I didn't want to do it. I wasn't a thief. But my mother had left me no choice. 5 minutes ago, I'd watched her taillights disappear down the road. A typical Veronica Bellamy move, sending her 16-year-old daughter in to do the dirty work and leaving me in the dust. We needed $400 or they'd shut off our electricity. That's the only reason I was at Wade's garage this late. We always needed money. Most months we were barely scraping by. But tonight I thought it would be easy. All I had to do was pick the lock to Wade's office, grab the cash, and make a clean getaway. Piece of cake. Wade wasn't supposed to be here. Nobody was supposed to be here. I froze, my hand in midair when footsteps stopped outside the door. I held my breath and listened, straining to hear their low voices over the pounding of my heart.
I don't need no trouble from the cops. It ain't the cops. Stay in the back. I'll take care of this.
A burst of fear seized my limbs and rooted me to the spot. Was it really worth risking my neck? Wren's face flashed before my eyes. My sweet, precious Wren. Everything I did was for her. Sucking in a deep breath, I pushed my fears aside and snatched up the money. Technically, I wasn't stealing. Wade owed us. I shoved the cash in my pocket and bolted for the door as heavy footsteps echoed off the concrete behind me. They sounded close. Too close. I wrapped my hand around the doorknob and twisted it.
Get back here.
A hand grabbed the back of my hoodie and yanked hard, ripping me away from the door. Let me go! I struggled to break free, but he fisted the fabric tighter around my neck and dragged me across the garage by the hood of my sweatshirt. The zipper cut into my skin and crushed my windpipe, choking the air out of my lungs. I clawed at his hands and tried to spin out of his grasp.
You ain't going nowhere,
Wade rasped. He spun me around and slammed me against a tow truck with so much force my teeth rattled and my jaw snapped shut.
The fuck you think you're doing?
His left eye kept twitching. Wade had crazy eyes. He was tweaking, which was not unusual. Wade was a meth head, the biggest scumbag in town. So, of course, my mother had chosen him to father a child. I tried to shove him away. He pinned me to the metal and wedged his knee between my thighs. Let me go, I gritted out. He stabbed a finger at me.
You think you can steal from me and get away with it?
I lifted my chin and met the scumbag's twitchy eyes. Where's all that child support you owe?
Shut the fuck up, he roared.
His nose smashed into my cheekbone, and my head snapped back, hitting the metal with a thunk. God damn it! That hurt! My vision blurred and stars floated in front of my eyes. Gritting my teeth, I tasted the metallic tang of blood coating my tongue and took a few deep breaths to fight off the dizziness.
You're nothing but a lying, thieving whore just like your mama.
I was nothing like my mother and never would be. Get off me, I gritted out, trying in vain to shove him away. If I screamed for help, it wouldn't do any good. Nobody would hear me. Survival was a talent, and I'd had plenty of practice. My nails raked his arm, and I tried to get at his face. He wrapped his hand around my throat, his face twisted into a sneer.
You need to be taught a lesson,
he snarled. His gaze roamed over my body, his eyes darkening as he licked his lips. Bile forced its way up my throat and burned. Wade had never tried anything on me, but that didn't mean he wouldn't. I'd learned to run and hide from my mother's scumbag boyfriends at an early age. Wade would never get a piece of me, but I needed some space to carry out my plan. Switching tactics, I taunted. What are you going to do, Wade? The secret weapon in my pocket made me bolder. His dark eyes flitted over me like he imagined what he could do. Then he took a step back, just enough to give me some space to do what I needed. Now was my chance. I grabbed his shoulders and kneed him in the balls as hard as I could. With a grunt, he doubled over.
You little bitch,
he gritted out. When he lifted his head, I finished him off with the press of a button.
Motherfucker!
Blindly, he lunged for me, tears streaming down his face from the pepper spray. Ducking out of his reach, I took off into a sprint toward the door, barely making it a few feet before Wade yelled,
Clay, grab her!
Oh, shit. Clay's footsteps thudded behind me. My gaze darted to the tools on the shelves against the wall. With a shaky hand, I grabbed a crowbar and grasped it between my fingers, just as Clay got me into a chokehold from behind. Wrapping both hands around the metal, I shoved it into his ribs. With a grunt, his arm slackened. I slipped out of his grasp, and I ran. Gravel skittered under my feet as I raced along the shoulder, panting hard. My heart was trying to punch its way out of my chest, and adrenaline surged through my veins. As I rounded the bend, headlights came up behind me, illuminating the 2-lane highway and the barren fields. A quick glance over my shoulder confirmed Clay was behind the wheel. I darted right, jumped over the guardrail, and fell to my knees. Scrambling to my feet, I raced across the field and up a hill as Clay's truck barreled across the field from the left. It was only when I'd reached the boulders at the top that I stopped to catch my breath. Clay's truck would never make it, and he was too fat and lazy to chase me on foot.
You're going to pay for this,
he shouted. An idle threat. Clay would forget all about me by tomorrow. I raised my middle finger and waved it high above my head where he could see it. Fuck you. Laughing maniacally, I headed for home, my limbs shaky from the adrenaline rush. It was 3 miles from here, across the field, just past the graveyard of broken dreams, on the other side of the abandoned railroad tracks. I don't know why I called it the graveyard of broken dreams, but I always had. I used to hang out there when I was a kid, before Ren was born, when I needed to get away from one of my mom's scumbag boyfriends. I boomeranged the crowbar over the top and scaled the chain-link fence. Dropping down on the other side, I landed on both feet, crouched like a tiger from years of practice, and sprang to my feet. Then I leaned against the fence and took deep breaths to calm my racing pulse. Most high school kids were out partying on a Saturday night. And what was I doing? Risking my neck for 400 measly bucks after working an 8-hour shift at the diner. I dug the money out of my pocket and counted it. $180 short. Fuck my life. I pulled the hood of my sweatshirt over my head, grabbed the crowbar, and weaved through the rotting corpses of run-down beaters. I stopped next to the 1950s Chevy Impala that must have been cool in another lifetime. This car had been here for as long as I could remember, rusted out and broken down, the body crumpled like an accordion. When I was a kid, I used to sit behind the wheel and pretend it was my getaway car. I'd close my eyes and imagine the wind in my hair and the sun on my face as I left this town, this life, in my rearview mirror. Goosebumps raised the hairs on my arms. I held my breath and listened. Footsteps sounded behind me, getting closer. I spun around and raised the crowbar, poised to strike. I couldn't see his face clearly. The hood of his sweatshirt covered his head. But he was big. Broad shoulders. Tall. I wouldn't stand a chance against him. Come any closer and I'll skewer your balls and throw them on the barbecue. He laughed, a low rumbling sound that was both boyish and disarming. The asshole was laughing at me. Eyeing me curiously, he took a swig from the bottle in his hand, and then his lips tugged into a smile as if he found this whole situation amusing. He stepped closer, blatantly disobeying my order to keep his distance. My gaze lowered to the baseball bat in his hand. Fight or flight? I'd done enough running for one night, so I held my ground. But it wasn't an invitation to mess with me. I mean it. Try me, asshole, I warned. You should see the last guy. He can't even walk. Ouch! Don't hurt me, he said in a falsetto voice, pretending to cower behind his arm. Smartass. So, he lowered his arm and glanced around. Where did you bury the bodies? I haven't killed anyone, yet, I added. I lowered my weapon but kept a firm grip, just in case. He studied my face in the light of the full moon and nodded slowly like he'd figured something out.
Thought that was you. You're in my English class. Algebra, too.
He moved closer and pushed back his hood so I could see his face. High cheekbones, longish light brown hair, messy and disheveled that touched his collar. Full lips and a flash of white teeth when he smiled. Cocky, arrogant, gorgeous. Not that I noticed.
In fact, you sit right in front of me in algebra.
How could I forget? He used the back of my seat as a footrest. Lucky me, I deadpanned.
Most girls would think so.
I'm not most girls.
Yeah, I got that. Most girls don't stab a guy 10 minutes after meeting them. But for your sake, let's hope I don't die of lead poisoning. I wouldn't want my death on your conscience.
My conscience would be clean. That's the price you pay for trying to steal my pencil.
I didn't realize it was so valuable that you'd kill for it.
4 days ago, he'd swaggered into class and threw me a wink on his way to the empty seat behind me. I guess he expected me to swoon. I didn't, but plenty of other girls did. By lunchtime, everyone was talking about him. Nobody knew his story, but that never stopped anyone from gossiping and spreading rumors. It was high school, after all. "What are you doing here?" I asked. Instead of answering, he offered me the bottle.
It'll take the edge off.
I took a step back, eyeing the bottle like I would a poisonous snake. "I'm good."
If you say so.
He chugged the whiskey like it was water, but I couldn't tell if he was drunk or not.
If you're looking for scrap metal, it's all been stripped clean.
He tapped his baseball bat against the roof of the Impala. The car was just a shell, without tires, an engine, or windows, but I loved that car.
Shame. It could have been a cool ride. But yeah, there's nothing of value here.
He'd probably been that kid who'd stripped cars and sold the parts. If there's nothing of value, why are you here?
I'm not here to salvage anything.
I didn't even know him, but that didn't surprise me. He seemed more likely to mess things up than to salvage them. To prove his point, he stepped into the clearing, tossed the bottle straight up into the air, and swung the bat. Thwack! It hit dead center and shattered. Shards of glass rained from the sky, and we stood back to watch the spectacle like it was a meteor shower.
Go on.
He offered me the bat.
Hit something. It'll make you feel better.
I don't need your bat. I held up my weapon of choice. And I don't need to hit anything. I began walking. Dead leaves and broken glass crunched under my boots, and I burrowed into my hoodie, shivering. It was January, and the temperature had dropped into the 30s tonight, which meant that my house would be freezing.
Why are you walking around with a crowbar?
He asked, falling into step with me. Because I don't have a gun? He side-eyed me as we skirted a mountain of flattened, dirty metal and picked our way over the uneven ground and gnarled roots. This place was eerie at night. Kind of cool, though, too, with the moonlight casting a silvery glow on the bare trees. They looked like skeletal hands reaching for the sky.
Who are you running from?
How did you find this place? I countered.
Followed the railroad tracks.
He pointed toward the abandoned tracks, which was where we were headed. I was going home, but I had no idea where he was going.
Just needed some space, he said. A place to think about shit.
I glanced at him. And you thought a junkyard was the best place to think? He shrugged, laughing under his breath like he was in on a private joke.
I don't know. Maybe I'm homesick.
A junkyard reminds you of home?
Guess so.
After a few minutes of walking in silence, curiosity got the best of me. What happened to your face? It was the first thing I noticed when he walked into class. The black eye, split lip, an angry gash above his right eyebrow, the purple bruise on his cheekbone. It was hard to miss. He was hard to miss. He rubbed his hand over his jaw, drawing my attention to his chiseled jawline.
I hitched a ride with the trucker. He got a call over the radio that a guy fitting my description stole another trucker's wallet. Guess he thought he needed to teach me a lesson.
Was it you? But I already knew the answer.
I hadn't eaten in a few days and I was hungry.
He shrugged, not sounding the least bit apologetic.
So yeah, it was me.
I wanted to ask him where he was from and why he was here, not just in this junkyard, but in Cypress Springs, Texas. I could tell he wasn't from around here. He didn't have a Southern accent. But if I asked him too many questions, he'd expect me to reciprocate. And that's how it worked. And I didn't want to talk about my life. Not with him, not with anyone. I didn't even tell my best friend half the crap I dealt with at home. Quinn lived in a different world than I did. She was rich, with 2 parents and 3 brothers who loved and protected her. I didn't want her to pity me or offer to help. All I wanted was for her to be my friend with no strings attached. When we reached the tracks, I slipped through a narrow opening in the fence. He leaped over the top in one fluid motion. Agile. Graceful. So much raw power in that body. More like a man's than a 16-year-old boy. I had a feeling he was used to running away from bad shit. Maybe like me, he'd been doing it all his life. I scrambled down the hill and his hand shot out and grabbed my arm, steadying me when I lost my footing on the loose gravel.
Careful,
he said, his voice low. His big, strong hand was still wrapped around my upper arm, and I could feel the heat of his touch even through the thick fabric of my hoodie. I cleared my throat. I'm good. Instead of releasing me, he tugged me closer. Or maybe my feet had moved on their own accord because now he was standing right in front of me, the tips of his duct-taped high tops kissing the toes of my battered combat boots. So close that when I inhaled, I breathed in his scent, the whiskey on his breath, the clean scent of soap, cedarwood and cypress. All I knew was that I liked it more than I should. His gaze flitted over me, from my eyes to my mouth, where it stayed for a beat too long. When our eyes met, he reached out, wrapped a lock of my hair around his fingers, and tugged on it. The silky strand slipped through his fingers like water, and he shoved his hands in his pocket just as if it had never happened. My feet were still rooted to the spot when they should have been halfway home, until finally I came to my senses and took a step back. I have to go.
You need me to walk you?
No, I said quickly. I'll be fine. He squinted into the distance, maybe trying to figure out where I was headed and what dangers lurked there. I could see my house from here, but I didn't want him to know where I lived, or how I lived. Maybe he sensed that because he nodded slowly, not pushing for more.
Yeah, okay. See you Monday, Evie Bellamy.
With his hands tucked into his hoodie pockets, he swaggered away. Then he turned to face me, and with a wink, walked backward down the middle of the tracks under the light of a full moon. I watched him until he grew smaller and disappeared around the next bend before I crossed over the tracks and climbed the hill on the other side. As I walked across my backyard, I could still feel the warmth of his hand on my arm. Ridge McAllister. That was his name. He smelled like Christmas. He felt like a dream. But I knew he was trouble. I'd already seen him in action. With a wink and a smile, he had most girls at his beck and call. I wasn't most girls.
Chapter 2. Ridge. I woke up to a pounding on the door and a jackhammer beating on my skull. With a groan, I pulled the pillow over my head to block out the morning light. "Ridge!" Brody boomed. "Get your ass out of bed!" "Fuck off!" The door burst open and bounced off the wall. Seconds later, Brody ripped the pillow away and tossed it across the room. "Get up, get dressed, and meet me in the kitchen." He grabbed my clothes from the floor and threw them at me. "It's Saturday morning," I muttered. "I need my beauty sleep." "Should have thought of that before you stole a bottle of tequila and my goddamn truck." Your liquor supply's running low. You should restock." Last week I stole a bottle of whiskey for my trek to the junkyard. This week it was tequila. He pushed his hands through his longish, dirty blonde hair and held the back of his head, an angry growl erupting from his throat. "Oh, what the hell is wrong with you?" The answer was everything. I had the mother of all hangovers and only a vague recollection of what happened last night. A party, some weed, Jose Cuervo, a blonde who wanted to ride me like a mechanical bull. Her words, not mine. "You think it's smart to drink and drive? You could have ended up wrapped around a tree, or worse, you could have killed someone else. You think you could live with that?" Been there, done that. Not with a car, but I was just as responsible as if I'd pulled the trigger myself. And no, I couldn't fucking live with that. It haunted my dreams and woke me up in a cold sweat with my heart pounding and a freight train running through my head. Sometimes I couldn't even breathe. "You need to think about your actions, Ridge." I swung my legs over the side of the bed and rubbed my throbbing temples. You sound like someone's father." "I am someone's father." "Right. Noah, you knocked up your cousin's wife, right?" I shook my head and let out a low whistle. That's some fucked up family shit right there. How low can you go? He glared at me with his jaw clenched. "Got you these." The boots hit the floor with a clunk. Work boots, just like his, but brand new. "I'm not a Texan," I scoffed. Unlike me, Brody was born and raised in Texas. From what I'd seen, I already knew I didn't belong here. Not in this bedroom that looked like an old granny decorated it with faded rose wallpaper and an embroidered quilt on a 4-poster bed. And not on this ranch with nothing but horses and fields for as far as the eye could see. In other words, the middle of fucking nowhere. "I'm not gonna wear them." "You sure as hell will. I've got a few special jobs for you. You've got 5 minutes. He stabbed his finger at me. "Don't keep me waiting." With that, he strode out the door, and I didn't bother asking what he'd do if I went back to sleep. I slammed the door shut and got dressed, all the while conscious that I owed him. 2 weeks ago, I'd crashed into his life unannounced, after I hitched a ride with a trucker who beat the shit out of me and dumped me on the side of the road. The cops picked me up. When my brother came and got me from the station, it was the first time we'd ever met. Before that day, he had no idea I even existed. Brody took me in because I had nowhere else to go, but it was only a matter of time before he got sick of my shit and kicked my ass out. It wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when. My brother was 16 years older than me, and as far as I could tell, he didn't have his shit together any more than I did. The last thing he needed was an added burden. But for now, I had a roof over my head and food on the table. A hell of a lot more than I had in West Englewood, Chicago. After I brushed my teeth and splashed cold water on my face, I followed the scent of bacon down the stairs to the farmhouse kitchen and found Brody at the stove. "Sit down and eat." Brody shoved a plate of food and a glass of orange juice in my hands. "You're gonna need the energy." "Hey, Uncle Ridge." Noah waved to me from the island. Uncle Ridge. I was an uncle now, not to mention I had a whole extended family that I'd known nothing about. "Did you get in trouble?" he asked when I took a seat next to him. Noah looked like Brody's mini-me with the same longish, dirty blonde hair. He smelled like Brody too, horses and leather. "Nah, it's cool." He side-eyed me. "Okay, but if you ever need me to help you out, just let me know." Not sure how a 6-year-old could help me out, but it's the thought that counts. "Thanks, buddy." I gave him a fist bump. "Appreciate it." Noah nodded. "Anytime. I'm glad you're here," he added. "Yeah? Why's that?" I ate a strip of bacon and reached for another. "'Cause Dad gets lonely in this big old house when I'm not here. Now he has you to keep him company." I looked over at Brody, who hung his head and grabbed the back of his neck, not so sure he shared the same opinion. "Don't worry about me," I assured him. "I'll be out of your hair soon." Not sure where the hell I'd go, but I had no intention of staying somewhere I wasn't wanted. "You're 16, Ridge. This is your home now. You're not going anywhere." Home. What a foreign concept. This was Brody's home, not mine. "I'm glad you found me," he said. I huffed out a laugh. "Yeah, I bet. Ding, 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 Brody McAllister, you've hit the jackpot. It must be your lucky day. You've got a brother you knew nothing about." On the flip side, I only found out I had a brother when my mother let it slip 6 months ago. She was high on crack, and I thought she was talking shit, but she'd been telling the truth, for once. "If I'd known about you, I would have gotten you out of there sooner." I was fine. My voice was clipped, leaving no room for argument. He opened his mouth to speak, but thought better of it. Just as well, I didn't want to talk about it. 15 minutes later, I was shoveling shit and mucking out stalls, the polar opposite of my old life and the streets I grew up on. Not sure if it was an improvement or not, but I was stuck here for now, so only time would tell. I wasn't a big fan of horses or country life in general, but unfortunately for me, Brody lived in the middle of nowhere and loved horses more than people. My brother and I had absolutely nothing in common, except for the same mother. Lucky us. After dropping Noah off at a kid's birthday party, Brody dragged me along for his weekly shopping trip. Now we were at H-E-B stocking up on essentials and playing 20 questions. "What kind of fruit do you like? Apples, oranges, bananas? What's your favorite cereal? You eat any vegetables?" "Just buy whatever the fuck you want." Jesus, why was he making such a big deal out of this? "I don't want you doing anything special for me." He tossed some oranges into the cart and speared me with a look. "You're gonna have to lose the attitude. You've got family now, Ridge. I'm not doing anything special. I'm just making sure you eat right. It's what people do when they give a damn about you, and maybe you're not used to that, but you'd sure as hell better learn to accept it. I've been taking care of myself for a long time, so how about you stop treating me like a 6-year-old? I'm not Noah. As soon as you stop acting like a fucking 6-year-old, I'll stop treating you like one." "Fuck you." "Fuck you," he volleyed, earning a dirty look from a woman who covered her toddler's ears with her hands. Brody lowered his voice. "Stop being a pain in the ass. I want you here. I told you that from day one, but it's a two-way street. I'll show you the same respect you show me, which is not a hell of a lot right now." He stabbed a finger at me. "You can't steal my truck or booze or act like a surly kid and expect me to treat you like an adult. I've been where you are, Ridge, and I know what you're doing." 2 weeks and you've got me all figured out, huh? You're trying to push me away so you can say, "Look at that, everyone abandons me." Well, I've got news for you. That ain't happening. Yeah, right. Just give it some time. Whatever you say, Dr. Phil, stick to your horse whispering because you don't have a fucking clue what you're talking about. I was lying. Not that I'd ever admit it. I wasn't looking to get heavy, deep, and real in a fucking grocery store, and at this rate, we'd be here all day. Instead of arguing, I cruised down the aisle away from him. "What are you gonna do, run away?" he called after me. "Fuck you. Do you like green apples or red?" Surprise me." We made it through the grocery store without any more arguments and got into line with a cart full of food. That was when I saw her. She was at the checkout, The large woman in front of me partially blocked my view, but I could see her profile. Raven black hair, green eyes like a cat's, and cherry red lips that drove me fucking wild. Evie Bellamy, queen of the junkyard, the star of my wet dreams, and just about the only girl who wouldn't give me the time of day. The cashier rang up her purchases: bread, cereal, diapers. She had a baby? And I couldn't see what else she had there because Big Bertha was blocking my view. Evie swiped her card and it failed. The cashier wore a look of pity that damn near killed me. Evie chewed on her lip, removed a few items from the shopping bag, and set them aside. Then she tried her card again, with the same result. Heat pricked my skin, and I wanted to crawl the fuck out of it and leave the store so I wouldn't have to witness this. I envisioned myself, 10 years old, with my mom's food stamps card, trying to buy stale bread, peanut butter, and milk. My stomach had growled so loudly the entire store could hear it. But that cashier didn't give a shit. She'd seen it all before. I was just another punk kid with a junkie mother living in a neighborhood where shootings were a regular occurrence and neglected kids roamed the streets. So it pissed me off to see Evie's struggles. A part of me hated her for reminding me of things I'd rather forget. The other part of me wished I could erase all her troubles with the sweep of a hand or a swipe of a card. Not that I ever would. I'd never humiliate her like that. The woman in front of us kept huffing and muttering like this was an imposition. "You shouldn't have a baby if you can't afford it," Big Bertha tisked. "Kids today are too careless. That's why our taxes are so high. Honest, hard-working people have to pay for your mistakes." My hands balled into fists, and I was so tempted to plant one in the back of her square head. But I'd never lay a hand on a woman. I wasn't my asshole sperm donor. Brody grabbed the back of my hoodie and hauled me back before he spoke to the woman. "I suggest you keep your fucking opinions to yourself," he said, calm as you like. The woman turned and glared at us. Brody ignored her and checked his phone as if he had better things to do than deal with a judgmental cow. I gave her the finger and a sneer. "Fuck you, Big Bertha." Her jaw dropped, and she faced forward, muttering under her breath about how kids today had no respect. "I'll just take the diapers and milk," Evie said, her voice strong and unwavering as she swiped her card again. This time, it went through, and I let out a breath of relief. The woman in front of us huffed again, and Evie walked out of the store with her shoulders squared and her head held high. I respected her for that. She wasn't the type to cower or blush. We were a lot alike. Survivors who would do anything it took to get by in this fucked up world. I saw it that night in the junkyard. Hell, I could tell from the moment I first laid eyes on her. Evie Bellamy and I came from similar worlds. When it was our turn to pay, Brody paid for our food, and, despite my protests, the things Evie had left behind. "You can't do that. She'll hate you for it," I said as we walked out of the store. "Too bad. She needs to eat." I wished like hell that Evie would have been long gone by now so I wouldn't have to witness this. No such luck. She was pacing outside the store with her phone to her ear, battered black army boots stomping on the concrete with each angry step. "What the hell, Mom? There was no money on the card." She pivoted and searched the parking lot. "Where are you? You said you'd wait right outside." Brody dropped the bags at Evie's feet and strode away, as if he really believed it would be that easy. I stalked across the parking lot with my shoulders hunched and my hood up. It was the only time I wanted to go unnoticed by Evie. A hand shoved my back, and I spun around to face her, cocking a brow as if I had no idea why she'd assaulted me in a parking lot. She was panting, her black hair a wild, unruly mane that I wanted to tame with my fingers. "Nice to see you, too." Two hate-filled eyes narrowed at me. her greens blazing like a forest fire that cut a swath right through my chest. "Tell your dad, or whoever that is, that I can't accept this." She threw the bags at my feet. A jar of peanut butter and 2 green apples rolled onto the tarmac. I made no move to retrieve them. "My brother." "I don't really care who he is. I would rather starve than accept charity." Fuck, she was beautiful. No, beautiful was too tame a word for Evie. She was stunning, with a face and body that could stop traffic, cause a 10-car collision on the highway. Having delivered her message, she lifted her chin, squared her shoulders, and walked away. So proud, so fierce, so defiant. We were so much alike it was scary, and yet she treated me like the enemy. It had been like that from day one. Hate at first sight on her part. For me, it was the opposite. I wanted her more than I'd ever wanted anyone. I wanted to brand every inch of her with my lips, sink my teeth into her ripe, juicy lips until I drew blood, bury myself deep inside her, and make her come so hard that the only word on her lips would be my name. A beater pulled up, tires squealing, and Evie hopped in. She'd barely closed the door when the woman behind the wheel hit the gas and rocketed across the parking lot. When they were gone, I stowed the bags in the back of Brody's truck, climbed into the passenger seat, and slammed the door shut with so much force the entire truck rattled. "The fuck was that back there?" I seethed. "How could you have thought that was a good idea?" Brody let out a weary sigh and shook his head as he pulled out of the parking lot. "I don't know. Sometimes I'm a dumb shit." If he was expecting an argument, he wouldn't get it from me. I was guilty by association, and by the time we returned to school on Monday, Evie's already frosty demeanor had become glacial. Hot as hell, cold as ice. That was Evie. The only consolation? She treated the majority of the male population at Cypress Springs High with the same cold disdain. Who did you wrong, girl? And who do I need to beat up?
Chapter 3. Evie. I woke up to a fever-pitch screaming and a foul smell. Sharing a bedroom with a 16-month-old was no picnic. By the time I changed her diaper, fed her, and cleaned up her mess, I was already running late. I hoisted Ren onto my hip and knocked on my mom's bedroom door. "Mom, can you watch Ren?" No answer. How pathetic that I had to beg my mother to take care of her own daughter. I looked down at Ren. Dark, sweaty ringlets framed her flushed face. It was only May, but the sweltering heat was already unbearable in this house. She grabbed a handful of my hair in her chubby little fist and yanked it, hard. Tears stung my eyes, and she threw back her head with a laugh. I hiked her higher on my hip and gave her an Eskimo kiss. Ren giggled and slapped her sticky hands against my cheeks. "Watch it, little monster," I growled. She burrowed her face in the crook of my neck, a show of remorse, and I smoothed my hand over her head to let her know it was okay. I could never stay mad at Ren, and she knew it. But I had to get to school, so I pounded on my mom's door before easing it open. The scent of cigarette smoke and cheap perfume assaulted my nostrils. Black sheets, cheap polyester masquerading as silk, were twisted around her ankles, and she wore a thin white tank top and a red thong. At least she wasn't naked. "Mom, I have to go." "What are you doing?" she huffed. "It's the middle of the night." I rolled my eyes. In her line of work, I guess it was. Veronica Bellamy was a stripper. You would have thought at 34 she'd have given it up by now, but nope. She'd downgraded to an even seedier strip joint and kept working that pole. My mother loved the attention, and she loved the money. Too bad we never saw any of it. She spent it all on blow. "It's morning, and I have to go." I tossed Ren onto the bed. She crawled up to my mom's face and peered down at it. Mom's thick winged eyeliner was smudged, giving her raccoon eyes. I paused at the door, my hand on the knob, prepared to leave. "Mama! Mama!" Ren shrieked, tugging at my mom's shirt in a desperate bid to get her attention. Mom smacked Ren's hand away with so much force, Ren froze and her big brown eyes welled up with tears. Her bottom lip was trembling, and I knew it was coming before she burst into tears that quickly escalated to full-blown wailing. "Stop making so much noise," Mom said sharply. Then to me, "I need you to deal with this kid. I need my sleep." She pulled the pillow over her head, and knowing her, she'd sleep right through a zombie apocalypse. Closing my eyes, I took a deep breath and prayed for patience. This kid. "Your kid," I wanted to shout. But arguing with my mother never got me anywhere. I grabbed Ren, my school bag, and the diaper bag I'd packed last night, and hurried out the door and down the porch steps, careful to avoid the rotting wood. One of these days, someone would put a foot right through one of these steps. Luisa Reyes ran the daycare from her home, and luckily she only lived 4 doors down. I jogged to her house with Ren on my hip and practically shoved her into Luisa's arms as soon as the door opened. "Sorry, I have to run." I ignored Luisa's heavy sigh and dumped Ren's bag at Luisa's feet. "Thank you," I called over my shoulder. Securing the backpack on my shoulders, I sprinted to the bus stop next to the trailer park. Sweat trickled between my shoulder blades, and I nearly choked on the dust. I really needed to get a car. How many 11th graders were still taking the school bus? 2. Me and Kyle Metcalf. In 6th grade, I caught him eating his own boogers. The school bus pulled away just as I reached the corner. I ran after it, waving my arms and shouting, "Stop!" Pride be damned. I lived outside the city limits, on the have-not side of town. 7 miles was too far to walk, and if I borrowed my mom's car again, she'd probably report it stolen to the cops like last time. Thankfully, the bus driver took pity on me and slowed down. The hunk of yellow metal ground to a halt, and I hurtled myself through the door and dropped into an empty seat, setting my bag next to me so nobody would sit there. Only 1 more month of school and I'd be free for the summer. Free. Ha! What a joke. Cypress Springs High. My own personal hell. I joined the sea of students flooding into the stone building and strode down the hall to my locker. Unfortunately, Dalton Smith blocked it. I stifled a groan. It was going to be one of those days. "Hey, Evie. You want to go to the prom with me?" His lips twisted into a smirk. Dalton Smith was a baller and an asshole. In my world, the two went hand in hand. I hated football players. I'd rather stab myself in the eye with a red-hot poker than go anywhere near you. He licked his lips, his eyes on my tits. "So that's a no?" I gave him the finger and tried to shove him out of the way, but the meathead wouldn't budge. "Do you mind?" "Yeah, I mind." He moved in closer, invading my space. He smelled like the inside of a Hollister store. Just like Chad. It made my stomach pitch. "I just asked you to go to the prom and you're flipping me off?" His eyes narrowed. "What's your problem?" As if he didn't know. Dalton Smith was a senior, and he was at Chad's party my freshman year. He'd been one of the guys waiting outside the bedroom door. I wanted nothing to do with him. "Right now, you're my problem. Move." "She's a bitch," Ainsley called out, giving her unsolicited opinion as she breezed past with her minions in tow. "Word of advice, Dalton. Unless you want an STD, you should stay away from that skank." Ainsley Thorpe, Queen Bee, resident bitch, and my archenemy. I ignored her and focused on Dalton. "I don't go out with douchebags, so you're wasting your time." "I don't know you think you're fooling. Everyone knows you're a slut." "So, why would you want to take a slut to your senior prom?" "Why do you think?" He pulled a $50 bill out of his pocket and waved it in front of my face. "How much will that buy me?" "I hear you charge by the hour." I gritted my teeth as the final bell rang. I was tempted to walk away, but I needed the books in my locker. Besides, I didn't want an asshole like Dalton Smith getting the best of me. I opened my mouth to speak when someone stepped up next to me and slung an arm around my shoulder. I looked up at Ridge. What the hell was he doing? For the past few months, I'd gone out of my way to avoid him. After that humiliating incident at HEB, shame burned through me every time I looked at him. And now that I knew he was also a football player, I had added incentive to steer clear.
You messing with my girl, Smith?
My girl? My jaw unhinged and nearly hit the floor.
Well, if it isn't the new wide receiver,
Dalton said.
You have big shoes to fill. And from where I'm standing, I doubt you have what it takes.
Ridge laughed.
Big shoes, huh?
Ridge's gaze lowered to the Air Jordans on Dalton's feet.
My big toe would feel cramped in your tiny shoes. And from what I've heard, you couldn't hang onto a ball if it was covered in Velcro. Just kept slipping right through your butterfingers. In fact, I'm pretty sure you're the reason we didn't win the state championship last year. You dropped the ball.
My bad.
You didn't even catch the ball.
Dalton rolled out his shoulders.
That wasn't my fault. Wilkinson's a pussy. Can't throw a decent pass to save his life.
You hear that? Ridge cupped his ear.
That's the sound of a loser. Where I come from, you don't blame your quarterback for your shortcomings. Now get the fuck out of our way. My girl hates to be late for class. Isn't that right, babe?
He squeezed my shoulder. I glared at him. He threw me a wink.
You deserve each other,
Dalton said.
You're both white trash. And I guess it makes sense that a girl like Evie doesn't care that you're fucking half the girls.
He never got to finish his sentence. Ridge grabbed him by the shoulders, hurled him across the hallway, and shoved him against the lockers across from mine. More words were exchanged, but I tuned them out, grabbed the books I needed, and strode right past the two assholes fighting in the hallway. By the look of things, Ridge had the upper hand. That didn't surprise me. He always looked like he'd just come out of a street fight, whereas Dalton Smith was a pretty boy who wore more hair products than I did. I should have kneed him in the balls. Damn it. Since when do I need a guy coming to my rescue? Ridge McAllister, of all people. As I turned the corner, Principal Bradley's booming voice echoed off the walls.
Mr. McAllister, my office now.
Chapter 4. Ridge. The sun was barely up, and I was already sweating my balls off as I sprinted up the stairs of Maverick Stadium. This state-of-the-art facility must have cost the taxpayers millions of dollars. Football was serious business in Texas. They threw a shit ton of money at their football program, but that didn't mean their players were any better than at my old school. They didn't have a quarterback like Elijah Reed. On my way to the top, I blew past Jackson Carter and passed him again on the way down. He was wheezing like a 2-pack-a-day smoker and looked like he was about to keel over and call uncle with his last dying breath. The guy was built like a tank, so it stood to reason that he was slow as fuck, but he could bulldoze through the defense like nobody's business. Or so I'd been told. It was spring training, and I wasn't officially on the team yet. "Move your ass, Carter," Coach yelled. "Give me 4 laps, McAllister. 5 for my favorite nephew," he said when we reached the bottom step. The football coach, Austin Armacost, was Walker's uncle and my brother's best friend. "I'm your only nephew," Walker said with a scowl. "Exactly. That's why you earned the number 1 spot. Keep it moving," he shouted at the slackers still doing the stairs. I ran my laps with Walker, a linebacker and my closest friend in Cypress Springs, and Troy, the team's quarterback. It wasn't a race, so I took it easy. But just the same, I stayed out in front, leading the pack, mostly because I wanted to get the laps out of the way to take care of some business. "How about we practice some route running this weekend?" Troy said, catching up to me. I side-eyed him. "Do you have a crush on me?" "Fuck you," he said with a laugh, but he checked over his shoulder to make sure we hadn't been overheard. It was a dick thing to say because I was 99% certain Troy Wilkinson was gay, although he was still trying to keep up the pretense of being straight. No idea why, but I guess some guys could be assholes. Like me, I was an asshole. Wilkinson was a good guy, and I didn't want him to think he was dealing with another Dalton Smith. I'd taken care of him the other day when he was hassling Evie. Now he sported a black eye and a split lip. Totally worth getting my ass chewed out by Principal Bradley. "I'm free on Saturday," I said. "Does that work for you?" "Yeah, sounds good. And don't worry, you're not my type." I scoffed. "I'm everyone's type." He laughed. As we were rounding the track on our third lap, I saw Brody talking to Coach, their eyes on me, and sure enough, Austin summoned me in the way that all coaches did, lips pressed in a firm line, all four fingers curling toward his chest. Just once, not to overdo it. They must teach that at Coach training camp. I jogged over to them, my gaze darting from Austin to Brody, who wore a scowl and his usual ensemble, t-shirt, faded denim, and dusty work boots. "What's up?" I shoved my hand through my sweaty hair, and the longer pieces fell back into my face. I'd been cutting my own hair for longer than I could remember, which meant I hardly cut it at all. Brody crossed his arms over his chest. "Any idea why your English teacher wants to meet me after school today?" "No idea," I lied. "But hey, you might get lucky tonight. My teacher's hot, in that sexy librarian way. Young, blonde, probably your type. Second thought, maybe not. She looks nothing like Lila," I said with a smirk. Lila, our cousin Jude's wife and the mother of his son. "Jesus Christ," Austin muttered. Brody smacked me upside the head. "Watch your mouth," he growled. I held up my hands in surrender. "If you want to be on this team, you sure as hell better pass all your classes," Austin said, widening his stance and crossing his arms over his chest. He wore a blue and gold Mavericks cap, a whistle around his neck, and a gray t-shirt declaring that he was the football coach. Now that my teacher knew I hadn't written my own essays, passing English would be a long shot. I needed a plan B and a subject change. "From what I've seen, this team needs me. You want that state championship next year? The only way Wilkinson can lead this team to the finals is if he has me. I can make it happen for you." A bold claim, but I knew I could deliver. "Not if you flunk out of school, you can't, and we don't need a prima donna on this team. There are 11 men on the field, not one. Hit the weight room." I gave him a 2-finger salute and a "yes, sir." He gave me a scowl. "I'll see you later, little brother," Brody said with an exasperated sigh. There was nothing little about me, but I'd forever be the little brother, given the age difference. "Can't wait." I skipped my lifting session, showered, and headed to the opposite side of the building. It was still early, so the halls were quiet, just a few eager freshmen and some overachievers milling around. The plan was to sweet-talk my way into Ms. Whitman's good graces, thereby getting myself out of trouble and off her shit list. Until this year, I'd skated through school without doing my own homework, and saw no reason to change that now. My system worked. Why fix it? In grade school and middle school, I sought out the smartest kids, the biggest nerds, and wielded my power over them. Everyone got something out of the deal. I got my homework done, and they got protection from the kids who tried to bully them. Quid pro quo. By the time I reached high school, girls were lined up and practically begging me to let them do my homework. I was catnip for good girls looking to get dirty, and I used it to my advantage. Now I stood outside the classroom, eavesdropping. The door was slightly ajar, so I could hear them. They obviously didn't give a shit who overheard. "I appreciate your asking, but I can't do it," the girl said. "I'm not the right person for the job." I knew that voice, low and kind of husky for a girl, throaty, sexy like her. "Why don't you take some time to think about it?" Ms. Whitman said. "I think you could really help him." It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that they were talking about me, and I was pissed. Poor Ridge, too fucking stupid to pass English on his own. "I don't need to think about it," the girl said. "There's no way I can tutor him. I'm sorry." She'd tacked that onto the end as an afterthought, a mumbled apology with all the sincerity of a hooker claiming to be your one and only. Resentment left a bitter taste on my tongue. I moved away from the door and leaned against the wall, feet crossed at the ankles, hands tucked in my jean pockets, like I was just hanging out and had nothing better to do at 8 o'clock in the fucking morning. I was waiting for her when she stepped into the hallway, her green eyes widening before she regained her composure and breezed past me without a second glance, her usual M.O. Evie fucking Bellamy. I would find a way to make her pay for this. Fortune favored the bold, and it smiled on me the following afternoon. Evie came looking for me, maybe to apologize or to explain. No idea. I was otherwise occupied. The funny part? Evie stayed to watch the show, and I did my part to ensure it was worth the price of admission. I kept my eyes on her face, on her cherry-red lips, on her tongue that darted out to lick them, and I read the truth in her eyes. She wanted me as much as I wanted her, to play with, to spar with, to devour whole. If I was the hungry wolf, she was the sexier, more dangerous, and cunning twin of Little Red Riding Hood.
Chapter 5. Evie. On Monday afternoon, Quinn waved to me from our regular lunch table near the window. She had a big smile on her face as if seeing me brightened her day when it was the other way around. On our way to our table, I overheard Delaney Richards talking to her friends. She was sitting with the other honors students and goody two-shoes kids. "And oh my God, Ridge McAllister is dumber than a box of rocks, I swear. He can barely read, let alone write an essay." She laughed, and her friends joined in. "Have you heard about the things he's done?" her friend asked, eyes darting around the cafeteria, voice hushed. "I know, right?" Delaney said. "To be honest, I was scared to be alone with him." She shuddered. I laughed because that was ridiculous. Ridge could be an asshole, but he wasn't dangerous. Not in the way she meant, anyway. She turned to face me, arching her perfect brows. She wore a pristine white blouse with all the buttons done up and a navy skirt more suited for a job interview at a Fortune 500 company than the hormone-infested halls of Cypress Springs High. "Can I help you?" she asked in a condescending tone. I wasn't a fan. Last year, we got paired together for a biology project. I did all the work, and she took all the credit. So I had no qualms about calling her out. "Yes, as a matter of fact, you can. Did I just hear you talking about Ridge McAllister?" Yeah, maybe." Her brow furrowed like she was trying to figure out why it should matter to me. Good question. I should have kept walking. "Why? What's it to you?" She looked me up and down, from my faded black concert tee to my ripped jeans and tattered chucks, then back to my face. "Oh, wait." Her mouth formed a comical O. "Are you and Ridge?" She glanced over at his table. Sometimes Ridge sat with the stoners and juvenile delinquents. Today he was sitting with the jocks and a few girls from the cheering squad. His eyes narrowed on me. Or on Delaney, I couldn't be sure. "So, you two are hooking up?" Delaney asked. This was how rumors started. Luckily, I was here to shut it down. I leaned in close and gave her a saccharine smile, keeping my voice low so she heard the threat in it. If you ever so much as breathe another bad word about him, if you even mention his name again, I'll make sure the entire school finds out you bought your Gatsby essay for $50 and passed it off as your own." Delaney's jaw dropped, and all the color drained from her face. She laughed nervously and side-eyed her friends to ensure they hadn't overheard. "I have no idea what you're talking about," she said primly, straightening her spine as if perfect posture would make her less of a cheater. I smiled. "I bet it got you an A, right? I should have charged 100. Lesson learned." Writing essays during my breaks at the diner was a lucrative side gig, and I was getting close to having enough money for a car. Nothing fancy, but still, I wouldn't have to bum rides everywhere. The beauty of my plan was that nobody knew it was me, until now. "I never," Miss Prim and Proper started. "Had an original thought in your pretty little head? Yeah, I know. Luckily, I had a lot to say about the Great Gatsby. I had life experiences that she could never in a million years understand, and I had very strong opinions about that book and the class system. But that was neither here nor there. As of now, you're no longer Ridge's tutor." "But what? You can't," she sputtered. "I can, and I will. In fact, I just did." I stabbed a finger at her. "Stay away from him. You've been warned," I added in a low, ominous voice. It was all I could do not to cackle like a lunatic at the expression on her face. I walked away with a smug smile and gave myself a mental pat on the back. Job done. Who rules the school? Kids like Ridge and me, that's who. We knew how to fight dirty. Wait, what was I doing? I almost stumbled over my own feet. Had I just defended Ridge McAllister? And threatened Delaney to stay away from him? Oh my God. I really need to get my head examined. After lunch, I stashed the books I wouldn't need into my locker and swapped them out for English and chemistry. Slinging my bag over my shoulder, I turned from my locker and ran into a brick wall. Not really, it was just Ridge McAllister. "Why are you creeping up on me like that?"
What did you say to Delaney?
"Who?
So that's how you want to play it.
Is this a game? I wasn't aware." I gave him an innocent smile, or as innocent as a girl like me could look, which was about as innocent as Maleficent. His lip ticked up in one corner, and his eyes were hooded as they roamed down my body, slow and leisurely before returning to my face. Leaning his shoulders against the lockers, he slipped his finger under the strap of my backpack and slid it up and down.
I need to get something from the weight room. Care to join me?
Luckily, I wasn't the type to blush. I smacked his hand away. "I'm not a member of the Ridge McAllister fan club, so that's a no."
Could have fooled me. I'm starting to think you're my biggest fan.
The only thing big about you is that gigantic ego of yours. Sorry, but you'll have to find someone else to stroke it.
Interesting choice of words. My ego is not the only thing that's gigantic. But you already know that, don't you? And you can stroke it whenever you want.
Oh, gosh, thanks. I batted my lashes. Whenever I want is never. On that note, I strolled away, hoping to lose him in the sea of students. No such luck. We were headed to English class, so he fell into step with me. Even without looking, I knew he was next to me by the way the sea parted to let him through.
What's wrong, Bellamy? Scared?
I snorted. Did it ever occur to you that I'm just not interested? I know. Shocker, right? I held my hand over my mouth and widened my eyes in mock horror. A female who can actually resist your questionable charms. His grin was slow and lazy, and my hand itched to smack it off his face. Why did he make me feel so violent? I wrapped my hand around my backpack strap and clenched it so tightly my knuckles turned white.
You're jealous, aren't you?
Sorry to burst your super inflated ego, but no, not the slightest.
You'd think I didn't see you, Evie?
My back hit the wall and he caged me in with his arms, then leaned down, his mouth near the shell of my ear, his voice low and raspy.
I saw you watching me.
An involuntary shiver raced up my spine. He smelled like cedarwood and cypress and peppermint gum. He felt like a dream. Hard chest, broad shoulders, hands big enough to palm a ball. I could feel the heat emanating from his golden skin. Ridge was beautiful, with the body of a Greek god and the face of a fallen angel. Too bad he was so Ridge. Every time he opened his mouth, he ruined it.
I saw the way you had to squeeze your thighs together. I saw your chest heaving.
I shoved his chest with both hands to shut him up. He staggered back in a comical display, his hand going to his heart as if I'd wounded him. I couldn't be anywhere near him without wanting to punch him or kick him in the balls or kiss him. Nope, I didn't want that. Not at all. Not even a little bit. You think that was me getting hot for you? I laughed like that was ridiculous as we skirted a group of freshman girls ogling him like he was a hot fudge sundae with a brownie on top. Wipe the drool off your chins, girls. No guy, no matter how gorgeous he might be, is worth losing your self-respect over. I was trying not to gag on my own vomit, I told the charmer.
So that's why you stayed to watch?
He smirked.
Lie to yourself all you want, Bellamy, but I know the truth. You want me just as much as I want you.
He didn't want me. Players love to play, and this was just a game to him. And go find another toy to play with, McAllister.
You can't even admit it to yourself, can you?
He said as I brushed past him to the classroom door.
Because you are a coward.
Flipping him my middle finger, I walked into class and threw myself onto my seat. My traitorous heart was thrashing against my ribcage, and I was panting like I'd just run the 50-yard dash. Why did he always get me so riled up? Get a grip, Evie. Gritting my teeth, I grabbed my notebook and pen from my backpack and smacked them on the desk. The girl in front of me, Hannah, jumped in her seat and shot me a look over her shoulder. I couldn't believe he'd mentioned that incident in the weight room. But then again, why was I surprised? This was Ridge, after all. He didn't care if the whole school saw him getting a blowjob. But unfortunately, it was just little old me. Wrong place, wrong time. And I hadn't been turned on. I mean, not really. Damn it. I crossed my legs and stabbed my notebook with a purple pen. Even after I'd gouged a hole in it, I kept going. Stab, stab, stab. The pen snapped in two. The ink bled through the lined pages and coated my fingers. Who gets blowjobs in the school weight room? Ridge does, that's who. I should have walked right back out the door when I saw them. But no, I'd pressed my back against the wall and watched, like a creepy voyeur getting her kicks. Why had I stayed to watch that? The girl hadn't even known I was there. All I saw was the back of her blonde head, Ridge's big hand palming it, guiding it, while his eyes stayed locked on mine, lids at half-mast. He'd mouthed my name when he came inside her mouth, his eyes drifting shut as his body shuddered with his release. And I'd hated him so much for that. For mouthing my name when another girl was on her knees for him. For making me replay it in my head when I was in the shower, and I'd slide my fingers inside my pussy and imagine it was his cock slamming into me, thrusting harder and harder, until I'd fall apart and blink my eyes open to find myself alone, and feeling dirty for allowing him to enter my mind. Ridge McAllister was such an asshole. I wanted absolutely nothing to do with him. So, why would I offer to tutor the school's biggest man whore? Maybe because of what Delaney said about him? Or perhaps it was because I knew he'd heard me talking to our teacher but pretended he hadn't. If it had been anyone else, I would have sworn that I saw the hurt expression on his face before he'd schooled his features. But this was Ridge. He was made of Teflon. Everything just pinged right off him. Ping, ping, ping. Whatever the reason for my brash decision, I caught him alone a few days later at the end of the day when his posse wouldn't overhear. Humiliating Ridge went against the rules and wasn't on my list of fun things to do. All I wanted to do was help.
No fucking way,
he responded, his locker slamming shut with a ring of finality that bounced off the beige walls. Why not? I prompted. He looked down at me. Instinctively, I straightened my spine and squared my shoulders to stand taller. Even at 5'8", his tall frame dwarfed me. He must be at least 6'4", at least.
I don't need your help. Or anyone else's.
Okay, fine. I'd wounded Ridge's pride. Maybe I should have thrown him a bone and apologized. But that's not how we operated. I wasn't about to go easy on him now. What's wrong? Scared? I taunted.
Suck my dick, Bellamy.
Only in your dreams, McAllister. My response was just as half-hearted as his offer. He had dark circles under his eyes like he hadn't slept in a week, and his hair was messier than usual. The golden brown strands fell into his eyes, and it was all mussed up, like he'd been running his fingers through it all day long. Ridge looked tired, and he needed a haircut. My shoulders relaxed, and I dropped my guard. Big mistake.
My dreams or yours?
He moved in closer and raked his gaze over me. His browns met my greens, and before I could stop him, he brushed the backs of his fingers over the column of my neck, and his big hand wrapped around it. His hold was firm but loose, not designed to choke the air from my lungs, but enough to pin me in place. His calloused thumb, rough on my soft skin, brushed over my pulse point before pressing down on it.
Interesting,
he murmured.
I'm not a doctor, but your racing pulse tells me you're excited about the prospect. I bet you dream about me,
he said, his voice low and husky as his thumb stroked my skin, sending tingles down my spine.
I bet it keeps you up all night long, doesn't it, Evie?
Ignoring his question, I licked my lips and took a sick sense of satisfaction in the way his eyes followed the movement. Two could play this game. I took a step closer and another until my breast pressed against his hard chest and my body was glued to his. His chest rose and fell with each labored breath as I rolled my hips just a little bit, enough to feel his erection pressed against my stomach. He drew in a sharp breath, but he didn't take a step back or push to get closer. The loud beating of my heart muffled the voices and laughter around us as we stared at each other, our eyes locked in a silent battle of wills. Let me help you. He dipped his head and spoke low in my ear.
I already have plenty of girls ready and willing to help me. What can you offer me?
I'm not talking about your dick.
In that case, not interested.
He backed away, spun on his heel, and strode toward the front door where freedom beckoned. Coward, I called after him. He lifted his middle finger in the air and waved it like a flag as he marched out the front door. Laughing, I sagged against the lockers. What was all that about? Quinn asked, her eyes ping-ponging from the front door to me. Nothing. I took a few steadying breaths and tried to calm my racing pulse. It's just a little game we play. She arched her brows, and then she smiled. Interesting. I shrugged. Not really. But it made the school days more interesting, so I'd give him that. Don't worry, you're still my number one. Can I interest you in a burger and shake? She grinned. As long as I get the best waitress at the diner. You mean Amber, right? Quinn laughed. We linked arms and walked out the door into the bright sunshine. Some days life didn't completely suck.
Chapter 6. Ridge. I passed English and all my other subjects. Just barely. Didn't matter how close I came to failing. What mattered was that I passed the 11th grade, and I did it all on my own, without Evie's help. Next year I would return for my senior year to dominate the football field. It was the only thing that really mattered to me. Football. In the meantime, it was summer vacation. While I was busy partying and working for my Uncle Patrick at his construction company, Brody was falling in love with the rock star who had rented out the guest house on his ranch. Not just any rock star, Shiloh LaRue, as in the former lead singer of Acadian Storm. Shiloh was cool, though, genuine, and more down-to-earth than you'd expect from one of the hottest rock stars on the planet. It was the first Saturday in June, and the McAllisters were celebrating my Aunt Kate's 60th at a barbecue joint. If there was any doubt that we were in Texas, the Lone Star maps and pennants on the wood-paneled walls served as a reminder. All 12 of us were seated at one long table, packed like sardines. The McAllisters loved family gatherings. Everyone, that is, except for Gideon and me. Me, because I'd spent the first 16 years of my life thinking I was an only child with no other family, and I still wasn't sure where I fit in, if at all. And Gideon because he was Gideon, a slick New Yorker dressed in designer black with a watch on his wrist that probably cost more than Brody's truck. Gideon looked like he belonged in this roadside barbecue shack as much as Brody belonged with a rock star. But here we were, one big, happy, dysfunctional family. I didn't have a Texan drawl or any shared memories. I was tied to this family by blood, but I was an outsider. So the conversation was going on around me, and I was wondering how long I'd have to endure this family dinner when two things happened simultaneously. Number one, two girls squealed when they spotted Shiloh and barged into our family dinner, wielding their phones like weapons. Number two, Evie walked into the barbecue joint with some guy who looked like Kurt Cobain's younger, undead twin. He also looked like he needed a shower, 20 Big Macs, and a punch in the face. The punch in the face was for the way his arm was draped around her shoulders and his lips were locked on hers. I repeat, his lips were on hers. Why was she kissing that douchebag? I didn't even know him, but I took an instant dislike and was gripped by an insane urge to stride across the restaurant and rip her away from him. She saw me. Of course she did. I was hard to miss since I was standing next to Brody, facing the two fangirls and blocking their view of Shiloh. "Hey, Ridge," the brunette in front of me said. "You never mentioned that you knew Shiloh LaRue?" I'd never seen these girls in my life, not that I could remember anyway. They had those pretty, generic faces that were instantly forgettable. The opposite of Evie, who looked like something a skilled artist would envision and bring to life. Sculpted cheekbones, razor sharp like her tongue. Bronzed skin stretched over bone and muscle, and a beating heart she guarded and protected beneath a coat of impenetrable armor. Except it wasn't. Impenetrable, I mean. I'd seen the chinks in her armor. I dragged my attention back to the girls, focusing on the one who had claimed to know me. "Listen, babe, I don't even know your damn name, and I've never talked to either of you. Let's keep it that way, yeah? And if you think this is Shiloh LaRue, you must be fucking stoned. So why don't you back away from my family and go post some of those duck-faced selfies?" Their eyes widened, but they scurried away, doing as I'd asked. My gaze returned to Evie. She was leaning against the wall by the register, sucking on a red blow pop that matched her lip gloss. She wore an oversized flannel over a tank top that exposed a strip of sun-bronzed skin, cut-offs, and a look of disdain. When she caught me watching, she sucked harder on the lollipop. Her cheeks were hollowed, and her eyelids were at half-mast. She popped the sucker out of her mouth and ran the tip of her tongue around it before tracing her lips with it, her eyes never leaving my face. And just like that, I had a semi and an intense craving to taste the cherry on her lips. What I wouldn't give to have those damn lips wrapped around my cock. The smirk on her face told me she was fully aware of her effect on me. Such a temptress, Eve. If she offered me an apple, she'd probably poison it first. Next to her, Kurt was slouched against the wall, looking like a Nirvana reject. I wasn't worried about him. By the time we returned to school, he'd be gone, if he even lasted the summer. They took their food to go, and I returned to my seat at the family table. It was the only time I saw her that summer, but it was enough to fuel the fire.
Chapter 7. Evie. It was my unlucky night. I blamed it on the full harvest moon and the asshole who stumbled into the diner Friday night after the game. He was the last to arrive. I watched him through the window where he stood in the parking lot guzzling Gatorade from a plastic bottle. Then he tossed the bottle, pushed through the front door, and almost face-planted on the black and white tiled floor. With a laugh, he grabbed the "Please wait to be seated" sign on a metal pole to steady himself. The sign crashed to the floor and he toppled like a Jenga tower, drawing a few curious glances and audible gasps.
What the hell?
He glared at the sign like it was to blame. It would have been funny if this whole scene wasn't so pathetic. I strode over to him with his teammates close on my heels. "You need to go." I pointed to the door behind him. Ridge got to his feet, weaving a little.
Sup, Evie?
He lurched forward and I took a step back so he wouldn't take me down with him. Even from a foot away, I could smell the liquor on his breath.
You look good tonight. Real good.
His eyes were so glassy I doubted he could even see me clearly. Our star wide receiver must have started drinking as soon as he hit the locker room. But everyone was always making excuses for him. Pretty sure he could get away with double homicide and the entire town would turn a blind eye just so he could finish the season. Cypress Springs High would do anything to secure that state championship.
Come on, McAllister, Walker said. We need to get some food in you.
He's not welcome here. I crossed my arms over my chest. Take him somewhere else.
He's having a rough night, Troy said. I thought you won.
My manager, Hank, was an avid Mavericks fan and felt the need to update me throughout the night, even though I'd specifically told him I didn't care.
Yeah, we did.
Walker scratched his head like he couldn't figure out Ridge's problem. Troy clapped Ridge's shoulder.
Our boy was on fire tonight.
If their boy lit a match, we'd all go up in flames.
I played for you tonight, Evie. That win was all for you.
He slurred as his friends dragged drunk and disorderly to one of my booths. I wanted to have him kicked out, but Hank would be more likely to get down on his knees and bow down to the almighty Ridge McAllister. All hail the gods of the gridiron. It was only October, but the school halls were buzzing with talk of going to the finals and winning the state championship. Our quarterback and number one wide receiver were labeled the dynamic duo. If I had to listen to one more person telling me that Ridge was the best thing that had ever happened to our football team, I would gouge their eyes out with my fingernails. A few more players and girls from the cheering squad came in and snagged booths in my section. Gritting my teeth, I marched over to the booths occupied by the very people I went out of my way to avoid at school and took their orders. Other than a few snide comments from Ansley Thorpe, they mostly ignored me. I was a social outcast. By choice, might I add. I served their food, burgers, fries, shakes, enough to feed a small army, and promptly retreated. But not before noting that Ridge was oddly silent. He was usually the life of the party, full of swagger and bravado. But tonight he looked all broody and moody, even as his teammates rehashed the highlights of tonight's game. To hear them talk, you would think he was the second coming.
Dude, how about that vertical leap in the third quarter? You must have been 10 feet off the ground. Caught the ball in one hand.
Walker thumped Ridge on the back.
It was a wild ball, Troy said with a shake of his head. Never thought you'd get it.
Still, Ridge said nothing. His food sat untouched, and I'd be willing to bet he'd spiked his Coke with something more potent by the way he was sucking it down as if his life depended on it. A little while later, I was wiping down a table across from their booth when Wade walked in and his booted feet stopped in front of me. Fuck my life, because that was exactly what I needed tonight. "What are you doing here?" He lifted his cap, ran his fingers through his dark, greasy hair, and jammed it back on his head.
Got a business meeting.
A business meeting. Right. I didn't even want to know what kind of business Wade was involved in, and I sure as hell didn't want him conducting it at this diner. On a Friday night? He hung his camo jacket on the back of the chair and dropped into it.
Why don't you mind your own damn business?
I put my hands on my hips. Why don't you find another place to conduct your business?
Bring me some coffee.
He peeled off the paper wrapper of a mint-flavored toothpick and used it to clean the dirt and grease under his fingernails. It turned my stomach. Wade was disgusting. The only good thing about Wade was that I rarely saw him.
And bring me some of that coconut cream pie while you're at it.
I was still trying to get rid of him, so I hadn't moved from my spot next to his table. Pie's all gone. He looked over his shoulder at the glass case to confirm that the pie was gone.
Bring me some coffee.
You'd be better off down the road. Coffee sucks here. He pointed the toothpick at me.
Don't fucking tell me where I'd be better off. I'm getting sick and tired of your shit. Now give me the damn coffee before I tell everyone in this diner that you're a lying thief and a whore just like your mama.
He said it loud enough to be overheard. I glanced over at the booths. A few people were watching, and if Ansley's satisfied smile was any indication, they'd most likely heard Wade's words. I didn't even look at Ridge. I couldn't. I went and got Wade's damn coffee and plunked it down in front of him. Amber, one of the servers, stopped next to me to watch. She had no reason to be there except to see whose coffee I'd spit in. When she saw that it was for Wade, she gave me a thumbs up and a sly wink that was too obvious before she sauntered away. Wade narrowed his eyes on me.
What'd you do to my coffee?
Just poured it and served it. I turned to go. He grabbed my wrist and twisted my arm behind my back until I cried out, "Let go of me!" I gritted out. With a sneer, he yanked me toward him and I slammed into the table, knocking over the coffee. Scalding hot liquid splattered my chucks and burned a trail down my thigh. Unbidden tears sprang to my eyes from the unexpected pain. Damn it, that hurt.
Don't you fucking mess with me. What did you do to my coffee?
He growled. I tried to pull out of his grasp, but his fingers tightened, biting into my skin.
Get your fucking hands off her,
Ridge roared. Wade released me and I stumbled back, rubbing my sore wrist just as Ridge ripped Wade out of his seat and shoved him hard, knocking Wade into the table behind him. Dishes crashed to the floor, and a woman screamed as Ridge's fist collided with Wade's face.
That was a warning,
Ridge growled.
Touch her again, and I'll beat the shit out of you, asshole. Fuck you!
Wade spat in Ridge's face and lunged at him. That was all it took. The fight was on. Ridge knocked Wade to the ground and pinned him down. I heard a girl scream. Ansley, maybe. But I couldn't say for sure because Ridge was beating the shit out of Wade, who was kicking and clawing. They wrestled on the floor, throwing punches, and Wade was trying to hold his own, but failing. He was no match for Ridge. Finally, Ridge's teammates jumped in to help. They pulled Wade and Ridge apart just as red, white, and blue lights flashed outside the diner window. Oh, shit. The cops. Ridge got to his feet, swaying and wiped the blood off his mouth with the back of his arm, his eyes darting to the window. Wade peeled himself off the floor and made a dash for the back. Ridge, come on, I urged. I latched onto his arm and tried to drag him to the kitchen, but he refused to budge. I started to panic. I couldn't let him take the fall. The cops were right outside the door and he needed to go. Come with me. You can go out the back door.
You can hide in my office,
Hank said, looking around the diner with accusing eyes as if to say, "What jackass called the cops on our star receiver?"
Fuck that.
Ridge crossed his arms over his chest with a stubborn set to his jaw.
I'm not running, and I'm not hiding.
I looked around for Wade. The weasel had taken off. Typical. Just before the cops walked into the diner, Ridge handed something to Walker, who shook his head and stuffed it in his pocket before I could see what it was. Weed? Pills? They handcuffed Ridge and put him in the back seat of a police car. My stomach sank as I watched from the window until the taillights got swallowed up in the darkness. What would happen to Ridge? I knew it wasn't his first brush with the law, so this could be bad for him. Ridge's teammates threw some money on the table and filed out without saying a word. But I could feel their silent accusation. "This is all your fault," Ansley hissed on her way out the door. And this time, I couldn't even deny it. I stood up from my hard plastic seat in the waiting room when Ridge walked through the door. After my shift, I drove straight to the police station and waited for hours. I wasn't even sure why I came. To make sure he was okay, I guess. Nobody had ever fought for me. Nobody except for Ridge. And I didn't want him to get in trouble because of me. They could have thrown the book at him. Public intoxication, underage drinking, assault. But they'd obviously let him go because he was standing right across from me, looking more vulnerable than I'd ever seen him. There was no bravado, no cocky swagger or smirk, just raw pain etched on his features. He scrubbed a hand down his face and tugged on his messy hair before his bloodshot eyes met mine. Underneath his unzipped hoodie, his gray t-shirt was ripped and splattered with blood. He looked like he needed a hot shower, a good night's sleep, and a hug. I stuffed my hands in my jacket pockets and watched him wage an internal war with himself. He glanced at the front desk, then back at me as if he couldn't decide whether to flee or face me. But Ridge wasn't a runner. He stayed and he fought. Lowering his head, he grabbed the back of his neck and let out a shuddering breath that rocked me to the core and forced my feet to bridge the gap between us. When I was standing right in front of him, I searched my brain for the right words. "What the hell is wrong with you?" That was the first thing that came out of my mouth.
Who is he?
"None of your business."
Yeah, of course not.
He let out a humorous laugh and his eyes darkened.
Because we mean nothing to each other, right?
How was I supposed to answer that? I opened my mouth to speak, to ask him why he would ever think differently, but shut it again when he shook his head.
Don't worry about it, Evie.
Why would you do that? I really needed to know.
You think I could just let something like that go? You think I can just turn a blind eye when someone hurts you?
I was fine. He didn't hurt me. He grabbed my hand and turned it over, inspecting the bruises on my wrist. I yanked my hand away and stuffed it in my pocket. His eyes narrowed on me.
Why are you protecting him?
I'm not. I wasn't protecting Wade. I was trying to protect Ridge. You should have minded your own business.
Just tell me where to find him, and I'll hunt him down and finish the job,
he said as if I hadn't spoken. Stay out of it. He glanced at the front desk, and my gaze followed. A man who appeared to be in his 30s was watching us. Waiting for Ridge, I guess. But he didn't interrupt as if he sensed that Ridge and I needed privacy. I took a step back. You need to go home.
I don't have a home.
Why would he say that? Yes, you do. He pushed his hand through his hair and lowered his head.
I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. I shouldn't even be here. It should have been me.
Confusion pinched my brows together. What are you talking about?
That guy in the car. He should have shot me instead of Elijah. It was my idea to start dealing. We both needed the money. But my best friend was the one who paid the price. And it was my fault. It was my fault, Evie.
He lifted his head, and I saw the pain and sadness in his soulful brown eyes. but I couldn't find the words to comfort him, so I remained silent and waited for him to go on.
He told me to go along. We were running through the streets. I grew up on the south side of Chicago. Nothing like here, you know. And Elijah said, "Go along, McAllister."
His eyes glazed over like he was back on the streets of Chicago, reliving the scene.
I ran across the street right in front of a car, and I just laughed when the driver blared the horn and cursed at me. I was still laughing when I ran up the sidewalk, and I turned just as the ball left Elijah's fingertips.
He pushed his hand through his hair, his eyes drifting to the wall behind me, as if he could see it all playing out like a movie on the screen.
That's when I heard the shots being fired. The car sped past me, and the guy shot me a finger gun out the window as if to say, "You're next." It was dark, and it all happened so fast. I couldn't even identify the car, and I always thought...
He let out a ragged breath.
I always thought it would have been better if Elijah had died as soon as the bullets went into his body, so he wouldn't have had a chance to think about everything he'd never be able to do.
Oh, God. My heart cracked. I didn't know what to do or how to help, so I did the unthinkable. I wrapped my arms around Ridge and held on tight, trying to hold all his broken pieces together. His arms came around me and he held on to me like he was drowning, and I was his lifeline. For his sake, I hoped that wasn't the case. We would both go under. I rested my cheek against his beating heart and inhaled his scent.
"I've never told that story to anyone,"
he said when we pulled apart. I could hear it in his voice that he regretted it. "I won't tell anyone. Promise." He nodded, not meeting my eyes, and I wanted to touch him again. Smooth my hand over his furrowed brow. Brush the hair out of his face with my fingertips. Run my hands down his chest and lock him in another embrace. Instead, I backed away. We shouldn't even be in this police station. He shouldn't be here. I wasn't a damsel in distress. I didn't want him to ride in like a tarnished knight and try to fix my problems or save me. I wanted to tell him that he couldn't kick and punch his problems away, that he had to deal with the source of his guilt. But that would make me a hypocrite.
"Let's go home, Ridge."
This from the man waiting by the front desk. Ridge nodded, zipped up his sweatshirt, then pulled the hood over his messy hair and lowered his head as he walked out of the police station. I trailed them out the front door and watched Ridge climb into the passenger seat of an SUV. The man turned to me. He was gorgeous, with chestnut brown hair, blue eyes, and broad shoulders that looked like they could carry the weight of the world and never break a sweat.
"Hey, Jude McAllister, Ridge's cousin."
"Evie Bellamy, just a girl from Ridge's school." Jude smiled.
"I get the feeling you're a lot more than that."
I had no idea what Ridge and I were to each other, but I felt like I owed this man an apology for dragging him out of bed in the middle of the night and forcing him to make a trip to the police station. It's my fault he ended up here tonight. I cleared my throat. "I'm sorry." He studied my face for a moment before he spoke.
"I don't know all the details, but if Ridge beat someone up, I'm sure the other guy deserved it. It's not the first time one of the McAllisters had to be picked up from the station for fighting, and it probably won't be the last."
"Are all the McAllisters fighters?" He chuckled under his breath.
"Yeah, we are. From my old man right down the line to my little guy Levi,"
he said with an affectionate smile at the mention of his son.
"It's a McAllister thing. But for the most part, we only fight when there's something worth fighting for. Or someone."
I looked over at Ridge slumped in his seat. In the streetlight, I could just make out his face. His eyes were closed, but I got the feeling he wasn't asleep. He was probably reliving his worst nightmare. Running for the ball as the shots rang out. "Will he be okay?" I asked Jude. I was thinking about the story Ridge told me more than the fight. The guilt he still harbored over his friend's death. And God, he had watched his friend die. That would have fucked up anyone's head. Jude glanced at his SUV.
"Yeah, He will be. Eventually.
He said he doesn't have a home. I'm not sure what compelled me to say that, except that Ridge had looked so sad, like a lost little boy without a home. Jude nodded slowly.
His brother's away, so he's staying with us for a few days. But I don't think that's what he meant or what you're asking.
Jude rubbed his jaw, thinking about it and maybe trying to decide how much he could tell me without betraying Ridge.
It takes time. When you've been raised like he has, you don't give your trust away so easily. But it's our job to prove to him that no matter what he does or how hard he tries to push us away, we're his family, and we're always here for him.
I hope Ridge knew how lucky he was to have a family that loved him. I forced a smile. Well, I should go. It was nice meeting you.
And you?
I turned to go, but he stopped me with his words.
Are you okay to get home?
Yeah, I'm parked right over there. I pointed to my silver Toyota Camry that had more rust than paint. Jude eyed it dubiously, like he wasn't sure my car would make it out of the parking lot, let alone get me home safely. When I got into my car and turned the key in the ignition, he still hadn't driven away. And it took me a minute to realize he was waiting for me to leave first. On the drive home, I mulled over the events of the night and kept coming back to the same thought. Ridge should have minded his own business. Was he trying to jeopardize his future? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I didn't want anyone fighting for me, especially not Ridge. He had too much to lose.
Chapter 8. Ridge. I was lined up at the 10-yard line waiting for my turn when I saw her in my periphery. She was sitting in the bleachers, and I had no idea why the hell she'd come to watch football practice, but I didn't want her here. "Wake up, McAllister," Coach yelled. "You're up." Fuck. See what she did to my concentration? I ran a sprint down the field, and Troy threw from the middle. The ball was high and went behind me. Twisting my body, I leaped for it. A walk in the park on any other day, the ball grazed my fingertips and bounced off the turf. Fucking hell. I could catch passes like that with my eyes closed and one hand tied behind my back. Not today, though. I ran back to the line and got in position. Stay focused. Don't let her fuck with your head. Don't think about Elijah or how you spilled your guts all over the floor of the police station. I was carrying more baggage than the cargo container of a Boeing 747, and 4 nights ago I unpacked some of it and laid it at her feet. I wanted to take it all back. Hit rewind and retract my words. What had possessed me to confide in her, of all people? Not like she'd ever given me anything in return. She'd never opened up to me, had never shared a single thing about her home life or her struggles. Everything I knew about her was through observation or school rumors. But since I never paid attention to the gossip mill or the drama, I knew jack shit about Evie Bellamy. I blocked her out, and the rest of the practice went better. In the sense that I didn't fumble the ball like a fucking peewee football player. I was the king of catching uncatchable passes. My vertical leap could make grown men cry. I was a powerhouse on the field, and I was going to secure the state championship for this team. Coach Becker, our new coach, had put in a lot of work to ensure that the scouts knew my name and came out to see me play. And no girl, no matter who she was or how much I wanted her, was worth losing everything. For now, Evie Bellamy had to be put on hold. I couldn't afford the distraction. After practice, I jogged past her as if I didn't see her waiting on the sidelines. "Ridge, wait!" She chased after me and latched onto my arm. A few guys snickered. I ignored them and focused on her, the keeper of my drunken confessions. "You need something, Bellamy?" She bit her lip, then took a deep breath like she was gearing up to say something monumental. "I wanted to make sure you were okay." You sure that's all you wanted? Or maybe you're looking for something else. I moved closer, roughly grabbed the back of her head, and pulled her against my sweaty body. palming her ass, I squeezed it, grinding my dick against her. We could hit the weight room. You can thank me for defending you on Friday night. Show your appreciation for what I did for you. Chest heaving, she shoved me away with a growl. Oh, every time I think you might be different, you prove me wrong. She brushed past me and strode away. Different than what? I called after her. Your Nirvana reject? If so, thank you. It wasn't a compliment. He's twice the man you are, she called over her shoulder. Gritting my teeth, I shouldered past the other players who had stopped to watch the show like they had nothing better to do. I stalked into the locker room and practically ripped the door off my locker. Fucking hell. He's twice the man you are. I kicked the wall, once, twice, 3 times. He's twice the man you are. Jackson cupped his mouth and bellowed, McAllister's been Bellamized! That elicited jeers and laughter at my expense. Bellamized? What the fuck? It sounded like a curse, because it was. The Evie Bellamy effect. Brutal, vicious, and efficient. She skewered my balls and tossed them on the barbecue. She burned you, dude, a sophomore wide receiver said with a chuckle. I turned on him and unleashed my pent-up frustration. At least I don't have sores on my ass from riding the bench all season, Gary. His amusement faded. It's Garrett, he muttered. No point in remembering your name, Gavin. You're not even going to see any playing time. He muttered something under his breath as he retreated with his tail between his legs. Who's laughing now? Unfortunately, not me. I shoulder-checked Jackson on my way to the shower. Kinda pathetic that a guy built like a refrigerator has a pencil dick. I bet the chicks are always asking if it's in yet. I snapped my fingers. Oh, my bad. You're still a virgin. Shut the fuck up. He chuckled nervously, his eyes darting around the locker room. I'm not a virgin. I've been with plenty of chicks. Wet dreams don't count, Walker said, having my back. He's twice the man you are. The voice inside my head taunted. Now I regretted my decision to defend her on Friday night. I'd been too drunk to know what I was doing. No, that's a lie. I would have done it whether I'd been drunk off my ass or sober as a church mouse. I didn't regret beating up that asshole or getting hauled to the police station. I regretted telling her about Elijah. I'd given her too much of myself, all that emotional ammunition to play with, and as usual, she'd given me nothing in return. Even worse, how had she repaid me? By humiliating me in front of my teammates. Fuck that. I wasn't going down without a fight. Luckily, I knew exactly how to get back at Evie. Two can play this game, sweetheart. What's shaking, baby? Jackson asked as we stood in the lunch line. Definitely a virgin. Evie gave him the middle finger as she sailed past, head held high. Damn, that's harsh, Jackson said, shaking his head as if her reaction surprised him. I carried my lunch to our table and took a seat next to Walker. He was too wrapped up in his Leah love bubble to notice anything else. Guess they were back on again. I crooked my finger at Ainsley Thorpe, the blonde, blue-eyed queen bee who had been flirting with me since day one and had made it blatantly obvious that she wanted me. On cue, she came running. Evie despised Ainsley Thorpe. No idea why, and I didn't really give a shit. Ainsley was the perfect candidate for the job. Hey, Ridge. She flipped her hair over her shoulder and gave me a dazzling smile. Some girls made it easy, too easy, but this wasn't about the chase. I wanted to make Evie pay. How's it going? She licked her glossy pink lips and pushed out her tits. Great. I'm throwing a party on Saturday night. Will you be there? My gaze landed on Evie at the table across from mine. Her brilliant green eyes shot daggers at me. Zing, straight to the heart. After ensuring that Evie was still watching, I tugged Ainsley into my lap and fed her a French fry from my plate. She ate like a hamster. No carbs for Ainsley Thorpe. But she ate that fry and the next and licked the salt off my fingers, playing right into my hands. It wouldn't be much of a party if I didn't show up, now would it? She batted her lashes, a smile playing on her lips as she trailed her hand down my chest. My thoughts exactly. My eyes met Evie's across the room as my lips claimed Ainsley's. Payback is a bitch, baby. Evie's eyes narrowed to slits as she sank her teeth into the flesh of a shiny red apple. So vicious, so fucking sexy. Why did every little thing she did turn me on? If I had $1 for every time I jerked off to the vision of Evie in my head, I'd be able to buy a used car. I wasn't done playing with her yet, and I hadn't given up on the idea of making her mine, but I'd bide my time until the right opportunity came along. As it turned out, the gods smiled on me. Not only did we win the state championship, but I'd also gotten a full ride to a D1 college, and I had Evie Bellamy exactly where I wanted her. She just didn't know it. Yet. Part 2. Chapter 9. Ridge. In the past 8 months, Evie and I had barely spoken a word to each other. Now she was sauntering toward the picnic table where I was sitting with Walker outside the roadside taco joint. She had her best friend in tow and a don't fuck with me look on her face. Don't get any ideas? Her green eyes narrowed on me as she took a seat next to me. We just needed a place to sit. Whatever you say. I swiped the fountain drink out from under her nose and took a sip through the straw. Root beer. Evie loved root beer. She loved horror flicks, pineapple on her pizza, thunderstorms, and her best friend's smile. She hated social media and celebrity gossip. Believed in God, but thought religion was overrated. I knew a lot about Evie. She just didn't know it was me she'd confided in. What are you doing? That's my drink. She tried to grab it out of my hand, but I pulled it away and took another sip. Get your filthy lips off my straw. Time to reveal my cards. I'd been biding my time for the right opportunity, and what do you know, it had just landed in my lap. I set her drink on the table. Just checking to see if it was cherry cola. Cherry? Her eyes widened, and a little gasp escaped her lips. No. She shook her head. No way. It can't be you. She visibly paled with a look of horror on her face. Oh, baby, it was me, all right. The nicknames were my idea, chosen from Evie's favorite book, The Outsiders, the only book I'd ever read voluntarily, 3 times. No doubt she was sifting through her memories, trying to recall what she'd written to her secret pen pal. This year she hadn't been in my English class, but we had the same teacher, and Evie was in the class right after mine. Apparently, writing letters was a dying art, and Ms. Whitman wanted to rectify that. Principal Bradley thought it would be a great social experiment. There were no names, only a sticker to identify us. And the letters were printed, not handwritten, but I'd figured out it was her early on. That's a lie. I knew from the start that we'd been paired together. Our teacher kept the master list locked in her desk, and I was good with locks. I winked. Been in Dallas lately, Cherry? Oh my God, she said under her breath. Told you I'd be worth it. I puffed out my chest, playing the role expected of me. Evie snorted. You're overselling yourself, as usual. I'm not one of your fangirls. Oh, Ridge, you have such big muscles. Thank you so much for letting me suck your dick. It's such an honor. She batted her long, dark lashes, and just like that, I had a semi. Oh, I love your dirty mouth, Cherry. You should use it where it counts. I pointed to my crotch. She ignored me and took a bite of her taco before she threw it down. Now look at what you've done. You've ruined my appetite. You still look hungry, just not for food. Why did it have to be you? She muttered. Did you write those letters yourself, or did you get one of your minions to write them? That was ridiculous. Nobody but me could have written those letters. I waited for you at the sunset. I'd waited at our designated meeting spot 45 minutes before finally concluding that she'd never intended to show up. What a chump. What happened? Chicken out? She shrugged one shoulder. Maybe I wanted to keep the mystery alive and not ruin it by putting a face to the words. And now look, it's ruined. Oh, Cherry. I put my hand over my heart. Oh, that hurts. You probably made half that shit up. I never lied about a single thing. I gave her the Boy Scout salute. She rolled her eyes. It's 3 fingers. I never claimed to be a Boy Scout. Wow, okay, Quinn said from across the table. Quinn had a big smile on her face. She was the opposite of Evie, petite and blonde, pretty, sweet, naive. She was cool, though, genuine, which was rarer than you'd think, and cute as fuck. Not in the way that made me want to jump her bones, but in the way that made me want to protect her from douchebags. Okay, what? I asked. Nothing. She and Walker shared a little secret smile. Huh. Interesting. Quinn was exactly his type. In fact, she looked a lot like his ex-girlfriend, Leah. This could be useful. I was already formulating a plan. In August, Walker and I were headed to San Marcos State for preseason training camp, but it was only the beginning of June. Plenty of time to charm my way into Evie's life. We'd have our fun this summer, I'd get her out of my system, and then we would go our separate ways. The perfect plan. Time to pop your party, Cherry. The party at Quinn's house was my idea. Quinn's mom was away, so she had an entire house and a pool to herself. We were standing outside the brewery Quinn's brothers owned, and thanks to my cousin Jesse putting in a good word for me, I was working for them this summer. More specifically, I was working for Holden, the head brewer, lifting 50-pound barrels, cleaning and sanitizing the tanks and equipment, and learning about the fermentation process of my favorite beverage. It was a good gig, and her brothers were cool, so I didn't want to lose it. The party was just an elaborate ruse to get Evie in the same room as me. Quinn laughed and then chewed on her lip. Are you sure you're okay with doing this? Her eyes darted around the field, checking to make sure her brothers weren't eavesdropping, as if we were planning to smuggle drugs across the border instead of throwing a low-key party. I'm more than okay with it. In fact, I feel it's my duty. You can't go to college without having experienced a typical high school party. It's a rite of passage. She laughed again. Clasping her hands, she rocked back on the heels of her lime green and pink Nikes. In the time I'd been working here, I'd never seen her wear the same pair twice. We just need to make sure nobody burns the house down or destroys anything. My mom would have a fit. That's why you have me. I'll take care of everything, I assured her.
Chapter 10. Evie. Why did those letters have to be from him? I've been intrigued from the very first one. Short and sweet, but by no means superficial or meaningless.
Do you believe that nothing gold can stay? Or would you call yourself an optimist? Dallas.
He'd referenced my favorite line from the Robert Frost poem in my favorite book and signed it Dallas. I'd found a kindred spirit. Someone like me, but better.
Cherry. Not so long ago, my brother told me that everyone needs to have a dream. He said it's what gives people hope. At the time, I thought it was bullshit. Life has a way of shitting all over your dreams. You know it, I know it, the neighbor's dog knows it. So why even bother? But I think he's onto something. The world is a fucked up place. But if you don't have a dream, you might as well be taking a dirt nap. Because what's the point of living if all you're really doing is surviving? In other news, I started watching sunsets. I never used to give a shit about stuff like that. The simple things in life that dead white poets wrote about. Daffodils and sunsets and all that crap. When I was a kid, I never trusted the sun. By the sun, I mean people. In the whole goddamn fucked up world. But that sun must have set out to prove all the non-believers wrong. Because unlike most people I know, the sun drops out of the sky every night, but it always comes back the following day. So yeah, you should watch more sunsets. You gotta put your faith in something, right? Dallas.
And so it had begun. A love affair through letters. We'd exchanged our thoughts and our views on life. He made me laugh. He gave me hope. And best of all, it was safe. He was never supposed to find out who I was, but he'd obviously known it was me all along. So just like he did with everything, Ridge had played me. I'd contemplated burning the letters, but in the end, I shoved the shoebox further into my closet and closed the door on it. Then I'd spent the past 4 days obsessing about it. I felt so stupid for not figuring it out sooner. Not to mention all the ammunition I'd given him. "I can't believe I'm having a party tonight," Quinn said. I spun around on my inflatable donut to face her. Instinctively, she folded her arms over her stomach to hide her scars. I gave her a pointed look, and she sighed, dropping her arms to her side. Quinn's scars were something to be proud of rather than to hide. And I hoped one day she would realize that. Unfortunately, that day hadn't come yet. When she looked in the mirror, the scars must have looked worse than they really were. That's how mirrors worked. "I feel like such a badass." She flashed me a bright smile. My best friend was beautiful, with long honey blonde hair, big hazel eyes, and a smile that could light up a room. Hell, it could light up the entire night sky. But Quinn Kavanaugh was the furthest thing from a badass you could get. No, that wasn't entirely true. At only 18, Quinn had already undergone 2 kidney transplants. She was strong and fierce in her own unique way, but she was a good girl to the core. Not a rotten apple like me. "That's because you are a badass." "Yeah, I am." She lifted her arms and moved her body to the beat of the house mix pouring from the surround sound speakers. "The badass is in the house tonight." We were laughing, but a wave of sadness washed over me. I'd be lost without her when she left for California in the fall. Not that I'd ever tell her that. Quinn was special. She was my person. And more than anything, I wanted all her dreams to come true. And by the way, Jesse and I worked 3 shifts together this week, and I ignored him. She gave me a triumphant smile, so proud of herself. Jesse was her oldest brother's friend, an ex-motocross racer and 9 years older. He also happened to be Ridge's cousin. Another McAllister with an inflated ego. Quinn had been obsessed with him since she was a kid. Now that he was back in Texas for the summer working for her brothers, this had disaster written all over it. Good. Jesse's a dick. You deserve someone better. "He's not—" I held up my hand to stop her words. "Don't even try to defend him. He hurt you. Just remember how he acted and the things he said to you." I really wanted her to move on from her obsession with Jesse, because I knew in the end he would only hurt her. He would be fine. She would be devastated. And that would make me ragey. Nobody hurt my best friend and got away with it. "Walker seems into you," I said. "He's not a total douchebag. He'd be perfect for a summer fling." "A summer fling?" she asked skeptically, like the concept was foreign to her. "Get in, get out, no strings attached." "Maybe." She didn't sound convinced. But I wouldn't give up until she put Jesse out of her mind and her heart. He didn't deserve her. I dropped the subject for now and closed my eyes, soaking up the late afternoon sun. I'd worked the breakfast and lunch shift today and had another early shift tomorrow, but for now, I could relax. Quinn's house looked like a Tuscan villa, and whenever I came over, I felt like I was on vacation at a 5-star resort. Beautiful, perfect, and stress-free. I didn't have to worry about Wade showing up to hassle me, or my mother throwing shit at my car. A few days ago, she'd been high on something and screaming that I was the devil. I shoved the bad memories deep inside and released the tension in my body as I drifted across the pool. Pure bliss. "What about you and Ridge?" Quinn asked, completely ruining my zen. "He seems really into you." "Trust me, he's not." "I disagree. I saw the way he looked at you. Like he wanted to put his dick inside me. That's the only way he looks at me. The same way most guys looked at me." She shook her head, disputing that. "I saw something different. Just give him a chance, Evie." "And let him break my heart? No, thank you." "I think he'll surprise you," she said. "I have a good feeling about this." Quinn was an optimist with a romantic heart. She believed in love at first sight, soulmates, and happily ever after. But I lived in the real world, where those things only happened in movies and fairy tales. I kept my opinions to myself, though. There was no need to crush her hopes by telling her that Ridge was just like every other guy I'd ever met. Except for those letters and the night at the police station. That was a different side of Ridge. But was that the real Ridge? I didn't have time to dwell on it because just then the doorbell rang.
Chapter 11. Ridge. Walker and I grabbed the liquor and cases of beer from the bed of my pickup truck and carried them up the stone walkway to a massive carved oak door. The heavy black iron knocker looked like it was just for show. I pressed the buzzer under the alarm system. "Are they expecting us this early?" Walker asked as we stood outside, waiting for someone to answer. "If the girls are out, I'm sure the butler will let us in." I grinned at the security camera. "We don't have a butler," Quinn said with a laugh when she swung the door open. Behind her, I heard my pen pal's low and sultry voice laced with accusation. "What are you doing here so early?" "Good to see you too." Although I couldn't see her, a massive piece of furniture blocked my view. "It's 90 degrees and Quinn has a pool. Holy shit." Evie stepped out from behind the sideboard in a black bikini, and I was stunned speechless. My gaze roamed down over bronzed skin and a flat-toned stomach. Long, long legs that I'd imagined wrapped around me while I drove into her. A bead of water trailed down her chest and settled in her full tits. I wanted to lick it off her skin, undo the strap holding up her bikini with my teeth, cup her round, ripe breasts in my hands, and swirl my tongue around her nipple. "If you're done staring at my boobs, you can put the beer in the kitchen," she said, sauntering away. And Jesus, the view from behind was almost as good as from the front. Evie had curves in all the right places, and I couldn't take my eyes off the sway of her hips and her tight, round ass as I followed her into the kitchen. Evie Bellamy made me feel like a 13-year-old who just discovered porn. I set the beer on the granite countertop and dragged my gaze away from her to take in my surroundings. The kitchen was the size of a football field and boasted expanses of marble and gleaming stainless steel. Black iron chandeliers that looked like medieval torture devices hung from the cathedral ceilings. Outside the French doors, cool blue water beckoned. I was hot, thirsty, hungry, and horny. But by the looks of things, only 3 out of my 4 basic needs would be met. After we stowed all the beer in the fridge, compliments of my teammates who I'd collected money from earlier, Walker and Quinn moved out to the patio, talking and laughing among themselves. I turned to Evie and opened my mouth to speak. "No," she said, preemptively shooting me down. "I haven't even asked the question. Whatever it is, the answer is no." I whipped out my phone. "So you don't like pepperoni on your pizza?" Ainsley Thorpe's boobs were as fake as her tan, an 18th birthday present. The boobs, not the tan. Now she was shoving them in my face. Usually, I wouldn't mind the view. Or that she'd straddled me on a lounger and was grinding her hips against my erection. The only problem? My dick wasn't hard for Ainsley, and my attention wasn't focused on her. Instead, I was staring across the pool at Evie, dancing with Troy Wilkinson. I'd say this was an all-time low, getting hard for Evie when I was with another girl, but that would be a lie. This was the second time I'd done it while Ainsley's back was turned. But I also knew that Evie, the wicked temptress, was doing this on purpose. This show was for me. Luckily, she'd chosen Troy as her dance partner, so I got all the benefits with 0 downsides. "We should take this somewhere private," Ainsley murmured, her lips moving down my neck as her hand slid inside the waistband of my shorts. Before she could wrap her hand around my dick, I pushed it away and lifted her off me, unceremoniously depositing her on the lounger next to mine. I stood, moved closer to the pool's edge, and debated diving in and swimming across it, the speediest route to Evie. The fuck was I doing? I lowered my head and grabbed the back of my neck. "Get it together, Ridge. Not cool." "What are you doing?" Ainsley asked, echoing my thoughts. She put her hands on her hips and glared at me. Ainsley was pretty enough, but it was the equivalent of being offered a hot fudge sundae with whipped cream and a cherry on top, only to be served a single scoop of vanilla. Ainsley was like vanilla ice cream. Soft serve and low cal. "Sorry, not feeling it." I wasn't sorry. I hadn't hooked up with Ainsley in months, not since she told everyone we were in a relationship. Bullshit. I'd never made her any promises. In fact, I'd specifically told her that I didn't do relationships. "You're not feeling it?" "Nope." She looked across the pool and laughed harshly. "Oh my God, are you seriously turning me down for that skank?" That caught my attention. My gaze snapped to her face. "What did you just say?" I didn't really need her to repeat it. She'd been loud enough to turn a few heads, but I wasn't sure I'd heard correctly. Ainsley laughed and flung her hair over her shoulder, rolling her eyes. "Oh, please. Like you don't know she's a skank. The whole school knows what a white trash bimbo she is." I glared at her, but she obviously didn't take the hint because she kept talking, her voice rising so that everyone in our near vicinity could hear it. "We used to take dance classes together. My mom gave her free lessons, and how did she repay her? She stole $200 from my mom's wallet." I used to love dancing, but I haven't done it in years. Evie had written that in one of her letters. "That's not all. She sleeps with guys for money. Evie Bellamy is a whore just like her mother." She punctuated her statement with high-pitched laughter like it was so hysterically funny she couldn't help but be amused. My jaw clenched and my hands balled into fists. "Listen to me and listen good," I told Ainsley. "I want nothing to do with you. Take your shit and get the hell out of here." Her jaw dropped. "You can't be serious." I crossed my arms over my chest and widened my stance. "Do I look like I'm laughing?" Didn't you just hear what I said? I'm not lying. It's all true. Ask anyone. She cast around for someone to back up her claims. I don't give a shit. And I didn't. I didn't care if Evie had slept with the entire football team. I didn't care if she'd robbed every bank in the county and a chain of convenience stores. I'd drive the fucking getaway car. Why would you defend a girl like her? The way she'd said a girl like her had me gritting my teeth and taking deep breaths through my nose so I wouldn't lose my shit. Because she's worth it, and you are not. Any girl who talked shit about another girl wasn't worth my time. With a sharp gasp, she looked around, suddenly conscious that people were listening and I wasn't painting her in a good light. I didn't miss the smirk on her so-called best friend's face either. You've just made a big mistake by talking to me that way. An idle threat that didn't even warrant a reaction, let alone a response, as if Ainsley had any power over me. If you're not gone in the next 2 minutes, I'll throw you over my shoulder and dump your ass on the front lawn. She knew I'd do it too, so she salvaged her last shred of dignity by walking away before creating a bigger scene that would only embarrass her. This party is lame, she said. 2 of her friends followed her out. The rest stayed. My eyes met Evie's across the pool. She averted her gaze and said something to Troy before leaving him poolside and walking away. Before I could reach her, Jackson cut me off at the pass and thumped my back. Dude, we're doing shots.
Chapter 12. Evie.
What's the deal with you and Ridge?
Troy asked. No deal. I filled the blender with ice, margarita mix, and tequila, then whizzed it up, hoping the noise from the blender would deter further conversation. Troy and I were sort of friends now. He was a good guy, but he was Ridge's friend, so I didn't want to talk to him about Ridge. Walker and Quinn were still dancing on the patio where I'd left them earlier, but I didn't see Ridge or Ainsley.
No deal, huh? So that's why you got so jealous when Ainsley was rubbing her tits in his face?
I wasn't jealous. I hated Ainsley. Big difference. I paused the blender and lowered my voice. Who do you think was more jealous, me or you? With a sigh, he pushed his hand through his wheat blonde hair.
How did you know?
I gave him a wry smile. Because you've always been such a gentleman around me.
That's just sad, Evie. Every guy should act like a gentleman with you.
I held my hand over my heart. I think I've finally found my perfect man. Where have you been all my life? He grinned.
Waiting for you at the sunset, obviously.
We laughed. I'd gotten to the Sunset Grill an hour late with no hope that my secret pen pal would still be waiting. Turns out he wasn't, but Troy was. He was working there this summer. A happy coincidence. All along, I thought Troy was my secret pen pal. Can I ask you something?
Sure.
Why do you keep it a secret? When Troy hesitated, I hastened to add, Never mind, you don't have to answer that. It's none of my business.
No, it's cool. I guess
He heaved out a sigh.
My parents are ultra-conservative. If they found out I was gay, they'd kick me out of the house and never speak to me again.
Maybe they would understand.
You've never met my parents.
I'm sorry. That must be hard.
Living a lie? Yeah, it sucks.
I wanted to tell him that he was 18 now and could do whatever he wanted. But family ties were the kind that binds, and it wasn't so simple to just walk away. Well, if you ever need a fake girlfriend, I'm your girl. He grinned.
Tempting, but Ridge is a good friend, and I'd rather not give him a reason to mess with my pretty face.
I couldn't deny that his face was pretty, but Ridge shouldn't even factor into this conversation. Ridge and I mean nothing to each other. Troy gave me a skeptical look. I opened my mouth to say more, but before I got the words out, someone grabbed my ass. I spun around and smacked the bare chest in front of me. Ugh, I should have known.
I'm gonna take off, Troy said.
You should stay, I said at the same time Ridge said,
Catch you later, man.
They bumped fists, and I watched my ally walk away before focusing on Ridge, who was laughing at a joke I wasn't privy to. I crossed my arms over my chest. What's so funny?
You thought it was Troy, didn't you?
I was hoping it was Troy. Ridge nodded.
Makes sense. You thought he was safe.
What do you mean by safe? I was playing dumb, but Ridge didn't bother answering.
I have an idea.
Ridge poured 2 blender drinks and handed one to me, tapping his red Solo cup against mine before he drank. After the first taste, he pulled a face as if he'd sucked on a lemon.
What the hell did you put in these?
Arsenic. Bottoms up. I lifted my cup and took a sip. Whoa, a bit heavy on the Jose Cuervo. He laughed and took another swig.
Let's start over.
Good call. I dumped my drink back into the blender, added more margarita mix, and whizzed it up.
I wasn't talking about the drinks. I was talking about us,
Ridge said, watching me pour a fresh drink. There is no us. I took a tentative sip. Much better.
You're wrong. There's you.
He gestured to me as if I needed the visual.
And there's obviously me. That makes us.
He swirled his hand in the air as if that symbolized us in this equation. I couldn't help it. I burst out laughing. You're ridiculous. You know that?
Part of my charm,
the charmer said, flashing me a winning smile as he settled his hip against the counter.
Let's hang out. Get to know each other.
I eyed him suspiciously. What's your game? He held up his hands like he was innocent.
No game? There's no reason we can't be friends.
Yeah, right. Friends. Let me guess. Your friends bet on how fast you could get me into bed. How much do you stand to win?
We're not in high school anymore,
he scoffed.
Besides, if I stood to win anything, which I don't, I'd split the money with you. It's only right. After all, you'd earn your half.
He punctuated his words with a wink. You just can't help yourself, can you? He grinned, looking disarmingly boyish. But I didn't trust him as far as I could throw him, which wasn't far. Ridge was 6 feet 4 inches of solid muscle and overinflated ego.
What if I said I just wanted to hang out with you?
His brown eyes looked sincere, but I still wasn't buying it. This was all part of his act. All the warning bells were going off in my head. Danger ahead. Don't let down your guard. I'd say I'm not interested. I studied my black cherry-painted nails like I found them wildly fascinating.
Scared you'll catch feelings for me?
The only thing I'd catch from you is an STD. He puffed out his chest and ran his hand over his abs. God, Ridge loved himself.
My body is my temple. I'm clean as the virgin snow. Besides, I'm not offering sex.
What are you offering?
Myself.
He held out his arms like he was offering himself up as a prize. My gaze lowered to his crotch. I could see the imprint of his dick straining against his black board shorts. Guess Ansley hadn't finished the job. Nope. Still not interested.
There's more to me than just my dick.
Just stay away from me. I tried to push him away, but he had me caged in, his arms braced on either side of the counter.
I've tried, but I can't.
What a crock of shit. Did girls fall for those stupid lines? Sadly, they did. Why would you say something like that? He pushed off from the counter and ran his hand through his hair.
Because it's true.
Bullshit.
You're just about the only person I've ever been completely honest with.
He looked me right in the eye, and I saw that he was telling the truth.
Your friendship.
He held out both hands in a gesture of peace.
That's all I'm asking for.
I didn't believe him. Ridge was lying. It was just a clever ploy to get into my pants, and then he'd toss me aside when he was done with me. But I tapped my index finger against my chin like I was considering his offer. Okay, fine. We'll be friends. He smiled like he'd won the battle. Not so fast, Dally boy. You can win the battle but lose the war. Since we're friends now, we can fight on each other, right? His eyes narrowed in suspicion. That's right, friendship requires trust, and we're both too smart and too guarded to completely trust each other. Sure. I smiled. Good. So, what were you and Ansley talking about? He rubbed his hand over his jaw, contemplating how much he was willing to tell me. I got the distinct feeling they'd been arguing about me. I could only imagine what lies she'd fed him. Ansley was such a snake. She'd never had the guts to say anything to my face. Instead, she slut-shamed me and spread rumors behind my back. I scanned the party in search of the backstabbing blonde. Where's Malibu Barbie? I asked, my eyes coming to rest on his face. He snorted at the nickname and switched out his frozen cocktail for a beer. Flipping the cap, he took a long pull before responding. She's gone. Something you said? I joked. Dance with me and I'll answer your question. Just then, Quinn came into the kitchen looking slightly dazed and flustered. I left Ridge and moved to her side. What's wrong? She shook her head and bit her bottom lip. Jesse was just here. Why would a 27-year-old guy turn up at a high school party? Oh, right. To mess with my best friend's head, of course. I hope you kicked him to the curb. She smiled a little. I did, but Hey, Quinn. Are you okay? Walker asked from behind me. Yeah. Hey, sorry about that. I left her with Walker and chased after Jesse, intent on giving him a piece of my mind. I was fed up with entitled assholes, guys who thought they could get anything they wanted with a wink and a smile. Why did guys think it was okay to mess with girls' heads just for their own amusement? I caught Jesse before he walked out the front door and grabbed his arm to stop him. He turned to face me with his brows raised, as if to say, "How dare you?" So arrogant, so cocky, just like Ridge. They might not have grown up together, but the family resemblance was strong. I poked my finger at his chest and narrowed my eyes at him. If you ever hurt my friend again, I'll cut off your dick, spit roast it, and force feed it to you until you're gagging on it. His eyes widened a fraction, slightly taken aback by my words. And then he smiled. The asshole was smiling. You think that's funny? Jesse shook his head. No, not at all. I think you're a good friend. And nobody deserves a good friend more than Quinn. At least we agreed on something. Chapter 13. Evie. When I walked through the front door after work the next day, my mother was passed out on the ratty floral sofa, and Wren was parked in front of the TV. As soon as Wren saw me, she jumped to her feet and ran to me. Are you hungry, little monster? I asked as I put away the groceries I'd bought on the way home. Monster hungry. Chomp, chomp. She grabbed my hand and pretended to take a bite and chew. I loved my little monster. She was only 2.5 years old, but she was so smart. I just need to take a shower first. She trailed me to the bathroom and sat on the floor playing with her toys while I showered, then followed me into the kitchen and danced to the music playing from my phone while I mopped up the spilled apple juice on the kitchen floor. After I washed the sink full of dirty dishes, I cooked dinner. Kraft mac and cheese with frozen peas. Not exactly gourmet, but Wren loved it, especially smothered in ketchup. We just finished eating when my mom wandered into the kitchen with a cigarette clamped between her fingers, dressed for work in a leopard print dress that barely covered her ass, winged eyeliner, and enough hairspray to kill the ozone layer. Wren, baby, go watch some TV now. I need to talk to your sister. You miss her, Mommy? Yeah, I missed her. My mom sheared her with her hand. Go on now. Wren did as she was told. Mom leaned her bony hip against the counter, took a drag, and blew the smoke toward the ripped screen door before she spoke.
Listen, baby. Wade thinks you stole money from him.
I gritted my teeth. Here we go again. Well, I didn't. She shrugged one thin shoulder like it was out of her control.
He thinks you did.
I threw our dishes and forks in the sink and turned to face her. Why don't you just tell him the truth? That you stole the money from him? She rolled her eyes as if I was being overly dramatic.
Just deal with him. He's coming by later to collect. I'm going to work.
Mom, I gritted out. What am I supposed to tell him when he asks for the money? She waved her hand in the air like she was swatting away a pesky fly. I heard the door close behind her a few seconds later and dropped my head in my hands, letting out a frustrated scream. Why did she always pull this shit and expect me to take the fall? I looked up at the ceiling. Why, God, why? But God never answered my prayers. If he did, the same shit wouldn't keep happening over and over. Was it a test? That must be it. Whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? Mission accomplished. By now, I must be ironclad and bulletproof. Step aside, Tony Stark. Iron Woman is in the house. Small arms wrapped around my legs, and Ren's sweet little voice said, "Baby, Labu," as if she sensed I needed the support. I lifted her into my arms and breathed in the scent of baby shampoo and innocence. My sweet, sweet Ren, with her big brown eyes and rosy cheeks. She was so precious. My first true love. Before she was born, I only had one goal: graduate high school with a 4.0 average and go to a good college, preferably somewhere on the other side of the country. But now, I couldn't leave Ren behind. I didn't trust my mother to take care of her in my absence. So I was planning to live at home and attend community college for my nursing degree. Not my dream, but sometimes life forces you to make compromises. "I love you more," I told Ren, holding her tightly. It was funny how the person you loved most was the only reason you were bound to a life you desperately wanted to get away from. Sometimes, love is like an anchor. Later that night, I was sitting on the cracked cinder block outside the back screen door, with my earbuds in and music blasting while I debated. Should I? No, absolutely not. I wasn't going to call him. Not like we were really friends. Besides, it was a Saturday night. He was probably getting drunk or having sex with some random girl. Not that I cared. My thumb hovered over the screen and I chewed on my lip. Last night, Ridge put his number in my phone.
Call me later.
Later, like next month?
Like in 20 minutes. A second thought, make it 11. I'll drive fast.
At that point, it was 1 a.m. Earlier, Quinn's brothers had crashed the party and shut it down, and Ridge stayed to clean up. He'd also tried to take all the blame, but Quinn wouldn't allow it. "Are you sure you're okay to drive?"
Thanks for caring. I like it when you worry about me.
"I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about all the other cars on the road." Which was true, mostly. So now I was just checking to make sure he got home okay. 22 hours later. Because that's what friends did, right? He answered on the second ring.
About time. I could have been roadkill for all you knew.
In the background, I heard loud music and voices. "It sounds like you're just fine. Now that I have proof of life, I've got to run. Catch you later."
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not so fast. Hang on.
I took a deep breath and cursed myself for calling.
What are you doing right now, Cherry?
Waiting for my mom's asshole boyfriend to come and mess with me. "Are you drunk?"
Nah. Maybe. More high than drunk.
"You shouldn't be smoking. San Marcos probably does drug testing for the players."
Thanks for caring. But yeah, I'm gonna quit before training camp.
The music faded, and I heard a rustling sound like he was walking through tall grass.
Texas is weird. I'm lying in a field and it smells like horse shit,
he said with a laugh.
Back in Chicago, we used to party in abandoned houses.
Do you miss it?
Nah, I don't know. All I ever wanted was to get away from those streets. But it took some getting used to when I moved here. Not sure I belong in Chicago or Texas. I don't know where I belong.
Neither do I. Ridge and I were the outsiders. He was quiet for a beat, and then he asked,
Where would you go if you could go anywhere?
I don't know. Next door, the dogs were barking and rattling the chain link. "Shut up!" the neighbor yelled. I hated that neighbor. He wore dirty wife beaters and used beer cans for target practice. Somewhere quiet and remote. The mountains, I guess, where the air is cool and clean and the sky is big. Somewhere where it snows a lot. I prefer the cold to the heat.
You're a funny girl, Jerry. Odd, but in a good way.
What makes me so odd? Because I'm the only girl who doesn't throw herself at you? He laughed. What's so funny?
Nothing. You, I guess. Or me. I don't know. I'm off my game tonight.
You give yourself way too much credit. Your game's not all that good.
Sometimes I think that's all I've got. It's a load of bullshit, though.
What is? Your game? If so, I agree.
My game, high school, corporate America, polite society. You name it, it's all bullshit. We're all just playing our parts. We like to pretend we're rebels and don't conform on society's expectations. But that's a load of bullshit. We all have our assigned roles, and that's what we fall back on.
Yeah? And what's yours?
A player. In every sense of the word. It's how I get through life.
That didn't surprise me. And how about me? What's mine? My question was met with silence, and I wish I hadn't asked. It sounded like I cared what Ridge thought. Just forget it. I don't care.
That's your role, Jerry. Right there. You do care. You care a lot about everything.
I don't care what people say about me. It came out sounding more defensive than I'd intended.
That's not what I'm talking about. I know you don't care what people say about you, but you care about the people in your life, and you try to protect them from all the bad shit. But sometimes you can't. And that just kills you, doesn't it? So you give off this vibe like you don't give a fuck, when really you have a lot of fucks to give.
I had no idea where he'd come up with all that. Was he just talking out of his ass, or did he know things I'd never told him? Or maybe he was talking about himself. I'm not going to have sex with you, Ridge. He sighed, and I heard him flicking a lighter.
We're not talking about sex. This is real talk. And it scares you, doesn't it?
When I didn't answer, he said,
Yeah, pisses me off. All the bullshit.
We were quiet for a few moments, and all I could hear was the sound of the lighter flicking and his breathing. I don't know why I didn't hang up. I don't even know why I called him. Nothing he said made a lot of sense. But when I really thought about it, I guess it made perfect sense. And yeah, it scared me. And it pissed me off, too.
I lied about something in one of my letters, he said.
My body tensed. I held my breath and waited to hear what he'd lied about.
My mom didn't have cancer. That's just what I tell people. I found her dead on a filthy old mattress in a crack den. It was funny, too, because she'd been good for a while. Even claimed she'd found Jesus.
He laughed, but I knew he didn't think it was funny. It was sad, and it was shitty that he had to go through something like that. I should have said something, but I didn't. Words were empty and never changed anything. But still, I should have said, I'm sorry. Two simple words I thought in my head but couldn't get past my lips.
I don't know why I just told you that.
I heard the regret in his voice, like he'd told me too much and wished he could take it back. It was the second time he'd done it. Ridge had witnessed 2 deaths, a shooting and a drug overdose, before the age of 17. And I wish there was something I could say to make it better. And maybe you thought I'd understand, I said finally.
Yeah, I guess that's it.
He sighed, and I wasn't entirely sure how to feel about this version of Ridge. Do you miss her?
My mom?
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't, but yeah, sometimes I do. She tried her best to be better for me, and I know she loved me. She was messed up, but she was the only mom I had, you know? It was my job to protect her.
His voice drifted off, and I filled in the blanks. But I failed. He didn't, though. It was his mom's job to protect him, not the other way around. But kids like Ridge and me shouldered the responsibility that was supposed to be theirs. I brushed away my tears. Why was I crying for Ridge? Maybe it was because he sounded like a little boy, not like the player, the drunk, or the class clown who always had a smart-ass comment. He'd seen so much in his short life. It amazed me that he was still able to joke about anything.
It's a fucked up world, Cherry.
Despite the lump in my throat, my tone was playful. You're doing all right for yourself, Dallas. You've still got game. He laughed.
Yeah, I do.
He was quiet for a beat.
There's something I wanted to ask you.
There were a million things he could ask me, and they all made me nervous.
Why did you quit dancing?
Not the question I'd expected. I shouldn't have told him so much in those letters.
If it's something that made you happy, if you loved it, why did you quit?
He pressed. Why would he even care? I outgrew it, and the classes were boring. Same old every week. Lies. I loved those classes. They used to be the best part of my week. But Ansley ruined it for me. Who was her mom going to believe? Her perfect daughter or the white trash charity case? I didn't even know she was giving me the lessons for free, but I should have figured it out sooner. Ridge was quiet. So quiet that I checked my screen to make sure he was still there.
Do you ever tell the truth about anything, Evie?
I was a liar. Ridge wasn't, and he just called me out on it. For all his crap, I don't think I'd ever met anyone as honest as Ridge. Even when he got caught cheating in English class, he didn't try to deny it. If you think you know so much, tell me why I quit dancing.
Nah, that's not how it works.
Why didn't you mention in your letters that you're a football player?
You think that's all I am?
I don't really know you, Ridge. Although I did know him. I probably knew him better than he knew me.
Exactly my point. And yet you judge me.
His voice cut out, and I heard,
"The fuck, man? I came to get your sorry ass back to the party. What the fuck are you doing out here anyway?"
"Get the fuck away from me," Ridge said with a laugh. "I'm trying to have a conversation here, and you're dry humping me." I didn't hear what else he said, because I cut the call when Wade's booted feet stopped in front of me. Chapter 14. Evie.
Where's my money?
No idea. Ask my mom. Pocketing my phone, I got to my feet and stood on the cinder block so I'd have the height advantage.
"Don't play fucking games with me,"
he gritted out. "How much do you think I owe you?"
"I'm getting real fucking sick and tired of the way you just help yourself to my money. I want my $800.
$800? I didn't have $800. I'd been saving for 2 years, but there were always bills to pay, so I'd only saved $643. I can get you $600 now and the rest later. I pivoted and walked into the kitchen. Behind me, the screen door slammed shut, and Wade's footsteps thudded on the linoleum.
"That ain't how it works."
He grabbed me by the hair, snapping my head back and arching my neck.
"You'll get me that money now, or you'll be paying for it on your back, just like your mama."
He shoved me hard and I stumbled, my hands grasping air before my knees hit the floor. I got to my feet and turned to face him, my hands balling into fists. "That will never happen," I said through clenched teeth.
"Guess we'll see about that. You have 20 minutes.
I edged away from him toward the hallway. I need more time. I hated the way my voice shook. You love your sister? He advanced on me. You want to stay in this house with her? You'd better get the money right fucking now, or I'm kicking your ass out on the street, and I'll make sure you don't get any visitation rights. The asshole used my little sister, his own daughter, as a bargaining chip. He didn't even live in this house, and I hadn't stolen the money. But since when did that matter? I grabbed my keys and bank card and hopped in my car. On the way to the ATM, I called Quinn. I hated borrowing money, but Wade hadn't given me much choice. Are you sure you don't need more? Quinn asked when she handed me the cash. I'm sure. I'm sorry about this. Hey, what are friends for? I'd empty out my entire bank account for you. I knew she meant it, too. Quinn was that good of a friend. She would give me the money, no questions asked. Just like she jumped into her car and came to my rescue tonight. She didn't even know why I needed the money, which was for the best. The less she knew, the better. Thank you. Sorry, I have to run. Before I pulled away, I checked my rearview mirror to ensure she was safely in her car before hitting the gas and racing home. I climbed out of my car just as a tricked-out caddy pulled up in front of my house. The window rolled down, and a man in the driver's seat crooked his finger as if he expected me to jump to do his bidding.
Come over here, sweetheart, where I can see better.
Ignoring a summons, I kept walking. A car door slammed shut, and gravel crunched behind me. Someone grabbed my arm, dragged me over to the car, and shoved me toward the open window. The man in the driver's seat had a shaved head and a goatee and looked me over like he was trying to figure out how much he'd get for me on the black market.
You Wade's girl?
He asked, taking a drag of his cigarette. No, I spat. I winced when the man behind me twisted my arm behind my back.
Where's he been hiding you? Leave her alone,
Wade said as he came to stand next to me.
She ain't got nothing to do with this.
The man released me, and Wade pulled me away from the car. He held out his palm, wiggling his fingers.
Give me the money.
Gritting my teeth, I shoved the money in his outstretched hand. It nearly killed me to do it. I'd worked so hard to save it. My emergency fund. My getaway quick money. And now I owed Quinn, too. Wade counted out the money. Satisfied, he pocketed it.
I told you 20 minutes. You were 10 minutes late.
As if it was my fault that he was doing business with those assholes. He gave me a shove.
Now get in the house.
Not needing to be told twice, I hurried up the driveway, hazarding a quick glance over my shoulder as Wade handed over the money to the guy behind the wheel. How much money did Wade owe him? And for what? When I got inside, I locked the door and cracked the blinds. The caddy pulled away a few seconds later, and I sighed with relief when Wade climbed into his truck and left. E.B. Rin ran toward me, holding her favorite stuffed animal, a unicorn with a long purple mane, and a pair of scissors. I snatched them out of her hand, tucked them in my back pocket, and held her at arm's length, inspecting her for damage. Purple marker covered her skin, but I didn't see any cuts or bruises. Where did you get those scissors? Your room? Don't touch my stuff, Rin. You're too young for scissors. Her bottom lip trembled at my sharp tone, and she burst into tears. I lifted her into my arms and carried her to the bathroom. I don't want you to get hurt, little monster, I told her as I scrubbed her skin with a wet, soapy washcloth. She tried to bat me away with her hands so I couldn't get it all. Good enough. It was late and I was too tired to fight her. I rinsed the purple down the drain. Then I lifted Rin out of the sink and carried her into the bedroom that used to be mine. Last year I moved all my mom's crap out of the third bedroom that she used as a storage closet and claimed it as my own. It was smaller than my old bedroom, but I had privacy. After I tucked Rin in and kissed her goodnight, I walked into my bedroom, flicked on the dresser lamp, and froze. Purple marker decorated the white walls, my pale gray comforter, and the dresser I'd rescued from the side of the road and painted antique white. A pint-sized tornado had whipped through my room, wreaking havoc on my possessions. I collected the photos ripped to shreds by the hands of a toddler and tossed them in the wastepaper basket. Turning, my eyes landed on the limited edition signed copy of The Outsiders Quinn gave me for my 18th birthday. My most valuable possession. Face down with ripped-out pages strewn across the carpet. Dread gnawed at my gut as I slid down against my closet door and pulled the book into my lap, flipping through the pages. Purple marker bled through the pages. Slamming it shut, I tossed it in the closet where I wouldn't have to see it, and threw the purple marker in the wastepaper basket where my shredded memories lived. I crawled into bed where I tossed and turned until the sun rose. Nothing gold can stay. But God, just once in my life, I wish the world would prove me wrong.
Chapter 15. Ridge.
Uncle Ridge!
Noah shouted. Jesus, what time is it? I cracked one eye open and fumbled for my phone on the bedside table. 8 o'clock. A soft sigh next to me had me turning my head. Long brown hair fanned across the pillow, but I couldn't see her face. The fuck? What did I do last night? I was still wearing athletic shorts. That was a good sign. I left the girl in my bed and jogged down the stairs as Noah barreled into the house. Walker was passed out on the sofa, and Jackson was face down on the braided rug with a redhead sprawled next to him. I moved in front of Noah, blocking his view of the mess. Empty cans and bottles spilled out of a ripped garbage bag, someone's half-assed attempt to clean up, and covered every inch of counter space. Noah put his hands on his knees and panted. "You okay, buddy?" Noah nodded.
I ran real fast.
He sucked in a deep breath.
Dad's on his way over. I think you're gonna get in big trouble.
His eyes were as wide as saucers. "Noah," Brody called as he climbed onto the back porch. "I thought I told you to wait for me at the house."
I had to let Ridge know you were on your way. It's our bro code.
I bumped my fist against his. He tried to wink in solidarity, but he hadn't mastered the skill. Both eyes were squinched tight. I stifled my laughter. My 7-year-old nephew was a cool little dude, so I didn't want to wound his pride by laughing at him. "Bro code," Brody scoffed. "Run back to the house. Shyla will make you some breakfast."
Okay, see you later, Ridge.
He tried to get a peek into the living room, but Brody grabbed his shoulders, turned him around, and gave him a little nudge. After Noah left, Brody faced me with his jaw clenched. He pinched the bridge of his nose and took a deep breath. Let it out. He was probably counting to 10. "Get this shit cleaned up and meet me at the house. I've got a job for you." When he strode away, I groaned and scrubbed my hands over my face. Whenever Brody wanted to punish me, he got me shoveling shit, literally. But living in the guest house on Brody's ranch was a good setup, and I didn't want to lose the privilege. "Wake up, you lazy fuckers," I yelled. "We need to clean up, and then you need to get the hell out of here." They were too slow to respond, so I shoved Walker off the sofa. He hit the floor with a thwack and sat up, rubbing the back of his head. "The fuck, man? First, Wilkinson kicks me out of bed, and now this?" I moved to the bottom of the stairs so my voice would carry. "Wilkinson, get your ass down here!" 10 minutes later, we had the place cleaned up and looking as good as new. "Teamwork makes the dream work," I said, twisting the tie on the garbage bag. Walker and I laughed. Troy used to say it before every practice, and I'd mocked him for it. Yeah, laugh all you want. It got the job done," Troy said. "Hold up," Jackson said to the redhead as she hurried out the door with him chasing after her. The girl was Hannah, one of Ainsley's minions, and I sure as hell hadn't invited her. "Oh shit, you're fucked," Walker said under his breath. Troy echoed the sentiment as we all turned to face the staircase. Callie Becker walked down the stairs in a short floral dress and a flushed face. Callie Becker, as in the football coach's daughter, the same Coach Becker who had been instrumental in getting me a full ride to San Marcos State. I slept with the coach's daughter? How could I not remember that? I really was fucked. Jesus, she was only 16. What the hell was I thinking? Clearly I hadn't been. I tried to jog my memory. Callie Becker, how the hell had she ended up in my bed? Good job, Ridge. Fucking perfect. See you around. Callie waved over her shoulder and scurried out the door like she couldn't get away fast enough. How had she even known where I lived? Not like I'd invited her to the party. Fucking social media. I couldn't let her leave like this. Spurring into action, I chased her and caught her before she got into her car. Hey, hang on. Everything cool? She smiled but couldn't meet my eyes. Without makeup, she looked like she was about 12. Cute, with long brown curly hair and a spray of freckles on her nose. 16. Freckles. Sure, why wouldn't it be? I don't know, just checking. Wincing, I pushed my hand through my hair. This was awkward as fuck. Listen, I don't quite remember what happened last night. Care to fill in the blanks? She blushed a deeper shade of red and hung her head, mumbling the words. That's because nothing happened. Thank fuck for that. She covered her face with her hands. Oh, God, this is so humiliating. What is? She lowered her hands and widened her eyes in surprise. You really don't remember? I rubbed my jaw, trying to recall last night. It came back to me in pieces. Then, all at once, oh shit. Nobody had ever accused me of being a gentleman, but I wanted to spare her feelings and save her from further embarrassment. How about we pretend last night never happened? With a sigh of relief, she nodded. Okay, I can do that. So, I guess I'll see you around. Or not, whatever. She shook her head and climbed into her car, fumbling with her keys before she finally jammed it into the ignition. I hoped to hell she told her dad she was staying with a girlfriend. I could really live without him turning up here to kick my ass, which he would, and I sure as hell couldn't tell him the truth. Your daughter got drunk at my party and begged me to take her virginity. Not sure that would fly. But I couldn't let her leave like this either. I signaled for her to roll down her window and crouched next to it. Hey, Callie, do me a favor? Yeah, sure. What kind of favor? My eyes flitted over her face. Callie was a good girl, sweet and innocent. She'd probably never touched a drop of liquor before last night. There was a good reason her dad told us she was off limits. He loved her and wanted to protect her from guys like me. Don't just give it away to the first asshole that comes along, okay? She averted her face and nodded. You said that last night, but yeah, you're right. Good. I rapped my knuckles on the hood of her car, then backed away and waited for her to leave. Ridge? Yeah. You're not an asshole. I mean, you could have just done it, but you were trying to protect me from making a mistake. Her eyes widened, and she rushed in, speaking so fast she tripped over her words. Not that I thought you were a mistake, or would have been, just that... Oh my God, just shut up, Callie, she muttered. Callie, it's cool. We're cool. She nodded and gave me a little smile before she drove away. When she was gone, I took a deep breath and let it out. Crisis averted. Thank fuck for that. This could have turned into a serious problem with lasting repercussions. I shuddered. I didn't even want to think about it. Now, I had to face my brother. Chapter 16. Ridge. I got dressed in a t-shirt, jeans, and the work boots Brody bought me for these special jobs and jogged across the field to the main house. The horses hung their heads over the fence and flicked their tails as if they knew I'd be cleaning up their shit soon, and they were mocking me for it. I found Shiloh and Noah eating breakfast at the island, but no sign of Brody.
Hey, Ridge, Shiloh said with a big smile. Your plate's in the oven.
Thanks. I poured myself a glass of orange juice, grabbed the warm plate from the oven, and sat across from Shiloh and Noah. When are you going to get rid of Brody and realize that I'm the only man for you? I teased. I ate a strip of bacon in 2 bites, my hand already reaching for the next one. She laughed.
Sorry, Ridge. I've got a thing for cowboys.
On cue, Brody strode into the kitchen with a scowl. You meant to say cowboy, not cowboys. I'm the only cowboy for you.
My one and only.
Shiloh carried her plate and Noah's to the sink and stacked them in the dishwasher. Brody wrapped his arms around her, and she whispered something in his ear, then gave me a little smile before she walked out of the kitchen, taking Noah with her.
Good luck!
Noah gave me a thumbs up on his way out. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. I eyed Brody while I finished my breakfast. He leaned against the counter across from me and crossed his arms and booted feet, giving me a stern look. What made you think it was okay to throw a party on my property? As if he hadn't partied his ass off when he was my age. I'd heard the stories from Jude and Lila. It wasn't exactly a rager, it was just a few friends. No big deal. No big deal, huh? I train and rehabilitate horses, Ridge. I know what you do. Yeah, well, you obviously don't get it, though, do you? Those horses have been abused. They've suffered a lot of trauma, so it takes a shitload of work to get them to trust people. Something you should understand. I didn't appreciate being compared to a fucking horse. I don't know what you're getting at. We were nowhere near the horses. Is that right? Then explain why I found empty beer cans and this shit next to the fence. He tossed a baggie of weed on the counter, probably mine. But still, I couldn't see the problem. Smoking some weed and drinking a few beers was nothing compared to what I used to do in Chicago. I was practically a choir boy now. You want some weed? I asked Brody. All you had to do was say so. It's all yours, my treat. He glared at me, not amused, and waited for an explanation. He was stubborn enough that we'd be here all day staring at each other in silence until I broke. I pushed my empty plate away and held up both hands. I don't know how that happened, but I'll kick whoever's ass is responsible. He smacked his palm on the counter in front of me. Cut the shit, Ridge. Your ass is the only one that needs to be kicked. Brody stabbed his finger at me. You have a shot at something good here, something really fucking good, and I'll do everything in my power to make sure you don't fuck it up, but you have to want it too. I gritted my teeth. I do. He shook his head like he didn't believe me. I've been where you are, Ridge, and take it from me, escaping into booze and weed and hooking up with girls you just toss aside when you're done with them, it's no way to live. Appreciate the advice, but I'm doing just fine, and you're blowing this out of proportion. It's just a little weed and a few beers. And as for the girls, you want me to settle down at 18? I don't want you to make the same mistakes I did. You've got talent, Ridge, and I'm not about to sit back and watch you throw everything away for a few cheap thrills. I shoved back my stool and got to my feet. You know what I love about you? The way you have zero faith in me. The way you always assume I'm going to fuck up. You're just waiting for it to happen so you can say I told you so, aren't you? You know damn well that's not true, but I know how easy. I held up my hand to cut him off. Save it, bro. Message received, loud and clear. I strode to the door, not wanting to hear any more of his lecture or his disappointment in me. Where do you think you're going? He called as the screen door slammed shut behind me. To shovel horse shit. Get back here and clean up after yourself. I ignored him and kept right on walking. I didn't blame Brody for assuming I'd fuck up. A D1 school like San Marcos wouldn't give two shits about my potential or raw talent or my high school achievements on the field. If I caused any trouble, they'd kick my ass off the team and I'd lose my scholarship. Unfortunately, trouble was my middle name. Contrary to popular opinion, I did not go out of my way to look for it, but it sure as hell always managed to find me. Fucking Texas heat. I wiped my face on my t-shirt, tossed it aside with my work gloves, and guzzled the energy drink Noah had dropped off earlier. He knew how to treat a guy right. Being hungover and sweating my balls off while I was up to my elbows in horse shit was not a fun way to spend a Sunday, but that was the price I had to pay for, well, being me, I guess. Leaning against the fence, I checked my messages. Not sure why I thought there would be one from Evie. What had I expected? An apology? An explanation? Last night after she'd hung up on me, I called back 3 times. No answer. And that was after I'd confided in her about something I didn't share with anyone. Yet a fucking again. When would I ever learn? I read a text from Walker asking if I wanted to go to the swimming hole later. The next text from him sealed the deal. Quinn and Evie will be there. Evie and I had unfinished business. Hey, Ridge. I pocketed my phone and looked over at Brody. Yeah. I believe in you. I almost laughed at the pained expression on his face. Did Shiloh tell you to say that? He shrugged one shoulder and squinted at the rolling green hills past the paddock. I'd take his lack of response as a yes. I just want good things for you. I knew that, and I knew he only pushed me to be better because he cared. So I nodded to let him know I'd heard him. You planning on making an appearance at the family dinner? He asked. It was a Sunday tradition that all the McAllisters gathered for dinner at my Aunt Kate and Uncle Patrick's house. 9 times out of 10, Patrick said something to piss me off. We still hadn't mended our rift after he accused me of stealing from him last summer when I worked for his construction company. The money had gone missing, and he'd immediately pointed the finger at me. Guilty until proven innocent. Nah, I've got plans. You'll have to make an appearance sometime. I'll clear my schedule for Thanksgiving. He sighed. If this is about Patrick, he's Team Ridge this summer. Jesse's on his shit list now. I bet Patrick had smoke coming out of his ears when Jesse announced his retirement from motocross a few weeks ago. Let me guess, I didn't raise quitters. I mimicked Patrick's gruff voice. Brody chuckled. Pretty much. So, find a way to fit it into your busy schedule. And no more parties on my property. You hear me? Yeah, I hear you. If you fuck up again, I'm moving you back into the house. Jesus, I said I heard you. How many times do you have to say it? Yeah, well, I'm just checking to make sure your hearing works, because the last time we had this conversation you said you heard me, but that doesn't mean you listened now, does it? Don't you have better things to do? He grunted in response and strode away. Shiloh was waiting for him next to the barn. He slung an arm around her shoulders and ushered her away. She gave me a little wave and a smile over her shoulder as they disappeared around the corner. They're probably going to kiss, Noah said. He ripped a tall weed up by the roots before he climbed through the space in the fence and leaned against it. After brushing the dirt off the weed, he pinched it between his index finger and thumb and pretended to smoke it. His brow furrowed in concentration. Am I doing it right? Doing what right? Smoking weed. His eyes lit up, and he snapped his fingers as if he'd just had a great idea. Hey, Ridge, have you got a lighter? Oh, shit. I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from laughing. You're doing it right. You don't need to light it. Just chew on it. It doesn't taste too good. After a few seconds of chewing on the weed, he tossed it aside with a look of disgust. Yuck. I'd rather have a popsicle. Yeah, you should probably stick to popsicles. He nodded, then tilted his head and studied my face. Do you have a girlfriend yet? 'Cause I think you should get one. Oh yeah? Why's that? My nephew always had the best answers, and once again he delivered. He gave me a sly smile. So you can kiss her whenever you want.
Chapter 17. Evie. Quinn and I streaked past the picnic tables and darted through the trees. We were quick on our feet, but when you're being chased by two athletes, your chances of escape diminished. Evie! Quinn yelled. Watch out! No idea how he did it, but Ridge was now in front instead of chasing me. I faked a right, then darted left. Unfortunately, Ridge didn't fall for my juke. He caught me around the middle, threw me over his shoulder, and jogged toward the water while I pummeled his back with my fists. Put me down before I hurt you. He laughed. A hearty har har har. Yeah, good joke. My fist bounced right off him. Teflon. Ping, ping, ping.
You're going down all right, Bellamy.
2 seconds later, I was flying. I hit the water with a splash right after Quinn did. When I surfaced, I pushed my hair off my face and spun around to face Quinn. We burst out laughing. Every time we looked at each other, we started laughing again. I don't even know why we were laughing, but I felt lighter, like some weight had been lifted off my shoulders. Uh-oh. Quinn's eyes widened. You know I love you, but you're on your own. I turned in time to see Ridge coming for me, a determined look on his face. Quinn swam for the shore while I struck out in the opposite direction. A hand wrapped around my ankle and dragged me under. I kicked off from his rock-hard chest and kept swimming. Surprisingly, he let me go without a fight. When I reached the rocks on the opposite side of the swimming hole, I heard his voice right behind me.
There's nowhere to run.
And it dawned on me that this was exactly what he'd wanted. I was trapped between a rock and a hard place, literally. Undeterred, I levered myself out of the water and climbed over the rocks, cursing under my breath when a sharp edge cut the sole of my foot. Ignoring the sting, I forced myself to keep going. When I reached the woods on the other side, I half sprinted down the dirt trail through the trees, then slowed to a hobble. I tried to hide the limp, but with each step, I winced.
Jesus Christ!
Ridge grabbed my arm.
Would you just fucking stop? You're bleeding.
I looked down at the ground. I'd left a trail of blood on the pine needle-strewn dirt. He guided me to a fallen log with his hand on my elbow.
Sit your ass down.
You'll have to work on that bedside manner.
I'm not the one who wants to be a nurse.
Another piece of information he'd gotten from my letters. Good thing with the way you manhandle people. I grumbled as my ass hit the log and the bark scraped against my skin.
If I were your man, you would love being handled by me.
I snorted. Keep telling yourself that. I thought you said you were more than just your dick. So far, you haven't given me any reason to believe it. He knelt in front of me and lifted my foot off the ground, resting it on his thigh. Not like he could do anything to fix it. But he held it in his big, calloused hands, and while he inspected the gash on my foot, I stared at him. His head was bent, brow furrowed in concentration as he gently brushed the pine needles and dirt off the sole of my foot. His thumb grazed the cut, and I flinched, yanking my foot away. "It's fine. There's nothing you can do anyway."
Is that what you need?
He asked as he got to his feet.
A reason to believe in me?
I blinked up at him. He looked like a Viking standing there, strong enough to take on the whole world and conquer it. Hands big enough to palm a football. Shoulders broad enough to carry the weight of the world. A last burst of sun lit up his face, and for a moment, with the way the light hit him, he looked like a bronze statue. Shimmering. Golden. I dragged my gaze away and thought about his question. Would he give me a reason to believe in him? Did I even want that? "I don't want or need anything from you." As if to prove my point, I got to my feet and began walking. Not away from him, just it was easier to be on the move. I gritted my teeth and trudged down the path, venturing farther into the woods. I didn't know where the trail led, but it was beautiful under this canopy of trees. Quiet, peaceful. Pine and musky earth scented the air, and it felt like it was 10 degrees cooler in the shade.
You're so damn stubborn. Where the hell are you going anyway?
Just taking a little nature hike. When we came into the clearing, we stopped to watch the sun sinking into the cypress trees. The sky streaked with pink and violet and tangerine. Nearby, a whippoorwill sang a plaintive tune.
Why didn't you meet me?
Ridge asked. The Sunset Grill, our meeting spot. My car broke down. I showed up an hour late and Troy Wilkinson was there. I laughed a little, and he joined me.
Next question.
He faced me.
Why did you hang up on me last night?
Is that what we're doing? Playing 20 questions? He shrugged and pushed his hand through his damp hair. A bead of water dripped from the ends of his hair and trailed down his bronzed shoulder to his clavicle.
Seems like a good place to start.
Start what?
I don't know, whatever this is. You and me.
Us?
Yeah, us.
Something had shifted, like the molecules had rearranged themselves and the air around us crackled. I wasn't sure how to navigate this new us. I didn't know what we were, what we meant to each other, if anything at all. I wanted to return to our safe world where our favorite pastime was slinging insults, but we couldn't do that anymore. You sounded busy. Far be it from me to interrupt your dry humping session.
I called you back. 3 times.
He sounded angry, and my usual quips died on my lips. I was busy.
Busy,
he repeated, and I heard the bitterness in his tone. He took a step forward. I took a step back. We did this tango until my back hit the trunk of a tree. Flattening his palm on the bark next to my head, he leaned in closer, his mouth only inches from mine. I pressed my back against the rough bark and dug my fingernails into it to keep myself from throwing my arms around his neck and crushing my lips against his. Just one taste, I thought. What could it hurt? His fingers trailed down my neck and traced my collarbone. Softly, gently, just a brush of his fingers. But it made my breath quicken and my heart thrash. With his eyes on mine, he traced my cheek, my jaw, my lips. Everything around us went so still and silent that I could hear every breath he inhaled and exhaled. He slid his hand around the back of my neck and tangled his hand in my hair, while his other hand settled on my hip.
Tell me something honest.
His thumb brushed over the skin just above the waistband of my bikini, and I rubbed my thighs together, feeling the ache building.
Something you've never told anyone.
And why would I do that?
Because you owe me.
Because you owe me. And just like that, the spell was broken. Why do you want that? So you can use it against me? I saw the hurt expression on his face before he shut it down and pushed off from the tree.
Forget it. You don't owe me a damn thing.
With those words, he turned and strode away, giving up the chase. Giving up on me. For some reason, I didn't want him to leave. I wanted to give him a tiny piece of myself just like he'd given me. Sucking in a deep breath, I spoke. All I've ever wanted was to get away from here and have a better life. He stopped walking, his back to me, waiting for me to continue. Go to college, get a good job, get my own place. I used to dream about it all the time. Quinn used to give me your mom's old magazines. You know, the ones with beautiful houses and interiors. I laughed a little. It all seemed so stupid and trivial now, but I forged on. I made a collage with all the magazine clippings I saved. My dream house and the interior that I envisioned for myself. I used to be able to see it all so clearly. And it gave me hope that someday my life would be different. But when my baby sister was born, that changed everything. Because now I have a big reason to stay. And my biggest fear... I stopped and took a deep breath, then let it out, my eyes dropping to the ground as I unpacked some of my baggage and laid it at his feet. My biggest fear is that I'll never get away. That I'll never be able to give my sister a better life. And that I'll always be stuck here. In this place that I hate so much. By place, I didn't mean the town we lived in. I meant my life. And I hate it that I feel so helpless and that it seems like an impossible dream that anything will change for the better. I clamped my bottom lip between my teeth. I'd said too much. Slowly, Ridge turned to face me. I had seen Ridge with plenty of girls, but I don't think he ever looked at any of them the way he was looking at me right now. With so much intensity, I fought the urge to squirm under his penetrating gaze. It felt like he'd stripped me bare and could see straight into my soul. I wanted to run and hide. But I didn't want to be a coward, so I stayed, my feet firmly planted on the ground. He focused on something in the distance, not on my face, and I had the feeling he was going to tell me something important. So I stayed silent and waited for him to speak.
The abandoned houses that I used to party in? My mom and I were squatting in one of them. We got evicted and had nowhere else to go. And the crack den I found her in, it was the house we were living in. And I just left her there, dead on a filthy mattress with the snow coming through the roof, his eyes lowered to the ground. And my biggest fear is that I'm going to fuck up all the good things in my life, because I always do. He lifted his head, and we stared at each other in silence, the weight of our confessions hanging heavy in the space between us. I didn't know what to do with that information. I wasn't surprised that Ridge's life had been so fucked up. Damaged people recognize each other. I think I must have seen it from the first time I ever laid eyes on him. Yet another reason to stay away from each other. Ridge and I were too much alike. You won't, I said long after he'd spoken the words. You won't fuck it all up. I couldn't guarantee that. Nobody could. But I wanted to believe it, the same way I wanted to believe him when he said, "You'll find a way to get out of here. Someday you'll get that dream house, Cherry."
It wasn't the house that mattered. It was the life. But I think Ridge knew that. I think he understood more than what I'd told him. And I had this strange feeling, almost like a premonition, that Ridge and I wouldn't quit, wouldn't give up on whatever this was between us until it had run its course. We could either save each other or destroy each other. When I returned home later that evening, I nearly tripped over the boxes stacked up in the living room. Wade was moving in.
Chapter 18. Ridge. I was breaking all my own rules. I don't do heavy, deep, and real. I don't pour my heart out and bare my soul. And I sure as hell never share my fears or expose my weaknesses. Self-preservation is the name of the game. Why give someone the power to ruin you when you're perfectly capable of doing it all on your own? It had been an entire week since I spilled my guts at the swimming hole, and I wanted them back. My guts, my balls, my sanity, because clearly I'd lost all three. That was the only explanation for why I was running along the abandoned railroad tracks at 10:30 at night. Did I mention that it was 4.5 miles from where I lived, or that I had a perfectly good truck, but instead of driving, I was running? I arrived at the junkyard dripping with sweat, severely dehydrated, and famished. Panting from the exertion, I rested my hands on my hips and stared at the chain-link fence. It loomed before me like Everest, another hurdle. I turned and scanned the houses on the hill across from me, trying to figure out which one she lived in. But short of going door to door like a Jehovah's Witness, I wouldn't find her that way. Summoning my last reserves, I vaulted the fence. Why was I doing this? Oh, right, because Evie had texted, "Come and find me, I dare you." It was a test, like everything with us, and once again, I'd risen to the challenge. After work, I'd driven to Bluebonnet Diner, but Evie had the night off. So I'd embarked on this scavenger hunt for a girl who I should be running away from instead of chasing if I'd been in my right mind. But now that I'd started this quest, I couldn't stop until I won. I followed the music to the old Chevy Impala and raised my phone light, shining it directly on her face. She shielded her eyes with her hands, but I kept my light trained on her. Evie was sitting cross-legged on the roof in a black Purple Rain t-shirt, cutoffs, and black high tops. Her lips were painted the same shade as her nails, cherry red, so dark it was almost black. "Put your hands in the air where I can see them," I commanded like a cop in a cheesy B-movie. Laughing, she slowly raised her hands in the air. I turned off my phone light and pocketed the device, then grabbed the door frame and climbed onto the roof. "About time," she said when I sat next to her on the broken-down hunk of metal. Not sure if it was a trick of my imagination, but she smelled like black cherries, ripe and juicy, and so tempting that it was a goddamn miracle I had yet to take the first taste. "You win," she said. "What's my prize?" I wanted her to say, "Me, I'm your prize." But of course, Evie would never offer herself up so readily. She held up one finger, then pulled her backpack into her lap and rummaged through it. The zipper was broken, and safety pins, skull patches, and zebra print duct tape held the backpack together. In the middle, a red patch shaped like a fist said "POW." Even if she could afford a new backpack, I had the feeling she'd still prefer this one. She handed me a bottle of water and plunked a Tupperware container into my lap. I guzzled half the bottle, and when I came up for air, I cracked open the container and looked inside. Cherries, apple wedges, and trail mix, all arranged in separate compartments. "This looks like a snack pack for a toddler." She shrugged. "If the shoe fits." I snorted and ripped a cherry from the stem with my teeth. The sweet, tart fruit exploded on my taste buds in a burst of flavor. Evie's nickname was perfect for her. She was just like the fruit. "Did you know that it could kill me if I crushed the pit with my teeth and swallowed it?" I don't know." She closed one eye and sized me up. "You might need to eat too, but yeah, cyanide is deadly." She flashed me a wicked grin, baring her straight white teeth. Evie had a small gap between her two front teeth, a tiny imperfection on an otherwise perfect face. It was sexy as hell. "So, you lured me here to kill me?" I spit a cherry pit into the dirt. "Since the arsenic didn't work, I thought I'd try a new tactic." "How about the apples? Are they poisoned too?" "What do you think?" "I think we should share." I offered her the container. I insist. Evie plucked a cherry from the box and bit into it. Juice dribbled down her chin as her eyes drifted shut, and a little moan escaped her lips. I watched, mesmerized. Evie was putting on a show for me, and my dick stirred in appreciation. Never had a cherry looked so delicious, so decadent. For the finale, she tied a knot in the cherry stem with her tongue and handed it to me as a souvenir. Jesus Christ, what else could that talented tongue do? My mind was racing with the possibilities, and I had a hard-on the size of Texas. I adjusted myself in my shorts. You play dirty. She laughed her low, husky, dirty laugh that shot straight to my cock. I slid the cherry stem into my pocket as a keepsake. Takes two to play. Sure did. She unwound her legs from the pretzel pose, and I shifted slightly, just enough so our thighs touched. Total PG shit, nothing major, but with Evie, every slight touch, even the accidental ones, felt like so much more. Like there was enough electricity to power the entire city grid, and we hadn't even kissed yet. Chapter 19. Ridge. I'd eaten everything in my toddler snack pack, and we were still sitting on the roof of the rusted-out car and talking. I repeat, we were talking, but I wasn't even mad about it. How old is Ren? 2.5. Evie smiled, her voice soft. Most of the time she's adorable, but sometimes she drives me nuts. I love her more than anything in the world. How about your brother? He's older, right? 16 years. Are you close? I thought about the question before answering. Brody and I had gotten close over the past year and a half. Yeah, we are. He's a good guy. Took me in when I had nowhere to go. No questions asked. Now you have a big family, she said, sounding almost wistful. Sometimes I'm still not used to that. Used to what? Having people who care about you? Guess so. Do you have a big family? No, just my mom and sister, and I have an aunt. We used to be close when I was a kid, but my mom doesn't talk to her anymore. What about your dad? Do you know who he is? Evie shook her head. My mom had a one-night stand in high school. She only knew his first name. She shrugged like it didn't matter one way or the other. How about you? Do you know your dad? I almost passed on the question, but in the spirit of honesty, I decided to answer. Unfortunately, yeah. He used to come around when I was a kid. Every time he left, my mom would have a black eye or a split lip. I flexed my hands into fists. Sometimes he even broke a few ribs to show her what a big man he was. Asshole, Evie said. Couldn't deny the facts. I was the son of an asshole and a junkie. Did he ever hurt you? She asked quietly. Only when I got in the way. How often did that happen? I glanced at her, then up at the sky, remembering all the bruises I'd sustained trying to protect my mother. Black eyes, split lips, bruised ribs. He stopped coming around when I got old enough and big enough to return the favor. Every time. She was quiet for a moment. Where is he now? Prison, I hope. No such luck. He's probably with his other family, his real family. I didn't even try to hide the bitterness in my voice. What a bastard. She sounded so angry on my behalf that it made me smile. Guys like that deserve to have their dicks cut off and fed to them. or their balls skewered and thrown on the barbecue. We both laughed.
Totally,
She said.
you're better off without him.
I know.
Someday, he'll see you on TV playing for an NFL team, and he'll knock on your door begging for your forgiveness, and you can slam the door in his face after you beat the shit out of him.
You have a violent streak.
Payback is a bitch.
You think I'll be playing for the NFL?
It's your dream, right?
I never told you that,
You didn't have to.
she said quietly. The opening notes of The Ghost of You played from her phone. I don't know if she'd chosen this playlist especially for tonight, or if she knew the singer was my brother's girlfriend, but this was my favorite Acadian Storm song. I used to listen to it on repeat long before I'd ever met Shiloh LaRue. I tapped Evie's phone with my index finger. You like this one?
Yeah, I do. It's my favorite.
She side-eyed me and hesitated a moment before asking,
Is your brother really dating her?
It had been the talk of the school, so she would have had to be living under a rock not to hear the rumors. Yeah, he really is. They're living together now. She smiled like it made her genuinely happy, even though she didn't even know them. After all the shit Brody and Shiloh had gone through to be together, I was happy for them too. I listened to Shiloh singing the lyrics of a song that took me back to another time and place, holding my best friend's hand while the life drained out of him on a cracked sidewalk in a broken-down neighborhood. Elijah Reed had big dreams of playing in the NFL. When he threw the ball, it was like a fucking torpedo. It practically knocked you on your ass. That was how I learned to catch what some players would consider uncatchable passes. We met at the local youth center for at-risk kids when we were 8. Derek Booker ran the youth center and thought he could keep kids off the streets and out of gangs by teaching us to play football. Football gave me the rush I'd always been looking for, a natural high you couldn't get from drugs. I had mad love for the sport, and I was hooked. We used to play in a dirt lot fenced in with rusted chain link. We played hard, fought hard, and always had each other's backs. We played ball in the heat, the frigid cold, the wind, and the pouring rain. Late into the night, we'd play until our knuckles bled and our sweat seeped into the dirt, until our legs damn near gave out and we could barely drag our tired ass home. We weren't just a team, we were a family.
What are you thinking about?
Evie asked, her voice jolting me back to the present. I looked up at the stars and the vastness of the universe. Jude claimed you could see the stars better here without all the light pollution in cities, and I guess it was true. Football, I said finally. I was thinking about football.
Football? For real? You looked kind of sad.
I glanced at her, then up at the stars again. I was thinking about my friend, Elijah.
You were close?
He was my best friend. We were tight, like brothers.
I'm sorry, Ridge,
she said softly.
About Elijah and about your mom.
She cleared her throat and studied her clasped hands.
I should have said that when you told me.
Saying the words won't change anything. They'd still be dead.
Yeah, I know. That's what I thought too. But sometimes the words still need to be said, you know?
I nodded.
It wasn't your fault,
she said. Nobody had ever said that. Probably because I'd never confided in anyone before, she gave me a sad smile.
You know it's not your fault, right? Not your mom's death, and not Elijah's. For your mom, it was the drugs, and for Elijah, it was that asshole behind the wheel. neither of those things was your fault. She wanted me to agree with her, but I'd been carrying the guilt around for a long time, and it wasn't that easy to just let it go. Yeah, sure, I know. But you don't believe it. A statement, not a question. Is that why you play football the way you do? How do I play football? Like your life depends on it. How would you know? You never came to any of the games. She gripped her bottom lip between her teeth. Maybe I was there, but you just didn't see me. I did see her, once. I'd searched for my family in the stands, and I thought I saw her. I thought I saw her smile, too, but when I looked again, she was gone, and I wasn't sure if I'd really seen her or if it had been a trick of my imagination. Were you there for me, Cherry? Pff, no, I was there for Troy Wilkinson. I grinned. She came to the game for me. Why did you choose the nickname Dallas? She asked. I didn't want you to call me Pony Boy or Soda Pop. I had to protect my street cred. Huh. I thought it might have been because of that one line, on account of that giant ego of yours. But you probably have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? I scratched my head like I was racking my brain to come up with an answer. It was another test, and she was convinced I'd fail. Can you give me a clue? She sighed. Just forget it. It doesn't matter. It's late, and I have to get going. And just like that, she slid onto the hood and jumped to the ground. Typical Evie, running away. She reached for her backpack, but I grabbed it before she could and slung it over my shoulder. You haven't even read it, have you? She asked as we weaved through the junkyard. Oh, ye of little faith. I snapped my fingers. Hang on, are you talking about the part where Cherry says she could fall in love with Dallas? And then she says something like, I hope I don't see him again because I probably will fall in love with him if I do? Is that the line you're talking about, Cherry? She didn't respond for a few seconds. Her throat bobbed on a swallow. Then she shrugged one shoulder as though it didn't matter. But I knew better. Maybe. If I'd known that's how you feel about me. I don't. We stopped next to the fence, and she yanked out a thread from her shorts like it had done her wrong. I wanted to pull all the threads and watch her unravel. They're fictional characters. We were just talking about the book. If you say so. I looked out at the railroad tracks. But it felt like we were talking about something else. Trust me, we're not. Sure we're not. Now that you've seen me again, Cherry, I took a step closer. Have you fallen in love with me yet? Sorry to burst your bubble, but not even close. That doesn't stop you from wanting to kiss me, though, does it? You're all sweaty. Why would I want to kiss you? Her lips parted, and she stared into my eyes as though she was searching for the answer. Because I ran 4.5 miles for one kiss. I closed the distance between us. And I'm going to have to run the same distance to get home. So you want me to take pity on you? Not pity. My gaze dropped to her mouth. I'd never fought so hard for a single kiss. I want you to reward me for my efforts. I never asked you to run here. Her voice was hushed. I barely heard the words. I was too busy staring at her full lips on the way her tongue darted out to lick them.
Her lips parted, and she looked up at me with a question in her eyes, as if to say, "Are we going to do this or not?" We moved closer and closer until our mouths were only mere inches apart, and I could feel her soft breath with each inhale and exhale. I dipped my head, and I kissed her. Just a fraction of a kiss, a brush of the lips, but it felt electric. I pulled back a little, and she wrapped her hands around my neck, pulling me against her. My hand twisted in her hair, and the other one glided down and over her hip as my mouth crashed down on hers and my tongue delved into her mouth. I groaned at the contact, and she moaned, her fingers digging into my hair, our kiss more urgent, deeper. I needed it like I needed the air I breathed. Her back hit the fence, and she arched her chest into me, our tongues dueling, hands gripping. She nipped my bottom lip with her teeth. I kissed the corner of her mouth. She fisted my t-shirt, and I fisted her hair. She growled like a wild animal and dug her fingers into my skin. I stroked the roof of her mouth, exploring all the deepest recesses. I tasted her, wild cherries and lost innocence. I breathed her in. We kissed until our lips were bruised and swollen. Breathless, we broke apart and stared at each other. She opened her mouth to speak, then shut it again and let out a shuddering breath.
What are we doing?
No fucking clue.
It was just a kiss. Was it?
She whispered. We both knew it wasn't. I was hard as a rock, pulse skyrocketing from just a kiss.
I should go,
she said, sounding reluctant to leave. She slipped through the hole in the fence, and I met her on the other side and walked her down the hill.
I guess I'll see you around.
She started to walk away. Hang on. I tugged her hand and pulled her against me. I'll walk you home.
Let's leave it where it belongs.
She fisted my t-shirt in her hands, rose on her tiptoes, and kissed me.
In the junkyard.
Your turn to come and find me.
What makes you think I want to find you?
I tipped my chin down. When she realized she was still clutching my t-shirt, she released me and took a step back, then spun around and sauntered away. I chuckled under my breath, then I scrubbed my hands over my face and groaned. I could still taste her on my tongue. Wild cherries and lost innocence. I was only certain of two things. This wasn't a game anymore, and I was fucked. I also had her backpack.
Chapter 20. Evie. My fingertips grazed my kiss-bruised, swollen lips. How fitting that the graveyard of broken dreams was the stage for our first kiss. Damn you, Ridge. Why did you have to be such a good kisser? Every time I inhaled, I breathed in his scent. Cedarwood and pheromones. Even his sweat smelled good. Really, Evie? Ugh, I needed help. There must be something wrong with me. But I couldn't stop thinking about that kiss, or all the things he'd shared with me. His asshole sperm donor, the shooting, Elijah, his mom. That kiss. I needed to put it out of my head, all of it. I should just stay away from him. That would be the smart thing to do. Ridge had a bright future ahead of him, and I didn't want to be the girl standing in his way. Nobody played like Ridge. Explosive and dynamic, with so much speed and raw power and a vertical leap that put other wide receivers to shame. God, he was so beautiful to watch. A smile took over my face. It slipped when Wren's cries pierced through the shouting. I could see her small figure on the other side of the screen door. I sprinted across the backyard and raced inside, scooping up my baby sister. "Shh, it's okay." She was crying too hard to hear my words, so I held her tight and stroked her hair, trying to soothe her. My mother's high-pitched scream came from the living room, followed by a crash. Oh, God. My eyes drifted shut. What now?
Is that where you got the money? Did you spread your legs for him?
Wade asked. "Don't you come any closer. I'm warning you." My mother's voice was loud and shrill.
You're nothing but a dirty whore.
Rin burrowed her face in the crook of my neck, her tears soaking my skin. I needed to check it out and make sure my mom was okay, but I didn't want to leave Rin alone or put her in the line of fire. A crash, followed by another scream, forced my feet across the kitchen floor. A hand landed on my shoulder, stopping me from venturing any further.
Stay here. I'll check it out.
I spun around to face Ridge. What was he doing here? I gritted my teeth, my chest heaving with indignation. "You need to leave."
I'm not leaving until I make sure everything's okay.
"Just stay out of this." But he was already striding into the living room like he owned the damn place. With Ren in my arms, I moved closer to the doorway so I could see what was going on. My eyes darted to my mom. She was slumped on the floor by the couch. Ridge slammed Wade against the wall with so much force the wall shook.
You think it's okay to knock women around, you piece of shit?
Ridge snarled. From the corner of my eye, I saw my mother get to her feet. She grabbed an empty bottle off the coffee table and threw it across the room. It hit Ridge square in the middle of his back. When he turned, Wade punched him, and my mother cackled like it was hilarious. "Mom, stop! Ridge, get the fuck out of my house!" my mother screamed, reaching for the ashtray. My gaze landed on the glass pipe on the coffee table. While I'd been kissing Ridge, my mother had been getting high with Wade. Every time I thought things couldn't get worse, they did. The ashtray flew across the room. Ridge ducked and it hit Wade in the chest. Cigarette butts and ash fell onto the stained carpet. Talk about a shit show. I didn't hang around to see what happened next. Ren was my priority. So I carried her into her bedroom and lay down on the bed with her. "Sing me a song, Evie?" "Okay, baby." She snuggled up against my side and jammed her thumb in her mouth, sucking on it furiously while I sang to her softly. After I finished the second song, the front door slammed shut, and it was quiet. By the fourth song, Ren's eyes were closed, her breathing deep and even, but I stayed a little longer, stroking her soft curls until I was sure she was fast asleep. A few minutes later, I crept to the door, checked that the coast was clear, and darted into the bathroom. After brushing my teeth, I ducked into my bedroom and closed the door, sighing in relief.
Cherry.
I spun around. Ridge was sitting on the floor, his back leaning against my mattress. I leaned against the door and crossed my arms over my chest. "Why are you here?" He pointed to my backpack on the floor.
I had your backpack.
"So you followed me home, and then you thought you could barge into my house and make an even bigger mess?" He rubbed the back of his neck.
It's him, isn't it? The guy from the diner.
When I didn't respond, he continued.
Your mom has a bruise on her cheek and a split lip.
"My mom is high. She probably fell." Shame made my face burn. I cleared my throat, compelled to defend my mother. "She wasn't always like this."
I know.
He got to his feet and moved closer.
It's the drugs. It turns people into someone we don't even recognize. Drugs fuck with their heads, and then they fuck with ours.
I swallowed hard, my eyes on the floor. I wished the ground would swallow me up. There was a good reason I didn't invite people over to my house. "You should have minded your own business." He hooked 2 fingers under my chin and tipped it until my eyes met his.
You are my business.
I laughed, but it wasn't a happy sound. "No, I'm not. Just stay away from me, Ridge." I opened the door. I need you to go.
What did you expect me to do? Sit back and do nothing? I can't do that.
No, of course you can't. I stabbed my finger at his chest. You just had to jump in and make everything worse. I never asked for your help.
Well, too fucking bad.
He took a step closer, and then another.
I can't just walk away.
I don't want your help, and I don't need it. I can take care of this on my own.
Yeah, well, you don't have to do that anymore because you have me now.
My jaw dropped. One stupid kiss and suddenly you're acting like we're in a relationship? We're not, and we never will be. He opened his mouth to speak, but I didn't want to hear what he had to say. I just wanted him to be gone. I need you to leave, Ridge. I shoved him out the door. Right the fuck now. He shook his head and sighed.
Yeah, okay.
He held up his hands.
I'm going.
When I heard the back door close behind him, I moved to the window and watched him leave. Why did he have to go and ruin everything? He'd stolen something he had no right to. My privacy. My pride. He saw more than I'd ever wanted him to, and I had no intention of giving him another chance to see more.
Chapter 21. Ridge. Another Saturday night, another party. Tonight, it was a college party. Some guy who used to go to our high school, apparently. But it might as well have been a high school party. Same vibe, bigger crowd. The party spilled out of the house and into the backyard. The bass was pumping, the booze was flowing, and there were plenty of girls to choose from. Which was exactly what I should do, find another girl and forget all about Evie Bellamy. My texts and calls had gone unanswered. If that's the price you pay for trying to help, I was done. Fuck it, and fuck her for making me care. I took a long pull of my beer, scanning the party in the backyard from the deck. My gaze landed on a petite blonde whose arms were wrapped around a guy with dirty blonde hair. Normally, I wouldn't give a shit, but the girl was Leah Bennett. "See anything you like?" Walker asked, coming to stand next to me. "Nah, let's do some shots." I grabbed his arm and tried to steer him into the kitchen before he saw his ex-girlfriend with another guy. Walker was one of the most chilled-out dudes I'd ever met, except when it came to two things, football and Leah Bennett. He was a beast on the field and highly irrational when it came to his ex. "What the fuck?" He jerked his arm out of my hold and grabbed the deck railing, clenching it so tightly his knuckles turned white. "Why is she with that asshole?" I didn't know who the asshole was, but it shouldn't matter. Walker and Leah broke up 4 months ago. For good this time. Call me selfish, but I didn't want to deal with his sorry-ass crying over her again. I'd been through it twice already. Their relationship had given me whiplash. Walker and Leah had been together since 9th grade, and if you ask me, he should have been playing the field instead of getting stuck with the same girl all through high school. But he never wanted to hear it when I tried to talk sense into him. "Forget her," I said. "You need to move on." "Easy for you to say. Your longest relationship lasted, what, 15 minutes? "Give me more credit than that," I scoffed. "Sometimes it lasted a whole night." He snorted. "Only when you were too drunk to drive home from a party." His gaze returned to his ex-girlfriend. "That guy is an asshole. Why is she with him?" Troy joined us on the deck, where we were spying on Walker's ex like a couple of tween girls at a slumber party. "Is that Chad Miller?" Troy asked. The name rang a bell. Where had I heard it before? "Who is he?" I asked. "He used to be our quarterback, graduated a few years ago." Maybe that was why I knew the name. "If he messes with her, I will fuck him up." Walker crushed the beer can in his hand, and my brows shot up. Walker was not a fighter. Sure, he'd followed me into a few fights, but only because I'd started them. Come on, I clapped him on the shoulder. Let's get you back to the party. You're killing my buzz. I managed to drag him into the kitchen and poured us some shots. Drink up. Troy's DD tonight. What else is new? Troy grumbled, taking a swig of his Coke while Walker and I downed tequila shots and chased them with beer. Shake it off, I told Walker. He rolled out his shoulders a few times, but he still looked tense as fuck. You think it's true? He asked Troy. I don't know. I wasn't there. Troy's gaze drifted to the windows. I had no fucking clue what they were talking about. But I don't think she'd do that without a good reason. I hated being in the dark. That was the price you paid for showing up halfway through junior year. I'd missed a lot. I opened my mouth to question them when a curvy redhead stumbled and fell into Troy's arms. Literally, he caught her before she hit the ground. Whoa! He turned her around to face him. She was drunk off her ass. You okay? He asked with a smile. Oh, hey, you're so hot, she said, giving him a goofy, drunken smile. Walker and I cackled into our beers. Girls loved Troy. He was good-looking, smart, and a charmer. Too bad for them, he batted for the other team. Not that he'd openly admitted it. Come play beer pong with us, the redhead hiccuped. I could use some help. I elbowed him. She needs help, Troy. You need a wingman? Walker joked, sounding more like himself. With any luck, he'd put Leah out of his mind and move on. Hey, Ridge. Kelsey Layton sidled up next to me and gave me a big smile. Long time no see. Where have you been hiding? She tipped her face up to mine. Kelsey was cool, a petite brunette with big brown eyes and a pretty face. We'd hooked up a few times, and we both knew the score. It was just fun, no strings attached, nothing heavy, deep, or real. Maybe I needed a distraction just as much as Walker did. Now that you've found me, what are you going to do about it? She ran her hand down my chest and looked up at me from beneath her lashes, a slow smile tipping up the corners of her lips. I can think of a few things, but let's start with a drink. She grabbed the beer out of my hand and took a long pull. Help yourself. Don't mind if I do, she sassed, smiling as she took another swig. I grabbed a beer from the garbage can filled with ice and cracked it open. She hopped onto the counter and grabbed my hand, tugging me closer until I was standing between her legs. How's your summer going? I asked, running my hand up her bare thigh. She cinched her legs around my waist. I just got back from a family beach vacation. Thankfully, we all made it out alive. She shook her head, and I laughed. Kelsey's life was so blissfully normal. 2 parents, 1 older brother, nice house, no major drama. What have you been up to, besides no good? I grinned. I've been a choir boy this summer, practically a monk. It wasn't even a lie. I'd been so busy chasing after one girl, the girl who wanted nothing to do with me, that I hadn't even looked at another girl. Jesus, what was wrong with me? That doesn't sound like you. She took a sip of her beer, eyeing me. Are you enjoying monkhood? I was trying it on for size. Does it fit? Apparently not. I squeezed her thigh, and she leaned in and wrapped an arm around my neck. Then she kissed me, or I kissed her. Didn't matter, we were kissing. My tongue was stroking the roof of her mouth, and my hand was tangled in her hair, and it felt good. Like I was dipping my toe in the water and getting back into the game. If I asked, I knew Kelsey would come home with me tonight. I could have her, in my bed, on the sofa, on the kitchen counter. I pulled back and framed her face with my hands, blinking twice to bring her into focus. Big brown eyes, not the purest green, met mine. Fuck, this wasn't working. I took a step back, lifted my beer off the counter, and took a long pull, trying to figure out what was wrong with me. I wasn't even hard. Was it the alcohol? I'd never had limp dick syndrome before. Was I broken?
What's wrong? You don't like my new perfume?
She was teasing, but I heard the hurt in her voice too. I pushed my hand through my hair, trying to come up with a good explanation, but before I had a chance to respond, Troy interrupted. "McAllister, your boy needs you!" Without even stopping to think, I pushed through the bodies in the kitchen, bolted out the door, and vaulted over the deck railing.
Walker!
Leah screamed as Chad Miller knocked Walker to the ground and jumped on him. Hell no, not happening. I grabbed the back of Chad's shirt, ripped him away from Walker, and slammed my fist into his face. A guy jumped on my back and got me in a chokehold. Pretty soon, fists were flying, and it was a goddamn free-for-all, us against them. I didn't even know what we were fighting for, but it didn't matter. I was all in now. My fist slammed into someone's face just as I heard someone shout, "Cops!" Chapter 22. Ridge.
Why are guys such idiots?
Leah asked Kelsey. We were sitting on my back porch smoking a joint. Or at least I was smoking a joint. My ears were still ringing from a cheap shot to the head from Chad fucking Miller, and I was contemplating all the ways I could fuck him up and finish the job.
It's in their DNA, Kelsey said. Too many Y chromosomes.
I passed the joint to Leah, who was sitting next to me, hugging her knees to her chest. Walker aimed a scowl at me from his spot against the railing.
Leah doesn't smoke.
He'd always been so overprotective of Leah, I'd never understood it, but as he said, I'd never been in a relationship. Leah took a hit and held the smoke in her lungs before coughing it out and passing it back to me. Yeah, Leah wasn't a smoker. I held the joint in my good hand and leaned my head against the wood shingles with my legs kicked out in front of me. Troy shook his head, eyeing my hand.
You really fucked that up good.
Even after icing it, my hand was still red and swollen and twice its usual size. Not sure how I'd move 50-pound barrels at the brewery, but I had the next 2 days off, so hopefully it would heal by then.
You need to stop that shit, Walker said. You can't play ball with a busted hand. I'm going to have my hands full trying to keep you in line for the next 4 years.
Where's the love? I got in that fight for you, asshole.
Ridge just loves a good fight,
Kelsey said. I couldn't tell for sure, but I think she was still slightly bitter that I'd rejected her earlier. Walker eyed me.
But he kept fighting for a different reason.
That was bullshit. I didn't even know the story when we were at the party, and I hadn't confided in him about Evie because, hello, I was a guy and I didn't pour my fucking heart out, not even to my best friend. But he still should have told me what Chad Miller did. As it was, I hadn't gotten the story until we piled into Troy's car and hightailed it out of there before the cops could get hold of us. If I'd gotten the story at the party earlier tonight, I would have waged war on Chad Miller, and he wouldn't have been able to walk away on his own 2 feet. I leveled Walker with a look. You should have fucking told me.
We didn't know for sure,
Leah said, immediately jumping to Walker's defense. Walker glared at her.
Why the fuck were you with him?
I don't know. He was...
She lowered her eyes to her clasped hands and took a deep breath.
We ran into each other when I visited UT in the spring. He showed me around campus, and we exchanged numbers. I didn't really think he'd call me.
Why the fuck wouldn't he call you? Have you looked in the mirror lately, Leah? You're...
He dropped his head against the railing and let out a weary sigh.
Fuck it. I've told you 1,000,000 times how beautiful you are. You just never believe me.
You're biased.
Yeah, whatever. He exhaled a frustrated breath and roughed his hand through his short, dark hair. Leah had always been insecure, and Walker used to knock himself out trying to prove his love. It was fucking exhausting for everyone around them, so it had to be even more so for him. I wasn't exactly an expert on relationships. Still, I did know this. Walker and Leah were entirely wrong for each other. From what I saw, Walker had done all the work, and all he'd gotten in return was a shitload of grief. Don't get me wrong, I liked Leah, just not for Walker. "So you were looking for something different, huh?" he asked. "Guess Chad Miller fits the bill. Why be with a nice guy who loves you when you can be with an asshole who makes a bet that he can fuck a freshman?" My jaw clenched so tightly I was surprised my molars didn't crack. I flexed my hand and stared at my busted knuckles. Before tonight, I hadn't even known who Chad Miller was, but now I wanted to kill the motherfucker, chop off his dick and force-feed it to him, skewer his balls and throw them on the barbecue. "We don't know for sure what happened," Leah said. "I heard the rumors, but I thought it was just idle gossip." "Rumors usually start for a reason," Troy pointed out. Leah glanced at me. "Chad told everyone she was a jealous psycho. It wasn't only Chad," Kelsey said. "No, it was Ainsley, too. She was crushing on him so hard, it nearly destroyed her when he went for Evie, so she started the rumors." Kelsey gave her a pointed look. "Actually, most of the girls on the cheering squad believed it, because Chad could pretty much have any girl he wanted." "Except one," Leah said. "Evie Bellamy wouldn't give him the time of day. She always flipped him off." With every word, my blood pressure rose until it spiked through the fucking roof. Pretty sure I was 2 seconds away from a heart attack. I took some deep breaths and counted to 10. "So you and Evie," Kelsey started. "There is no me and Evie." Lies. There had always been me and Evie, right from the very first day I ever laid eyes on her. Now I knew why it had been hate at first sight for her. She thought I was just another Chad Miller. "Huh," Kelsey said. "You never would have guessed that by the way you acted tonight. You went insane, Ridge." Couldn't deny that. I lost my fucking mind. My busted knuckles were proof of that. Driving my fist through the living room wall was not the action of a sane man. I would have done the same thing if I heard it was you or Leah or just about any girl. Except for Ainsley. She was at the top of my shit list. Kelsey nodded. "Maybe, but I don't think it would have upset you as much. If it's any consolation, she destroyed his car." That didn't surprise me. Evie was tough, and she was strong. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. But destroying his car wasn't nearly enough compared to what he allegedly did to her. I say allegedly because nobody sitting on my porch had witnessed it firsthand. I didn't even know she was on the cheering squad. It was a stupid thing to dwell on, but I couldn't even picture it. Evie didn't seem like the type of girl who participated in group sports. But then again, a lot of people said the same about me being on the football team. Kelsey nodded. "Just for freshman year. She got kicked off. Or maybe she quit, I don't know. She was good, though. We took dance classes together for a few years. We were never really friends, but only because..." Kelsey shrugged. "I'm not even sure why. All the other girls called her a bitch or a snob, but I never got that vibe. She's just always been reserved, I guess. Guys saw that as a challenge. Girls were intimidated, especially Ainsley Thorpe. But I think Ainsley was jealous because her mom paid Evie so much attention. Annabelle Thorpe owned the dance studio." It all made sense now. That's why Ainsley had accused her of stealing. She sleeps with guys for money. Let me guess, your friends made a bet that I'd sleep with you. How much do you stand to win? Because Chad fucking Miller had won a bet. My hands curled into fists. That motherfucker! I wanted to beat the shit out of him all over again. Troy stood up and stretched, yawning. Sorry to cut this party short, but I need to get out of here before I pass out. If you girls want to ride home, I'm leaving now. Kelsey and Leah stood up, and I got to my feet, my ribs screaming in protest. Kelsey shook her head and sighed as I walked her to the door. I didn't even have to look in the mirror to know I looked like shit. Walker and Leah were deep in conversation next to Troy's car while he waited patiently behind the wheel, and Kelsey stayed on the porch with me to give them some space. If only Evie knew you were her knight in shining armor tonight. That wasn't entirely accurate. I hadn't been fighting for her, but I would have if I'd known. Last week I'd stuck my nose in her business, attempting to be her knight in shining armor, but look where that had gotten me. She wouldn't even answer my calls. She'd be pissed as hell. Evie likes to take care of everything on her own. She smiled a little. Maybe, but you should try harder. I think she needs a good guy. Nobody's ever accused me of that before. Stop fishing for compliments. My ego is still bruised from that brush-off. Shit. Talking to Kelsey about another girl was an all-time low. Another one for the record books. It's not you. It's me. She huffed out a laugh. That's the oldest line in the book, but I'm going to choose to believe it. Good, because it's true. Nightridge. I kissed her on the cheek and watched her climb into the back of Troy's SUV. Being with a girl like Kelsey would have made my life easier, but taking the easy way out had never been my style. When they were gone, Walker joined me on the porch. Mind if I crash here tonight? Do you even need to ask? His house was just on the other side of the ranch, and he was working for my brother this summer, so he practically lived here. Leah doesn't want to get back together, he said as we climbed the stairs. We stopped on the landing. He waited for me to say something. I sucked at relationship advice and couldn't think of a damn thing to say. Nodding slowly, I grabbed the back of my neck, my expression serious, like I was mulling this over. Yeah, shit, that sucks. Hold that thought. I held up my finger. I need to take a piss. A surprised laugh burst out of him as the bathroom door closed in his face. You're a shit friend, you know that? You love me anyway. Nobody else would put up with your sorry ass. Accurate. I washed my hands and stepped into the hallway. Now, where were we? Oh, right. I was about to give you some advice. There's plenty of fish in the sea, Walker. What you gotta do is bait your hook and cast your line. He flipped me the finger and shoulder-checked me on the way into the bathroom. The door slammed in my face. I pounded my fist against the wood twice. Okay, glad we had that bonding session. Good chat. Catch you later. Asshole, why would you use a fishing analogy? You've never even gone fishing, have you? Sometimes he was so literal. And hell no, I'd never gone fishing. I wasn't a country boy like him. Just because I've never gone fishing doesn't mean I don't know how to use my rod. Haha. In fact, my rod's seen a lot of action. Too bad your hand's fucked up. He stepped into the hallway and headed to the second bedroom. Guess you'll have to use your left hand tonight. I heard him laughing at his own joke as I crossed the hall to my room and dove onto my bed. The joke was on me. I couldn't get Evie out of my head. And sadly, my hand and I had gotten better acquainted this summer. This shit had to stop. I should take my own advice and move on. The following day, I dragged Walker to breakfast and made sure we were seated in one of Evie's booths, dark green vinyl trimmed in cheap wood with a speckled Formica table. You sure this is a good idea? Walker glanced around nervously. The last time I'd been in this diner, things hadn't ended well. I'd been so drunk I barely remembered it, but this time I wasn't here to fuck things up. My eyes tracked Evie as she served coffee to a family of 4 at a table across the room. A few seconds later, she returned from the kitchen without the coffee pot and stopped next to our booth with her hands on her hips. Her green eyes shot daggers at me. "What are you doing here?" Despite the frosty reception, I still had hope, because clearly I was an idiot. "We heard the waffles are the bomb." According to her yellow t-shirt, Bluebonnet Diner had the best chicken and waffles in the Texas Hill Country. Who could argue with 2 exclamation points and red font? Although I couldn't get on board with chicken and gravy on my waffles, to each their own. "We heard the waffles are the bomb, and the servers are even better." Across from me, Walker made a sound like he was choking. "They're not. You'd be better off down the road." She turned to go. Without thinking, I grabbed her hand with my fucked up one. Shit. Fuck. I cradled it in my other hand and took deep breaths until the nausea passed. Evie's gaze lowered to my hand. "What happened to your hand?" "Got in a fight with a wall. You should see the wall." I let out a low whistle and shook my head. Walker ducked behind his menu, embarrassed for how fucking badly I was striking out. "So, how about those waffles?" Grudgingly, she took our orders, and I watched the sway of her hips and those mile-long legs as she sauntered away. "You don't have a shot in hell," Walker said. "Why is she so pissed at you anyway?" I scrubbed my hand over my face, tempted to tell him how badly I'd fucked up, but I couldn't say a word without betraying Evie's secrets. I just shrugged like I didn't have a clue. I knew exactly how Evie felt because I'd been in her shoes. I was raised by a junkie, and I dealt with all the shit that goes with it. My mother's asshole boyfriends and my asshole sperm donor. The lies and justification, the apologies and tears that followed on the heels of her outbursts, the shitholes we'd lived in, and the nights of going to bed hungry because my mother prioritized drugs over food. I'd never breathed a word of what went on in my house to anyone. It was my shit to deal with, and nobody else's, and I would have resented anyone who stuck their nose in my business. Sometimes pride is the only thing you have left, and I took that away from Evie by crossing a line I shouldn't have. But fuck it, all I wanted to do was protect her and her little sister. Couldn't she see that? Obviously not. She served us our waffles with a side of cold shoulder and a double scoop of fuck you, get lost. Message received.
Chapter 23. Evie. I only had $20 for gas, so I was watching the numbers on the pump so intently that I didn't even notice Kelsey Layton leaning against the side of her car watching me. When I returned the nozzle to the holder, she came to stand in front of me. "How's it going?" I refrained from asking, since when are we friends? Because that would be unnecessarily rude and further cement my bitchy reputation. I forced a smile and used my friendliest voice. "It's all good. You?" She looked pretty and perfect like she always did, in leggings and a crop top with her brown hair pulled back in a high ponytail. "Yeah, good. I just finished teaching a hip-hop class." "Great. Good for you." What the hell was I supposed to say? She laughed a little and bit her full bottom lip. Lips that had no doubt been where mine had never been and never would. Kelsey was one of Ridge's many conquests. A loyal member of the Ridge McAllister fan club. Rah-rah. I held up the 20 in my hand. "I have to pay for my gas." I turned to go. She put her hand on my arm. "Wait, have you seen Ridge lately?" "Not since Sunday when he came into the diner with Walker. 6 days ago." "Why, is he okay?" She chewed on her lip again. "Look, I know this is none of my business, and I should probably keep my mouth shut. But we ran into Chad Miller at a party last week." My stomach turned. I felt like I was going to vomit all over Kelsey's pristine white Adidas. I backed away. No doubt Ridge knew the whole story now. Another piece of my soul was stolen from me. Cool story. It was great seeing you. Evie, wait. Ridge really cares about you. I knew that, and that was the problem. Why are you even telling me this? I don't know, Her eyes lowered to the ground. I should have stood up for you in 9th grade. Guilt. I should have known. Now the burden fell on me to make her feel better. Are you the one who wrote slut on my locker? No. Are you the one who collected money from your teammates for taking my virginity? She shook her head. No, but then don't worry about it. I absolve you of all guilt. Go in peace. I made some freaky sign of the cross like I was the priest and she was the sinner. It's ancient history. I'll see you around. I had no interest in hanging around to listen to more, so I walked away. Then it dawned on me. Ridge's fucked up hand. Had he punched a wall because of me? Because of what happened with Chad? Oh, God. I felt queasy. When I walked through the front door, I heard music and my mother's laughter coming from the backyard. Whenever my mother acted like an actual mother, it always shocked me. From the kitchen window, I watched Wren dancing under the spray from the hose my mother was holding. Before they had a chance to spot me, I made a beeline for the bathroom and stood under the shower, ridding myself of the scent of bacon and burger grease. Dressed in shorts and a tank top, I gathered my wet hair into a messy bun and secured it on top of my head as I crossed the kitchen, my flip-flops slapping on the linoleum. My mother looked over her shoulder and patted the space next to her on the cinder block. Come on out and join us. I opened the screen door and dropped down next to her. The backyard looked like a swamp. Wren was still dancing under the spray in her blue and white polka dot swimsuit, and when she saw that she had an audience, she hammed it up, shaking her hips and singing along to the music, making up her own lyrics. Seeing Wren happy and loving life put a smile on my face. She looked so much like you did at her age, my mom said. A little entertainer just like you used to be. I was never an entertainer. Oh, yes, you were. She gave me a little smile. You used to dance and sing for me and Lynn all the time. Lynn. My mom's sister, Lindsay. Life had been better with her in it. I don't remember that. You always remember the bad, never the good. She handed me the hose and lit a cigarette, squinting against the smoke. So you got yourself a new boyfriend, huh? It was the first time my mother had mentioned it. Wade had never said a word. Maybe they'd forgotten, or maybe they had better things to worry about, like their next fix, or the fact that my mother had lost her job at the strip club. I don't have a boyfriend. Well, whoever he is, you best keep him away. Wade said if he ever trespasses again, he'll shoot him. We got the right to stand our ground, you know. Oh, my God. He was trying to protect you. My mom sniffed. Should have minded his own damn business. I shook my head. You threw a bottle at his head, Mom. I did? She waved her hand in the air. Well, that night's a little hazy. Maybe you should lay off the drugs. They're killing all your brain cells. She huffed. I'm trying to do my best here, Evie. If this was her best, it wasn't nearly good enough. I know you can do better, Mom. You can do better for Wren. She needs a mom who... Don't you tell me what I need to do. Why don't you get off that high horse of yours? You're just like Lindsay. So judgmental. You act like you're so much better than me. Let me tell you something, baby. You ain't nothing special. You ain't nothing special. I brushed off the words that I'd heard hundreds of times before. Since we were doing this, I decided to broach a topic that had never been addressed. Why did you let Wade move in? He's Wren's daddy. She blew smoke into the muggy air. What was I supposed to do? Say no? He said he'd pay the bills. Could be worse. We don't need him, Mom. You could get a better job and we can do this on our own.
Sure we can.
She laughed, but it wasn't a merry sound.
When I got pregnant with you in high school, that was it for me. There wasn't a lot out there for girls like me. All I had was my looks and my body. And now I don't even have that. You kids sucked the life right out of me.
We didn't do that. The drugs, cigarettes, and her shitty life choices did. When I was a kid, I was always scared that I'd wake up one day and she'd be gone. My mother was unpredictable, to say the least. She wasn't the best mother, but like Ridge said about his, she was the only one I had. I heard the front door close and footsteps thudding on the linoleum. Oh, joy. Wade was home. "Hey, baby," my mom said, giving him a little wave and a big smile like she was thrilled to see him.
"I brought Chinese," he said.
Just like we were one big happy family and Chinese takeout would fix all our problems. It always killed me how easily my mother and Wade brushed everything under the carpet when they were sober. My mom nudged my shoulder and raised her brows as if to say, "You see? Everything is going to be just fine." I handed my mom the hose and walked into the house. "I'm going out." Chapter 24. Evie. This was a mistake. I need to get that note back. I checked my phone. It was 6 o'clock. He'd be finishing work any minute. No time to waste. I marched toward his truck. Quinn grabbed my arm and yanked me back. "You're not allowed." "I'm not allowed?" I asked with a laugh. "Nope. We're going to see this through." She crossed her arms over her chest and gave me a stern look. Or as stern as Quinn could look, which was not the least bit threatening. "Lucky for me, I have a front row seat," she said with a grin. "I wish I had some popcorn for the show." What was I thinking? I wiped my sweaty hands on my shorts. What had ever made me think this was a good idea? I hadn't been thinking clearly. After I walked out on my mom and Wade, I'd driven straight to the brewery and parked next to Quinn's VW Beetle in the employee parking area. Without thinking it through, I'd written Ridge a note, slapped the Post-it on his windshield, and ran across the field to the tap room for moral support. I was hoping Quinn would talk me out of my momentary insanity before it was too late. But I should have known better. Quinn was the romantic one in our duo. Now I was leaning against the stone wall of the tap room with my back to Ridge's truck. It looked like I was chasing him. I wasn't. All I wanted was a summer fling. At this point, I wasn't even sure I wanted that. "Wow, I've never seen you this frazzled before." Quinn's face lit up like she couldn't imagine anything better than watching me lose my shit. "I told you he was different. He's really gotten to you, hasn't he?" "He hasn't gotten to me, it's just..." My shoulders sagged. "He heard what happened with Chad," I admitted. "And he punched a wall, allegedly." Her eyes widened. "That's what happened to his hand?" I nodded, chewing my lip. "He told Holden he injured it playing football."
"Because he's a liar," I muttered.
"No, he's not. He wouldn't have said anything if Holden and Mason hadn't bitched him out about it."
"He got in trouble?
Because of me?" "He was already on their shit list because of the party at my house. I don't know why he took the blame. It was my party, my house, my responsibility." She blew out a frustrated breath. "Anyway, it's further proof that Ridge is a good guy. He stands up for the people he cares about."
"Maybe he's just always spoiling for a fight."
That was the more likely explanation. She shook her head. "I don't think so. He only fights for the things he believes in. Like the time he beat up Scott Hauser for making racist comments."
"I don't remember that."
"It was in the cafeteria." Her eyes widened, then her lips tugged into a smile. "Guess who just saw your note?" Oh my God. My stomach flipped. Now I really wished I could take it back. "Get a grip, Evie. It was just a stupid note." What was I doing? Cowering behind Quinn, Sweaty palms, churning stomach. I was acting like a tween with a crush. This was ridiculous. I turned to face his truck, and as if he'd been waiting for me to turn around, his eyes immediately found mine. We stared at each other across the field, but neither of us made a move. After a few long moments, he ended the staring contest and climbed into his truck. Disappointment punched me in the gut. He was leaving. I'd put myself out there and made myself vulnerable. Now he was just going to drive away and not even acknowledge my note? I whirled around to face Quinn. Whatever, it's no big deal. I don't care if he leaves. He's not going anywhere, Evie. She was still staring at his truck. A slow smile spread across her face. I think he's writing you a love letter. I rolled my eyes. I highly doubt that. She clasped her hands and rocked back on her heels with a smug smile. He's in love. He's not. What the hell, Quinn? Mason rounded the corner and threw up his hands. You planning to work tonight? I hate to cut into your social hour, he said sarcastically, but it's the dinner rush. I'm coming. Quinn flapped her hand at him, but she didn't budge. She was too busy watching Ridge. Just give me a minute. Time's up. You can't just take off like that in the middle of a shift. Get back to work. She rolled her eyes. Ugh, my brothers are slave drivers. She squeezed my arm. Keep me posted. I nodded and watched her chase after Mason, her blonde ponytail swinging. You're the worst server, I heard him say. I have a life, Mason. Some things are more important. Her voice drifted off as they rounded the corner, and I laughed under my breath, then sobered when I remembered why I was skulking outside the tap room like a freak. Leaning against the wall, I waited for Ridge to drive away before I crossed the field. It felt like my legs were made of concrete, yet my pulse was racing by the time I reached my car. I lifted the wiper and snatched the Taco Bell napkin before the breeze carried it away. Instead of a note, there was an address and a hand-drawn map. A laugh burst out of me. The artwork looked like something a kindergartner would draw. There was a bigger house surrounded by trees that looked like broccoli spears and a fork in the road that led to a smaller house with a lake behind it. I only knew it was a lake because he'd written lake inside the blob. An arrow pointed to the smaller house with the words, Ridge lives here. Beyond the house were a fence and a few more blobs with 4 stick legs and another arrow. Horses. Across the top of the map/drawing was a half-sun. I owe you a sunset. At the bottom, he'd written, Come and find me. I dare you. I entered the address into my phone GPS just in case, and stashed the napkin in my glove compartment. Anytime I needed a good laugh, that napkin would come in handy. After taking care of all that, I rolled down my car windows and stared into space. Should I go? Should I blow him off? What to do? You okay? I jumped at his voice and looked into a pair of amused green eyes. Hey, Holden. He was my favorite Kavanaugh brother, the most chilled out of the 3. Hey, Evie. He gave me a big white smile. So, you and Ridge, huh? Where had he come up with that? I shook my head. Definitely not. Whatever you say. He sounded amused, like he knew something I didn't. He was Ridge's boss, so maybe he did. Chapter 25. Evie. Call me crazy, but I accepted the dare. My car bumped over the ruts in the gravel road, and I drove through a metal gate that had been left open. At the head was a farmhouse with a big front porch. That must be where his brother lived. I turned right at the fork, and a few minutes later, I pulled up in front of a small 2-story timber frame house and parked next to Ridge's truck. Taking a deep breath, I climbed out of my car and up the porch steps. After another deep breath, I squared my shoulders and knocked on the front door. It swung open, and Ridge, in all his glory, filled up the entire doorway. He wore a loose gray tank top, black basketball shorts, and high tops with the laces undone. About time, he said, running his hand through his shower-damp hair as his eyes roamed down my body.
Looks like I owe you a sunset. Luckily, I know the perfect spot.
He spun his keyring around his finger, and I backed up as he stepped outside and locked the door behind him.
Come on, we're burning daylight.
I didn't know where we were going, but I wanted to make myself clear before I went anywhere with him, so I followed him to his truck and stopped next to the driver's side. Hang on. If we're going to do this—
Do what, Evie?
He slid into the seat and closed the door, leaning out his open window with an amused look.
We're just going for a ride in my truck.
We need to set some rules.
Rules, huh?
He gave me a slow, lazy grin, his eyes flitting over my face.
You look cute today, Cherry, with your lopsided bun.
I refrained from straightening the messy bun on my head. Nobody had ever called me cute. Just forget it. I don't even know why I'm here. I turned to go. His arm shot out and he wrapped his hand around my upper arm.
Stop running away from me. It's getting old.
He stroked the underside of my arm with his thumb.
I didn't mean to mess things up for you. I didn't mean to barge into your life and make things worse. Hand over my heart. That wasn't my intention.
He released my arm and I turned to face him. His hand was quite literally over his heart, and he was giving me his puppy dog eyes, those big browns so wounded, you would think I was the one who had done him wrong. That look had gotten him what he wanted more times than I could count. Not with me, but with others. It was how he'd always gotten out of trouble at school. Even after getting caught cheating last year, the teacher cut him slack. That was Ridge's superpower. When he showed his vulnerability, he was almost impossible to resist. Almost. My eyes lowered to his hand, to the bruises on his busted knuckles that had scabbed over, then back to his puppy dog eyes. As I said, we need rules.
I've never been very good at following the rules, but I'll try,
he added, giving me the most adorable smile. Good thing I was immune to his charms.
Come on.
He jerked his chin toward the passenger seat.
You can tell me on the way.
I looked around at the field behind me and the lake bordered by trees. On the way to where?
It's a surprise.
I don't like surprises. But even as I said it, I was rounding the hood.
Get your sweet ass in my truck and stop fighting me.
I climbed in and buckled my seatbelt. What fun would it be if I stopped fighting you? I sassed.
Are you flirting with me, Cherry?
Flashing a grin, he put on a ball cap and pulled the brim low to shade his eyes from the sun's glare. I don't know. You're the one with the game. You tell me. His grin grew wider.
Yeah, you are.
Ridge turned the key in the ignition and threw his truck into reverse, slinging his arm around the back of my seat and looking over his shoulder as he backed out. It was such a guy thing to do, and a stupid thing to notice. But I kinda loved how he did that.
We'll just have some fun,
he said, following a narrow dirt and gravel road only as wide as his truck. He drove with one hand on the wheel, the other hand tapping out the beat of the music on the window frame. I sank down in my seat, kicked off my flip-flops, and planted my feet on the dash. That's all I want, just some harmless fun. His gaze roamed down my legs before returning to the road and riding his wheel just as we hit a pothole. My feet slipped off the dash and I grabbed the door handle to brace myself.
I can do that. Fun is my middle name.
I thought it was trouble. I replanted my feet on the dash as the truck bounced over the uneven terrain, jostling us from side to side. He winked.
In my world, they go hand in hand.
Leaning against the headrest, I turned my head to look at him. The warm glow of sunlight filled the cab. And just like that time at the swimming hole, Ridge's bronzed skin shimmered like gold. I stared at the flex of his biceps and his big, strong hands calloused from years of playing football and lifting barrels at the brewery this summer. The warm breeze floating through the open windows carried the sweet scent of hay and grass and horses, and of Ridge, warm and masculine. Heat spread through my body and sent tingles down my spine just from being in the same space as him. Ridge McAllister was bigger than life. He filled up every room he entered, and I used to think he sucked all the oxygen from it too. But now I felt like I could breathe better when he was next to me. It was dangerous to think like that, so I stopped ogling him and focused on the scenery. Acres of rolling green hills and trees, with horses grazing in the pasture.
You like horses, Cherry?
They're beautiful, but I've never spent much time around them. How about you?
Nah, not my thing. They're nice to look at, but I'm not interested in getting up close and personal. On the other hand, my brother is the horse whisperer of Texas. He speaks their language. He has a real gift.
I heard the pride in his voice, and it was clear that he loved his older brother. So do you. The words were out before I had a chance to think.
About time you noticed.
He let go of the wheel and gave me some jazz hands. I rolled my eyes. I was talking about football. He grinned.
So was I.
We drove through a wooded area, and when we came out on the other side, the land was flat, and the barn and outbuildings were painted red. An American flag was painted on the side of the barn, and the sign above the door said, Armacost Ranch. Is this Austin Armacost Ranch?
You know Austin?
He asked, surprised. Yeah, kind of. I looked out the side window. He used to be the high school football coach.
Right. Forgot about that,
he said, almost to himself.
Austin and my brother go way back.
Is that how you met Walker? I knew that Austin was Walker's uncle.
Yeah, we kind of got thrown together, but it all worked out. He's a good friend.
I nodded. I'd always liked Walker, in the sense that he'd always been decent.
But yeah, this ranch used to belong to Walker's family. Austin was looking to sell, so Shiloh bought it from my brother as a surprise, Ridge said. Bertie was pissed that she spent money on him, but he got over it, eventually. They turned it into a non-profit organization.
What do they do here? Two guys were unloading hay bales from the back of a truck parked in front of the barn and waved at Ridge as we drove past.
They rehabilitate damaged horses.
Damaged how?
Horses that have been through trauma, mostly at the hands of people. Bad trainers, bad owners. My brother's a healer, and my cousin Jude, the ex-Marine, runs his own nonprofit, Disaster Relief. He sends a lot of veterans over to Brody to help him out. I guess working with animals is good for PTSD. For some people, anyway.
Ridge pulled up next to another black pickup in front of a timber-framed building still under construction. He cut the engine and pushed his door open.
Come on, I'll introduce you to my brother and his girlfriend.
His girlfriend? As in Shiloh LaRoe? Not to mention that I didn't want to face his brother again after that embarrassing incident at HEB. Aren't we supposed to be watching the sunset?
The sun hasn't set yet, Cherry.
He pointed at the sky as if I needed a reminder that the sun was still high.
We've got time.
Why are you doing this? He met me by my door and yanked it open.
Doing what? Showing you my world?
That was what he was doing. Showing me his world. It was a far cry from mine, but I reminded myself that Ridge hadn't grown up like this. He wasn't showing off, he was just being nice. Yeah, I guess. I mean, introducing me to your family seems like a big step.
Get over yourself. It's not a marriage proposal.
He was right. I was being ridiculous. So I shoved my feet in my flip-flops and hopped out of the truck. When a couple emerged from the building, I stopped in my tracks. I wasn't the type to fangirl, but holy crap, Shiloh LaRue in the flesh. I've been listening to Arcadian Storm since junior high, and had listened to Shiloh's solo album on repeat. She wore her long black hair in a messy bun just like mine, although not as lopsided, and a loose black tank top that showed off the tattoos on her arm. God, she was so freaking cool that I barely noticed the guy she was with, although I'm not sure how I could have missed him. I hadn't gotten a good look at Brody that day because I'd been too humiliated. Brody's hair was dirty blonde, longish like Ridge's, and his face was suntanned. He wore a black t-shirt, faded denim, and boots, and if Ridge had swagger, this guy had it in spades. Guess it ran in the family. Shiloh gave us a big smile and a wave. My mouth gaped. Ridge laughed, sensing that I was starstruck, and clasped my hand in his, practically dragging me over to his brother and Shiloh.
Shiloh, Brody, this is Evie, the hot chick I picked up in a junkyard.
My jaw dropped. He did not just say that, but yes, he did. Shiloh was laughing. Brody snorted. I elbowed Ridge in the ribs, hard.
Ow, Jesus, Cherry. Watch those sharp elbows.
I glared at him. Maybe if you stopped talking shit, I wouldn't have to hurt you. Remembering the audience, I mumbled, sorry, he just
acts like a dumb shit. Yeah, I know,
Brody said, his lips quirking with amusement. But if he recognized me, he didn't let on.
Try living with him.
Stop it, Shiloh said, giving Brody a playful swat. We love Ridge.
You see, Ridge said, Shy appreciates me. That's why you're my #1 girl.
Ridge let out a dramatic sigh and put his hand over his heart.
You'll always be the one that got away.
Shiloh laughed. Brody scowled.
As if you had a shot in hell. I took myself out of the competition. That's the only reason you won. I hate to see a grown man cry.
Brody snorted.
How's the recording studio coming along?
Ridge asked. A recording studio? Great, Shiloh said with a big smile. Your Uncle Patrick put his best crew on the job.
Of course he did, Ridge muttered.
He's so proud of you, Ridge, Shiloh said softly. He was just telling me today that he bought season tickets for all the home games.
Good for him.
I side-eyed Ridge. Obviously, he wasn't a big fan of Uncle Patrick, but he quickly changed the subject, his signature smile firmly in place.
How about a tour of the studio? Evie's dying to see it.
I opened my mouth to protest, but shut it again when Shiloh came over and linked her arm to mine. Shiloh LaRue led me through the open space where the door would go and into her recording studio, just like it was no big deal. I reminded myself that Shiloh might be a rock goddess, but she was also a mere mortal like the rest of us. I didn't usually follow celebrity gossip, but I'd read her story. Or at least the story the media got. I couldn't help but wonder how much of it was true. Her life hadn't exactly been all sunshine and roses, and I guess that's why her music spoke to me. She'd gone through a lot of tough times and came out the other side. Evie? Shiloh prompted with a laugh. I'm sorry, I shook my head. I zoned out for a minute. Don't worry, she brushed it off with a warm smile. I do it all the time. I looked up at the vaulted ceilings and around the vast space. Just a shell of a building so far, but it was a lot bigger than it appeared from the outside. There were big openings cut out, which I guessed would be windows overlooking the trees. So this is where all the magic is going to happen? Let's hope so. Guess we'll see when the next album drops. She grimaced as if she was scared. I guess I couldn't blame her. Putting out music must be a lot like bearing your soul. You have absolutely nothing to worry about. It will be amazing. I love your music. Thank you. That means a lot to me. She must hear that from fans all the time, but she sounded like she genuinely meant it. Do you have a favorite song? She laughed a little. Forget I asked that. It makes me sound like a diva. No, it doesn't. From what little I already saw, Shiloh was the furthest thing from a diva. And yes, I do. Have a favorite song, I mean. The Ghost of You. She gave me a little smile I couldn't read. That's interesting. It's Ridge's favorite song, too. I guess I can understand why. She opened her mouth to say more, but before she could, Ridge appeared at my side and slung his arm around my shoulder as if it belonged there.
You done here?
He asked, looking down at me.
We need to get going if you want to catch the sunset.
The sunsets are beautiful here, Shallow said. You should take Evie to see the wild horses.
Damn. There goes my surprise.
Oops. Shallow slapped a hand over her mouth. Wild horses? I looked at Ridge.
Wild, wild horses, Cherry. Couldn't drag me away.
Shallow laughed at the Rolling Stones reference, and I joined in, but only to cover up the little zing that shot through my heart. Ridge's tone had been playful, but he looked right at me like he meant it.
They're the only horses Ridge can relate to, Brody said. The wilder the better for my little brother.
Shallow nudged Brody. You're one to talk. He gave her a smile.
Those wild horses inspired a few songs, didn't they, Shy?
It wasn't just the wild horses, cowboy. She gave him a big wink, and he pulled her into his arms just as if Ridge and I weren't here.
That's our cue to leave, Ridge said. Catch you later.
It was nice to meet you, I called as Ridge dragged me away. Get Ridge to bring you over for dinner one night, Shallow yelled.
Shy makes a mean gumbo. Good plan.
Ridge opened the passenger door for me like this was a date, and he was a gentleman. I waited until we were driving again before I spoke. I'm not your girlfriend, Ridge. He glanced over at me.
What's your point, Evie?
I didn't know what my point was. I just felt this constant need to remind him. Let's drop the whole boyfriend-girlfriend act. That's my point. Most guys would take offense to my bitchy attitude. Not Ridge. He brushed it off like it didn't even faze him.
Just relax. I'm not looking for a relationship any more than you are.
What do you want?
The truth?
I nodded.
I want to get you out of my system. And the only way I know how to do that is to fuck you 5 ways from Sunday. On your back, on all fours, against the wall, in the shower, on every available surface.
What a charmer.
You wanted an honest answer, and I'm giving it to you. Do you have any idea how many times I've jerked off to the thought of you?
I opened my mouth to speak, but the charmer held up his hand.
Before you jump to any conclusions, I'm not having sex with you tonight. So just put that thought out of your dirty little mind. Even if you crawled to me on your hands and knees begging, I'd still say no.
Rest assured that you will never hear me beg you for anything. He smirked and flipped his ball cap around so it was backwards.
Guess we'll see about that. Never say never, Cherry Bomb. It has a way of coming back to bite you in the ass.
Chapter 26. Ridge. How's that for a sunset? I swept my arm across the pink and orange sky as if I was the artist and I'd painted this masterpiece just for her. Earlier, I'd backed my truck up and parked at the top of a hill, and now we were sitting on the tailgate, which gave us the perfect view. Below us, the valley was spread out for as far as the eye could see, and the wild mustangs were running across the land, kicking up a cloud of dust.
It looks like a movie set.
She lowered the binoculars and offered them to me, but I shook my head. I'd brought them for her.
Almost too perfect to be real,
she said, her voice hushed in reverence.
And those horses, oh, God, this place is really special.
I couldn't deny it. Even though I wasn't the biggest fan of horses, the wild ones held a special place in my heart. Guess I liked my horses the way I liked my women, wild at heart, stubborn to a fault, and so beautiful it knocked the breath right out of your lungs. We sat in silence for a while, watching the last of the sun as it dipped beneath the horizon. A little while later, she handed me the binoculars and moved, so she was sitting in the truck's bed with her back leaning against the side.
Let's talk about the rules.
With a groan, I sat across from her and kicked out my legs. You really know how to kill a mood, don't you? She ignored me and forged on.
If we do this, it can only be for the summer.
Sounds like a good plan, I agreed.
No harm, no foul.
Exactly. When I leave on August 6th, we'll go our separate ways.
Perfect.
She held up her index finger.
Number 1, don't stick your nose in my business.
If the situation demanded, I would do it again, but I nodded as if I fully intended to follow her silly rules.
I heard you ran into Chad Miller.
My brows shot up. Where did you hear that?
From Kelsey. I saw her at the gas station. Are you still hooking up with her?
I shook my head no.
That's rule number 2. If you're hooking up with me, you're not hooking up with anyone else.
Possessive. I like it.
I'm serious. And that goes for blowjobs, too.
My dick is all yours. Got it.
Rule number 3. No more punching walls. And I don't want you getting into fights for me either.
Because you can take care of it on your own.
Exactly.
Which led me to my next question I needed to know. Is it true? Did that asshole really make a bet? She averted her head.
Yeah, he did.
What happened? Evie gripped her bottom lip between her teeth.
It was all a game, you know? The whole thing. The more I resisted, the more he wanted me.
That sounded familiar, but I wasn't playing high school games, and I would never make a bet or force a girl to do something she didn't want. Did he force you? Not meeting my eye, she ripped a thread from the frayed hem of her shorts and wrapped it around her finger.
I went to a party at his house. I got drunk and went up to his bedroom with him.
My jaw clenched, and I read between the lines. He took advantage of you when you were drunk. She shrugged one shoulder.
I didn't fight him, and I didn't say no.
I found that hard to believe. She was trying to pass this whole thing off as if it had been no big deal. That doesn't sound like you.
Maybe I was more trusting back then.
She lifted her head and met my eye.
Or maybe I was just stupid enough to believe that he cared about me. I thought he actually liked me. That's what he made me believe. But as soon as he won the bet, he dumped me.
No wonder she didn't trust me. But one of the many things that set me apart from Chad fucking Miller was that I cared about Evie, and I liked her exactly as she was. Tough, strong, and feisty with a dash of vulnerability she tried to hide.
But don't worry, she said. I got my revenge.
I played dumb as if I didn't know. Yeah? What did you do?
I beat the shit out of his car with a baseball bat. Then I spray painted a few choice words on the side of it. Chad Miller has a tiny dick.
She smiled, but it seemed forced. I didn't even pretend to be amused. And you think that made you even? I asked, barely able to contain my anger. Instead of answering, she quickly changed the subject.
Did Ainsley tell you that I stole money from her mom?
Evie had come here with an agenda. First the rules, and now this. I hesitated a moment before nodding.
I didn't.
She gave me a defiant look, daring me to call her a liar. I know. She was always jealous of you. I knew that without having heard it from Kelsey. I'd take care of Ainsley and set the record straight.
We're even now.
I didn't know this was a contest. How are we even? She shrugged one shoulder.
You shared some deep shit. I shared some deep shit. Now let's move on. For the rest of the summer, let's stay in the shallow end.
Shouldn't be a problem. I'm about as deep as a puddle. She snorted.
You're not as good an actor as you think, Dally boy.
She stood up and dusted off the back of her shorts.
But yeah, let's not get in too deep. That's my final rule.
I think we both knew it was too late for that, but hey, we were good at pretending. I jumped off the tailgate, wrapped my hands around Evie's waist, and lifted her to the ground. I'm thinking we should just dive right in.
Haven't you been listening?
Mm-hmm. I pulled her against me. I hung on every word. I kissed her on the lips, and she clutched my shirt in her hands. Agreed to all your rules. I dipped my head and took a bite of her neck. And I solemnly swear to give you a summer of fun. So let the games begin. My hands coasted down her back, and I palmed her ass cheeks, giving them a squeeze. She pushed up on her tiptoes, pressed her mouth against mine, then sank her teeth into my bottom lip. I swiped my tongue over my lip and tasted the metallic tang of blood as I swung open the passenger door. My lady. I gave her a courtly bow, and she laughed as she brushed past me. Next up on our agenda is something guaranteed to make you wet. I smacked her ass before it hit the seat. The car door slammed shut, and it was a damn good thing I had quick reflexes and jumped out of the way in time. I could have lost a finger, or worse. Evie was brutal, and I fucking loved it. But payback is a bitch.
No!
She shrieked. Too late. She was already airborne. Nothing like being thrown into a lake fully clothed. I'd ensured her phone was safe first, of course. Priorities. I dove in after her. Jesus, talk about a shock to the system. The water in this lake was spring-fed, and the temperature was 10 below Arctic, even in the middle of a hot-ass Texas summer. I pushed back my hair, my eyes darting around the lake, searching for Evie. It was getting dark, and I hadn't thought to turn on the lanterns on the dock. I spun in a circle, but still couldn't see her. Where the hell had she gone? A splash behind me was followed by her low, dirty laugh.
Catch me if you can.
I struck out in the direction of her voice and caught sight of her feet following her head underwater. I dove deep and caught her by the foot, tugging her toward me, then grabbed her waist and pulled her against me when our heads emerged. She turned in my arms and pushed her hair off her face. Even in the shadows of dusk, her green eyes seared through me, burning so bright I could almost feel the empty hole where she'd stolen part of my soul. I released her like her touch burned, even though the water was so cold my legs were starting to get numb. Oh, this is the equivalent of a cold shower. Pretty sure my nuts have shriveled to the size of peanuts. She smirked.
In that case, we should stay here all night.
Funny girl. I wrapped my hand around the back of her head and used my thumb to sweep away the black mascara under her eyes.
That's what happens when you throw a girl in the lake fully clothed. You could have warned me.
That would have ruined the element of surprise.
So that's what the rest of this summer will be? One big surprise after another?
You want fun, and I aim to deliver.
Oh, you're going to show me how to have fun, big guy?
Big guy. I huffed out a laugh and ended up with a mouthful of water. I splashed her back, and we kept splashing each other like two big kids playing in a lake. It felt like we were trying to recoup our lost childhoods. Before I came to Texas, I didn't know how to swim. Jude taught me in the spring of my junior year. Claimed it was an essential life skill. It was embarrassing as fuck, having to be taught how to swim at 17, but he kept our lessons private and never told anyone. Evie lunged for my shoulders and tried to push me under. Good try, Bellamy. I lifted her up and tossed her across the lake, but not one to give up, she came at me again. We played this game for a while until she got tired of being thrown around like a rag doll and held up her hands in the timeout signal.
Okay, I give up.
I should have known better than to trust her. I was floating on my back, looking up at the sky, and the next thing I knew, she pounced right on top of me. I sank like a stone. Stupid me for letting my guard down. When my head emerged, I coughed up all the lake water I'd swallowed. Ugh, you played dirty, I accused when I finally got my breath back. She laughed, then she took one look at my face and started laughing again. You think trying to drown a man is funny? That made her laugh even harder. I wasn't even mad about it. I don't think I'd ever heard Evie laugh like this, like a kid laughing over something stupid. This, she said a few moments later after pulling herself together. This what? Just chilling in a lake and having fun without worrying about anything. Just laughing at something stupid and having a water fight with a big man baby. She smiled. This makes me happy. I'm not a man baby, I cracked my knuckles. Just stick with big man and nobody will get hurt. She laughed, then the smile fell from her lips and we moved closer. If you're tired of treading water, I can hold you up, I said. You think? I won't let you go under. We weren't talking about the swim in the lake, and I couldn't make that kind of guarantee, but I wanted it to be true. I wanted to be the man who kept her from drowning. I didn't push or ask again. That wasn't how to play it with Evie. I just kept treading water and let her come to me, which she did, with hesitation. Evie wanted to trust me, but she wasn't sure she could. I wanted to give her a reason to. I wanted to give her a million reasons. She lifted her arms out of the water, wrapped them around my neck, and cinched her legs around my waist. And I held her up, treading water to keep us afloat. Kiss me, she said, tipping her face up. Her offer was tempting, but too many people had taken too much from her. No. She pulled back. No. I want you to kiss me. She hesitated a moment, and I thought she would break free and swim for the dock. Instead, she cradled my face in her hands, pressed her cool lips against mine. We stayed like that for a few long moments, just breathing each other's soft breaths, and I didn't push for more, only taking what she was willing to give. It was more intimate, more intense than a kiss, and it was a fucking miracle that I could keep us both afloat.
Chapter 27. Evie. After a steaming hot shower that turned my skin pink and scented the air with Ridge's shower gel, I got dressed in his clothes. A blue Mavericks football t-shirt, soft and faded, and gray boxer briefs that I had to roll the waistband to keep them from slipping down my legs. Wiping the steam off the mirror with a towel, I finger-combed my hair and swept away the last remnants of mascara from under my eyes. My dark nail polish was chipped, but this was as good as it got after being tossed in a cold lake. I patted down the stairs, twisting my hair into a knot on top of my head as I went. His place was nice, simply furnished with a leather sofa and 2 chairs, a rustic wood coffee table, and a braided rug on the honeywood floor. A guitar case was propped in the corner with expensive-looking sound equipment against the wall next to the TV. In one of his letters, Ridge told me he liked playing his acoustic guitar to chill out. I'd never heard him play, but now I wanted to. He looked over from the stove, spatula in hand, his eyes making a leisurely descent before returning to my face. I like you in my clothes, he winked. But they'd look better on the floor. You just can't help yourself, can you? I made my intentions clear. But like I said, this, he ran his hand over his bare chest and abs, so sculpted I could count all 6, is off limits to you. All you're getting from me tonight is a grilled cheese sandwich. My mouth watered at the scent of butter and melted cheese. And okay, maybe at the sight of a shirtless Ridge in gray sweat shorts that hung low on his narrow waist and showed off his V-cut. His body was so perfect it didn't seem fair. I'd rather have grilled cheese anyway. With a smirk, he flipped the sandwiches in the pan. That's only because you don't know what you're missing. What am I missing? I pulled up a stool on the other side of the breakfast bar and propped my chin on my hands.
The best you've ever had?
Cocky.
Confident.
He slid the grilled cheese sandwiches onto 2 plates, cut them on the diagonal with a spatula, and set one in front of me.
Taste this and tell me it's not the best you've ever had.
He joined me at the counter, and I swiveled on the stool so I was facing him. We were sitting parallel to the counter, our feet hooked on the stool rungs. Do you always have to be the best at everything?
I'm a McAllister,
he said with a shrug, as if that explained everything. I bit into my grilled cheese and let out a moan. Oh my God, so good, I said around a mouthful of gooey cheese and fried bread.
Yes, I am.
I was too busy stuffing my face to comment. I hadn't eaten anything since the 3 strips of bacon and toast at the diner this afternoon.
Good thing I made 4,
Ridge said, watching me lick my fingers after demolishing the sandwich. He returned to the stove, slid another sandwich onto each of our plates, and filled 2 mason jars with iced tea before taking his seat again. Thanks. He dipped his chin in acknowledgement. I took a sip of tea and set down the jar. I guess he used these instead of glasses. It was such a Ridge thing to do. It made me laugh.
What's so funny?
His mouth quirked as if he was anticipating a good joke. I shook my head, laughing again. You?
You think I'm funny, Bellamy?
He grabbed my thigh and gave it a squeeze. I took another bite of my sandwich and pretended that his nearness didn't affect me. After I'd eaten my fill, I offered him my second half. He ate it in 4 bites. I'd counted. I licked my fingers again, sucking on them and moaning a little bit, making a big show of it because he was staring at my mouth.
You're a wicked temptress.
His hand coasted up my thigh, and it stole the laughter from my lips. Post Malone's voice poured from the speakers. He was singing about being here now, pleading to be put out of his misery, but don't count on him to stay. My gaze flitted between Ridge's full lips and his deep-set brown eyes, where they stayed. An invisible force pulled me forward, and I slid off my stool at the same moment that he grabbed the hem of my t-shirt, his t-shirt, and yanked me toward him, widening his legs so I could stand between them. It was hard to hide an erection when you were wearing sweats, and I had a sneaking suspicion he'd gone commando. It was also impossible not to notice that Ridge was big, in every way. My hand accidentally brushed over his dick. He hissed, "Watch yourself." "Or what are you going to do?" I taunted. I flattened my palms on his chest and slid them over his smooth, warm skin to his shoulders. My hands curled around the back of his neck, and my nipples brushed his chest. Too bad I won't be getting any of this tonight. With a wicked gleam in his eye, he loosened the knot on top of my head, and my hair tumbled down around my shoulders and back. He threaded his fingers through it at the nape of my neck and dipped down, his lips brushing the shell of my ear, his breath soft and warm.
Oh, you're getting it all right.
He kissed my jaw and my neck, nipped my shoulder. His teeth grazed my collarbone.
I still have a tongue and lips and fingers,
he said against my lips before pressing them to mine. His tongue pushed inside, and I sucked on it, eliciting a groan from the back of his throat that made me giddy. One of his hands coasted down my back to palm my ass. The other curled around my waist and pulled me closer until my chest was glued to his. Our lips fused and our tongues danced, dueled, fought for dominance. I scraped my nails down his back and he sank his teeth into my bottom lip and sucked it into his mouth. I leaned into him, pushing my core against his length and rolled my hips, seeking the friction. He growled, I moaned. Our teeth and lips clashed, our kisses hungry and needy. His body was smooth and hard, chiseled, his erection long and thick. Warmth radiated from his body and heat pooled in my belly. The ache between my thighs intensified with every kiss from his merciless tongue, and I thought, maybe the joke's on me, because I wanted him, ached for him. I was so wet I could feel it soaking through the cotton. I wanted to climb him like a tree, sink down on him and ride him hard. Roughly, he yanked on my hair, and I gasped as my neck arched, and he sucked on it, marking it with his lips and tongue. "Something to remember me by," he said, his voice low and husky. I wrapped my hand around him through his shorts and squeezed. He was big and so impossibly hard. I felt sick satisfaction when his eyes darkened and his breathing got shallow. "Something to remember me by," I said, tugging on his length before releasing him. "The ball's back in your court, baby." He stroked my inner thigh, softly, softly. Goosebumps assaulted my skin as his hand moved higher and skimmed the hem of the boxer briefs. "You want to feel my hard cock inside your sweet, sweet pussy, don't you, Evie?" His fingers dipped under the cotton and traced the crease of my thigh. My core clenched, and I could feel my clit pulsing. "I bet you're soaked, aren't you? I bet it would be so easy to slip inside you." He cupped me and pressed the heel of his hand against my clit, drawing an involuntary whimper from my lips as his middle finger pressed into my hole through the cotton. My fingers dug into his shoulders. "You're all talk." My voice sounded breathy, not at all like mine. "Why don't you just do it?" "And break my promise? Never." He pinched my clit, and I cried out, silently begging for more. "But I'm ready for my dessert." He licked his lips, his eyes at half-mast. It reminded me of when I saw him in the weight room getting his dick sucked. And that thought shouldn't have turned me on, but God, it did. "Am I your dessert?" I asked, moving my hand down his chest. I pinched his right nipple between my fingers and twisted. He cursed under his breath, and I laughed. "I bet you taste good." He grabbed my chin and traced the seam of my lips with his tongue. I opened for him, and he sucked on my tongue, groaning as I ground my hips against him, needing more. "I would lick you clean." His fingertips brushed my clit, from slit to crack. His fingers circled my other hole. I was having trouble breathing. "Every last drop." He dipped his head, snatching a nipple between his teeth, and I moaned, my knees buckling as he sucked one breast into his mouth and bit the fleshy underside through the cotton. My nipples strained against the fabric, tightening almost painfully. He lifted his head, and I looked at him through a lust-filled haze. "What do you want, Evie?" "You. I want your fingers and lips and tongue." I rubbed against him, practically dry humping his leg like a dog in heat. I had no pride. His hands coasted down my sides and under the t-shirt. His fingers skimmed the waistband, and he looped his thumbs in the sides. "Do you want me to suck you and lick you? Shove my fingers and tongue inside you and make you come so hard that your pussy will clench around me, and I'll taste you on my tongue for days?" Yes, 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 I wanted it. I nodded. Rough hands pushed the cotton down my hips and over my thighs. The briefs pulled at my ankles, and I kicked them aside. Ridge stood up from the stool, knocking it to the ground. Bending down, he grabbed the backs of my thighs and lifted me up. My legs wrapped around his waist, and he spun us around and propped me on the edge of the counter. Then he swept his arm across it and sent dishes clattering to the floor. I threw my head back and laughed, feeling slightly unhinged. "You have a perfectly good couch." "I told you I was ready for my dessert, and this is where I eat." He pressed his hand on my lower stomach, forcing me onto my elbows. Then he wrapped his hand around my ankle and kissed the arch of my foot, before he planted it flat on the counter. Ridge kneeled before me and draped my other leg over his shoulder, and I was spread out for him like a freaking dessert buffet. My body quivered with anticipation. I should have been embarrassed, but I wasn't. All I could think about was what he could do with his tongue and fingers.
Look at this beautiful pussy.
He was eye level with it.
So pretty and pink. You keep it bare?
His eyes met mine. I gave him a little nod, wondering if he liked that or not. Why should I care what Ridge McAllister thought about anything at all?
It's fucking perfect.
The pads of his fingers skimmed through my slick folds, gathering my witness, and he brought his fingers to my lips and traced them.
Suck,
he commanded.
Taste yourself.
My mouth opened on command, and he slid his fingers inside, groaning when I sucked on them, my cheeks hollowed. I decided he needed to be punished for putting me on display like this. I sucked his fingers dry, making a big show of it, and let out a low moan. Just imagine how it would feel to have my lips wrapped around your hard cock.
Oh, baby, I do. All the time.
I bet you'd love it if I sucked on you, licked the cum off the slit and took you deep inside. So deep you'd be touching the back of my throat. He adjusted himself in his shorts and I smirked, but it quickly fell off my face when he dipped down and took the first taste. Holding my gaze, he flicked his tongue over my swollen clit, and I jerked off the counter. One thick finger slid inside me, and then another, and I watched with hooded eyes as he feasted, fucking me with his skilled fingers and tongue. It was too much. Him, us. It was all too much. And I was scared that I was fallen, but too powerless against his merciless tongue to stop it.
What do you want, Evie?
His fingers stilled. This, I panted, writhing on the counter. I was so close. I reached down to touch myself, but he batted my hand away.
I'll give you what you want when you say please.
I pressed my lips into a flat line, determined to hang on to my pride. To punish me, he withdrew his fingers, and I let out a whimper, aching at the sudden loss. Oh, God. I squeezed my eyes shut. Was I really going to beg? My clit was throbbing, and I was so wet it was dripping down my thighs. I needed his fingers and his tongue. I needed it so badly that I caved. Fine. Please.
Please what?
Please fuck me with your fingers and tongue, I gritted out.
Hang on.
He cupped his ear.
Is that the sound of you begging?
With a growl, I shoved his shoulder with my foot. And if I didn't want this so much, I would have hopped off the counter and told him to go screw himself. But I didn't, because I would not be denied. And when his two fingers moved inside me, reaching, curling, and hitting a spot I thought was only a myth, and he sucked on my clit, I was done for. I detonated. I came so hard I screamed his name and little dots appeared before my eyes. Ridge licked me from slit to crack with the flat of his tongue and brought me down from the orgasm. I was still shaky, my back flat against the counter when he stood up and leaned over me, bracing his arms on either side of my head. His chin and lips glistened from me, and he slowly licked his lips. His deep browns locked onto my greens.
Never say never, Cherry.
Ridge won. I lost. I wanted to even the score, so I grabbed the back of his head and pulled him down to me. I bet your cock is throbbing, isn't it? I bet it's so hard it's painful. Go ahead and stroke it. Wrap your hand around it. My tongue darted out, and I ran the tip over his bottom lip. He wrapped his arms around my back, pulled me up to a sitting position, and stood between my legs.
You want to watch, Cherry? Is that it?
I sat back on my hands and watched him take his dick out. It was big. It was beautiful. Long and thick.
You like watching me, don't you?
It was the smirk on his face that brought me back to my senses. Second thought, not interested. I gave him a little shove, hopped off the counter, and left Ridge with his dick in his hand. It was a small victory, but I'd take it. I grabbed my clothes from the dryer, closed the laundry room door, and got dressed. I tossed his t-shirt on the mountain of dirty clothes on the floor, grabbed my keys and phone off the dryer, and walked into the kitchen. Thanks. It's been real. Feeling smug, I breezed past him and out the front door. He was the one who said he was off limits tonight. That was the price he had to pay.
You're mine for the rest of the summer, Bellamy,
he called as I got into my car. I drove away with a smile on my face. I was looking forward to it. I couldn't wait to see what he could do with all that big dick energy. A delicious shiver raced up my spine. And then I told myself to calm my jets. I'd never had great sex. Not the mind-blowing kind that made you feel like you couldn't get enough. Chad didn't count because he was my first, and that whole experience was shitty and best forgotten. Then there was Trevor. Sometimes it was good, but it was never great. He'd only cared about himself, so I always had to get myself off. Maybe Ridge would be different. Less selfish, more fun. Better at sex, more open to experimenting. I was sure he had plenty of practice, I thought bitterly. Plus, he had a distinct advantage over most guys. Long fingers. I laughed to myself. The other thing that set him apart, he didn't need a map to find my clit. So yeah, I was low-key excited and cautiously optimistic. We'd both get what we wanted, get out before we got in too deep, and go our separate ways. It was the perfect plan. Chapter 28. Evie. It was the Wednesday night before the 4th of July, and I'd just finished my third double shift at the diner because A, I needed the money, and B, I'd asked to take off the 4th of July. In exchange, I had to work Amber's dinner shifts. It was late, I was tired, and all I wanted was a shower and my bed. I turned down my street and eased off the gas, maneuvering around the potholes. My headlights illuminated the car parked in front of my house. The same tricked-out caddy from the night I'd forked over my hard-earned cash. I hit the gas and sped past. The driver saw me and knew he had. I always drove with my windows down because my AC didn't work. He was probably a dealer or a supplier. Not the kind of man I wanted to mess with. I drove around for a while, then pulled over and waited by the trailer park for 15 minutes. When I returned to my house, the car was gone. I breathed a sigh of relief. Another bullet dodged. I grabbed my bag from the passenger seat and walked to the front door. The TV was on in the living room. I could see it flickering through the crack in the blinds, but the lights were off. Pushing open the door, I stepped inside and immediately wished I hadn't. For fuck's sake. Now I'd have to bleach my eyes. Averting my gaze, I walked right past the striptease act. I don't think either of them even noticed I was there. If Wade was going to get his dick out, he could have at least kept it to the bedroom. My mother's moans intensified, and I heard flesh slapping against flesh as I ducked inside Wren's bedroom to check on her. Thankfully, she was fast asleep. So I closed the door softly behind me and darted into the bathroom. I brushed my teeth, grabbed the makeup wipes from the bathroom, and barricaded myself in my bedroom, turning the doorknob twice to make sure it was locked. Earbuds in and my music loud enough to drown out the sounds of my mother and Wade fucking on the sofa. I changed into boy shorts and a tank top and removed my makeup. Tossing the wipes into the wastepaper basket, I dove into my bed and closed my eyes. I was living with two hypersexual meth addicts. Yay for me. My mother wasn't even looking for a job. She was content to collect government checks and live off Wade's generosity. She better not get pregnant again. I refused to sacrifice my hopes and dreams, my future, to help her raise another baby. I couldn't do it. I wouldn't. Not again. There was a knock on my bedroom door, but I ignored it. The knocking grew more insistent, louder. "Let me in, baby." With a sigh, I unlocked the door and opened it a crack. My mother was dressed in a fringed crop top and short white shorts. She looked like she was headed to Cancun for spring break. "Can you just let me in? Wade's taking us up to the lake for the 4th of July weekend." "What? Now?" "Yes, now." She shouldered her way inside and made a beeline for my closet, where she rifled through my things, tossing shoes and clothes into the carpet. "Where's that duffel bag?" She flipped through the pages of The Outsiders, then flung my book across the room. "Stop going through my things, Mom." I nudged her aside and pulled down the duffel bag from the top shelf, then retrieved my book from the floor and slid it into my top dresser drawer. "I need to borrow a bikini." I leaned against my dresser, facing her, my palms pressed flat against the top drawer to protect my things. Nothing was sacred in this house, not even my damn bikini. Last week, she borrowed my black cotton mini dress and returned it with stains down the front. I didn't even want to know where the stains came from. As far as I was concerned, my favorite dress was ruined, so I threw it in the trash. "I'm not lending you a bikini." "I'll buy you a new one," Wade yelled from the hallway. His tune had changed. Now that he was dealing drugs, he was Mr. Moneybags. "Let's get packed and get going." I grabbed my mom's arm to stop her from leaving. "Wait, you're going tonight? You're just leaving?" "Didn't I just tell you that? It's like you don't even listen when I talk." She lit a cigarette and blew the smoke right in my face, laughing when I waved it away. Sometimes I hated her. I really did. "Pack some things for Ren," she said on her way out of my bedroom. She paused on the threshold and looked over her shoulder. "You coming?" An afterthought. No. No way in hell would I go away with Wade and my mother. But I didn't want Ren to go with them either. She shrugged. "Suit yourself." "I'm not packing for Ren." I followed her into the hallway and lowered my voice. "It's late, and she's asleep." My mother barged into Ren's bedroom and flicked on the lights, waving off my concerns. Ren sat up and blinked at the intrusion, then looked at me, taking her cue as to whether she should cry or not. I smiled as if this was all perfectly normal and nothing to be upset about. My mother was so selfish. You can't just drag her out of bed and take off on one of your, "I'll do whatever the hell I want." My mother took another drag of her cigarette and waved it around the room, polluting Ren's lungs. "We're going. Deal with it." Wade's in no condition to drive. And who's going to look after Ren? "Mind your own fucking business," Wade said. He lifted Ren into his arms and stalked out of the room while I trailed them, gritting my teeth. "Come on, baby," my mom said, latching onto Wade's arm. "Let's get the hell out of here." "She doesn't even have any of her things," I told my mom, panic seeping into my words. "You can't just take off." "You're always so negative. I don't have time to stand around and argue with you. We're leaving." I chased her across the yard and took one more stab at talking sense into her. Someone had to act like an adult. "Mom, just wait until morning. You can get a fresh start." "You see?" she huffed. "That's your problem. You're not spontaneous enough. You need to live a little." She tossed her cigarette on the ground and climbed into Wade's truck. I checked the back seat to make sure Ren was securely fastened in her car seat. As soon as her doors slammed shut, Wade hit the gas and peeled out of the driveway. I crushed the still-burning cigarette under the sole of my sneaker and stood in my front yard, waiting, as if I expected them to reappear. Of course, they didn't, so I went inside and locked the door. In my bedroom, I took a few deep breaths and tried to shove away the fear and dread that gnawed at my gut. What if they had an accident? And what if something happened to Ren? But I couldn't think like that. I'd just drive myself crazy with worry. I grabbed my phone and sent a text. "Hey, are you around?" The reply was instant, and so was my relief. I needed to get out of this house. What if those guys in the caddy came back? I didn't want to be alone if they did. And I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep until I knew that Ren was alive and in one piece. I sent my mother a message, asking her to text as soon as they'd arrived, then threw some clothes in my backpack and jumped in my car. 15 minutes later, Quinn opened the door with a smile and threw her arms around me like it had been years instead of 4 days since we'd last seen each other. Yet another reminder of how much I'd miss her when she left for UCLA. "I'm so glad you're here," she said, dragging me into the kitchen, where we grabbed snacks from her fully stocked pantry. "I have so much to tell you, and I want to hear what's going on with you and Ridge." The next morning, I woke up to hazy sunshine and a message from my mother. Apparently, they arrived safely, but she sent the message at 3 in the morning, so all I could do was hope and pray she'd look after Wren. Quinn and I spent the day hanging out in her pool and practicing blowjobs on a cucumber while we floated on our inflatable donuts. She waved the cucumber in the air as she floated past. "Do you think this is dick-sized?" I grabbed it and studied the cucumber before taking a big bite. "It depends on the guy." It was ridge-sized, but I didn't mention it. "But don't get your hopes up. He won't taste like a cucumber. We should have rolled it in salt. How weird is it that we're expected to suck on something guys pee with?" "Ew. And how weird is it that you're eating something I was sucking on?" I wrapped my lips around the cucumber and slid it into my mouth as far as it would go before sliding it out. I'm deep-throating a cucumber. This has to be an all-time low. I tossed the cucumber across the pool. "Look, it's a floater." We both cracked up as the cucumber bobbed past us. "Have you given Ridge a blowjob yet?" Quinn asked. I shook my head. "I'm not going there. Too many girls have already been up close and personal with his dick." "So you want to be someone special to him?" Did I? No, definitely not. I trailed my fingertips through the water and stared at the tiled bottom. I shouldn't even be hanging out with him. Why not? We're too alike. We come from similar backgrounds. It could never end well. But that's a good thing that you're so alike. Who says it has to end? He's going to San Marcos State to play football. This is his big opportunity. His chance to do something better with his life. I don't want to be the girl standing in his way. Besides, I have my own plans for the future, and I can't get sidetracked by some guy. San Marcos is only a 40-minute drive from Cypress Springs, she pointed out. Why couldn't you have it all? The future and the boy. I shook my head. Life doesn't work that way. You can't have it all. You can have it all, Evie. You like him, right? I shrugged. Meh. She splashed water at me. Lie to yourself all you want, but admit it to me at least. I'm your best friend, she reminded me. I told you all about Jesse. Fine. He's okay, I guess. But I couldn't stop the smile that gave me away. She grinned. Oh my God, you're such a liar. You really like him. Shut up, I rolled my eyes. I don't want him to know. His ego is already as super inflated as this donut. A few hours later, Ridge picked me up from Quinn's house. He pulled me into a kiss and, like a gentleman, opened the car door for me. Who had taught him manners? It sounded like he'd practically raised himself, just like I had.
Chapter 29. Ridge. Evie was wearing baggy black cargo pants that cinched at her waist with a white cropped top that exposed a sliver of bronzed skin. She was sexy without even trying. You straightened your hair. It was a stupid thing to notice, but Evie had natural waves, and now her black hair hung down her back in one sheet of liquid silk. She tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. She wore big gold hoops in her ears and shrugged. I wanted something different. As I drove, I kept glancing at her, taking in the small changes. Her lips were painted nude like her nails, and her eyes were smoky. Smoldering, that was the word for Evie. She smacked my arm and laughed.
Keep your eyes on the road, Dally boy. I don't want to end up in a ditch tonight. I got you a present. I reached into the side pocket and tossed a cherry blow pop into her lap. She twirled the stick between her thumb and index finger. You want me to eat it now or save it for dessert? I wanted to eat her now, and that would be my dessert. The other night, no sooner had she left than I closed the front door, slammed my palm against the wood to steady myself, and jerked off right then and there. I came so hard I felt dizzy. Next to me, Evie ripped off the wrapper and popped the sucker into her mouth. All I could say was that I must have been the biggest masochist on the planet. I drove with one hand on the wheel and the other on her thigh while she tortured me with a cherry blow pop. Her eyes closed and she let out a moan that shot straight to my cock. I was half tempted to turn the truck around and skip the damn fireworks, but no, I was a glutton for punishment. By the time we'd reached the park where the fireworks were being held, I had a bulge in my jeans that couldn't be missed, and my cock was so stiff it was a miracle I could even get out of the damn truck and walk. This is the first time we've been out together in public, Evie said when I grabbed her hand and led her past the livestock show and the food trucks. Live music, country and heavy on the twang, drifted from the amphitheater. I was hard as stone and sweating my balls off. This had nothing to do with the heat and everything to do with the fact that I was hooking up with Evie, and so far all I'd gotten out of the deal was a case of blue balls and an intimate relationship with my right hand. It was beginning to feel like a permanent affliction. But I had no one to blame except myself. I'd given her the damn blow pop, and she'd tortured me with it. My phone buzzed in my pocket, a temporary distraction, and I checked the message. Brody. Where the hell are you? If you don't show up, I'm moving you back into the house. Fucking hell. Now that he had something to hold over my head, he used it against me all the damn time. I hope you like barbecue. I didn't mention that she was about to be thrust into a McAllister family dinner. Payback is a bitch. She'd tortured me, and now it was my turn to repay the favor. She was half jogging to keep up with me. Slow down. I slowed to a moderate pace and wiped the sweat off my forehead as I ushered her through the door. The space was as big as an airplane hangar, with long tables decked out in red, white, and blue. Volunteers in red Team Phoenix t-shirts manned the entrance. The barbecue dinner was hosted by Jude's nonprofit organization, a charity fundraiser. Have you got your tickets? A stout woman with short brown hair asked. I stopped at the table and searched my pocket for the VIP tickets Jude had dropped off. Shit, had I left them on the kitchen counter? While I was checking my pockets, Jude appeared. He's with us, Jude told the lady. Oh, well, in that case, come right in. The woman smiled at Jude like he'd hung the fucking moon. He was a hometown hero with a silver tongue and, according to Brody, a god complex. He thinks he's the master of the fucking universe. They were cousins raised like brothers, so their sibling rivalry was alive and well. I tossed a 20 in the donation box while Jude greeted Evie like an old friend. Maybe they were. They met at the police station. I barely remembered that night, thanks to all the vodka. The following day, Jude forced me to go running with him at ass-crack o'clock. My sweat had reeked of alcohol, and he said I smelled like a distillery. By the time we'd finished running, I was so nauseous and dizzy that I almost passed out. He told me to drop to the ground and give him 50 push-ups. Tough love, McAllister style. Is Evie short for Evangeline? Jude asked. Yeah, it is. That was on our short list for girls' names, Jude said. It's a beautiful name, perfect for you. The fuck? Was he flirting with Evie? I side-eyed her as she damn near swooned. Evie gave him a shy smile and lowered her lashes, flattered by his attention. I was half tempted to punch him in the face. If not for the fact that I knew he was happily married, not to mention way too old for her, I would have.
Thank you, Evie said. I wrapped my arm around her shoulders and pulled her close. Jude chuckled under his breath, fully aware I was staking my claim and that jealousy had driven me to do it. Asshole. Everyone's here. They were waiting for you, Jude said as he walked us to the McAllister table approximately 2 miles away from the front door. It's a family dinner? Evie asked, sounding panicky. Yeah, it's no big deal. I squeezed her shoulder to reassure her. We'll eat and run. She stopped walking and turned to me with her eyes narrowed. Why didn't you tell me? She hissed. Because I knew you'd freak out. I'd had every intention of blowing it off, but might as well make an appearance and fulfill my family duties. Well, now you know. I grabbed her hand and practically dragged her to the table. Short of digging her heels in or running in the opposite direction, there wasn't much she could do about it. When we reached the table, sure enough, everyone was there. Everyone except Gideon, who only returned to Texas for major holidays or when it was absolutely required. He had the right idea, moving halfway across the country. The first thing out of my Uncle Patrick's mouth was, "About damn time, you're late." He glared at me. I glared right back because fuck him. You got a girlfriend, Ridge? Noah asked, his eyes wide with excitement. I'm not his girlfriend, Evie stated at the same time I responded. Yep, just for the summer, though. She's pretty. Noah nodded like he approved of my choice. But what happens if you want her for longer than the summer? Evie laughed. Don't worry, he won't. How can you be so sure? Noah prodded. Because some things aren't meant to last, Evie said.
Chapter 30. Evie. Ridge might not have grown up with the McAllisters, but he had a lot of the same traits as the men in his family. They were all gorgeous, cocky, the best at everything they did, and bigger than life. I'm glad Ridge took my advice, Noah said. I was sitting between him and Ridge. What kind of advice did you give him? I told him to get a girlfriend so he could kiss her whenever he wants. I stifled a laugh. Noah was so cute with his longish, dirty blonde hair and barbecue sauce on his chin. Well, the girlfriend would have to agree first, right? I reasoned. Well, yeah, but of course she would, because we're McAllisters. He shrugged as if that explained everything, which for them I guess it did. Ridge had used a similar line the other night. So you're saying that the McAllisters always get the girl? I couldn't believe I was having this discussion with a 7-year-old. An adorable, cocky little 7-year-old who looked just like his dad, Cowboy Brody. I'd found out that Jude's wife, Lila, was Noah's mom, and Jude was Daddy Jude. They'd taken the term close-knit family to a whole other level. But I guess they'd found a way to make it work, so who was I to judge? Yep, Noah said, sounding so confident I almost believed him. Just sometimes they have to work a little harder, like Daddy Jude. He eyed Jude across the table. It took him way too long to get his act together. Noah shook his head and sighed. Jude snorted. Everyone else at the table laughed. Ridge leaned in close and put his hand on my thigh. You see that, Cherry? We always get the girl. I arched my brows. You haven't gotten this girl. His hand drifted up the inside of my thigh and stopped at the crease. An involuntary gasp escaped my lips when his fingers brushed over my clit. The chase is half the fun. He sat back with a satisfied smile, confirming what I'd known all along. It was all about the chase. I looked across the table at Lila. She smiled like she knew what Ridge and I had been up to. Lila was a pretty brunette with dark, glossy hair and green eyes. A blind man could see that Jude was madly in love with her. The same went for Brody and Shallow. They were in love. The men treated their women with respect, and I couldn't stop watching them. I'd never seen a functional relationship before, and it was eye-opening. I guess this was how it was when you found your soulmate. I envied them. Dude, can you just sit down for 5 minutes? Lila said as he jumped to his feet. The world won't fall apart if you're not there to take care of every little thing.
That's where you're wrong, Rebel. And now look, my baby girl needs me.
He reached into the jogging stroller and pulled Gracie into his arms before she'd even had a chance to utter a sound. Then he disappeared somewhere to change her diaper. Lila sighed, watching her husband leave, then turned back to us. God, he's obsessed with his baby girl. She smiled at me. So, how did you and Ridge meet? While we ate, I talked to Lila and Shiloh. They told me their stories, how they'd met their men, and we talked about Shiloh's music and Lila's floral arranging business. I told them I was starting nursing school in the fall. I refrained from mentioning that I'd always wanted to be a doctor because now it seemed too far out of reach to even contemplate. But I wanted to do something that made a difference, and I wanted a career that would always be in demand. Ridge's Aunt Kate gave me a smile. That sounds like a rewarding career. I could tell right away that she was kind and warm and that everyone at the table loved her. She was probably one of those moms who had baked cookies, had a hot meal on the table every night, and had been at every game and school event to cheer her kids on and show her support. I'd never been around a family who were so close and loving. But at the same time, being around the McAllisters, this big, rowdy family was overwhelming. "Levi, get back here!" Noah huffed when Levi took off. "You want me to get him for you, Mom?" "He's okay," Lila said. "No, I should get him. I need the babysitting money." "What do you need money for?" "Uncle Gideon said I have to start investing. Then I can grow an empire and live in a penthouse and drive an expensive car just like him." Brody snorted. "You don't want to be just like Gideon. He's a miserable Brody," Kate admonished. "Language." Noah took off, chasing after his baby brother, which left the seat between me and Jessie open. He glanced over at me and I pretended to sharpen my knife. He barked out a laugh. I stabbed my fork into the pulled pork on my plate. "Tread carefully." He laughed harder. Next to me, I felt Ridge tense. I tuned into his conversation with Patrick, who must have been in his 60s with salt and pepper hair, but he still had a powerful build. Broad shoulders, barrel chest, piercing blue eyes.
All I'm saying is that you can't afford to screw this up, he told Ridge. Talent is not enough. You need to prove that you're willing to do the work and not slack off. You need to be a more consistent player. It's all well and good to dazzle the crowd, but if you're... I know what the fuck I need to do. Ridge threw down his fork. I don't need another one of your damn lectures. This isn't a lecture. It's constructive criticism. If you can't handle it, you need thicker skin. All conversation at the table had ceased, and now everyone was focused on Ridge and Patrick. Lay off, Dad, Jessie said. Ridge leveled Patrick with a look. Thicker skin, huh? Were you raised by a junkie, Patrick? Did you grow up in a poverty-stricken ghetto where drive-bys were a regular occurrence? Did you have to fight for your survival and go hungry when your mother spent all her money on drugs? No, you fucking didn't. You were living your cushy little life surrounded by your family, and you didn't give a shit about your own sister. You deserted Shelby. It was your fucking fault that she turned to drugs, so you don't have the right to tell me what I should and shouldn't do. Ridge stood up and threw down his napkin. We're out of here. He grabbed my hand and pulled me away from the table. Don't leave, Ridge, Kate pleaded. Patrick didn't mean... I don't know how you've put up with him for all these years, Ridge said. All I can say is that you must be a saint. But I don't need to listen to this shit. Ridge, Brody called after us. Ridge held up his hand as we strode away. Save it, bro. We didn't speak until we crossed the park and found a spot to watch the fireworks. We were sitting on a hill, surrounded by families and couples who had already settled to watch the show. They were sitting on folded chairs or blankets. Ridge and I were sitting on the grass. His shoulders were hunched, his legs bent, and his forearms resting on his knees. The muscle in his jaw was ticking, and I could feel the tension in his body even though we weren't touching. I have a knack for ruining family dinners, he said, laughing it off. I would have done the same thing.
He squinted into the distance. Last summer, I was working for Patrick at his construction company. Some money went missing, and he accused me of stealing it. Without even questioning anyone else, he automatically pointed the finger at me. I'd never steal from my own family. When he caught the guy who did it, he gave me a half-assed apology. I thought about his story. Even though Ridge had a big, loving family, he still felt like he was on the outside looking in, like he didn't really belong. And then his asshole uncle had accused him of stealing and treated Ridge like shit, as if he expected Ridge to fail. My biggest fear is that I'll fuck everything up because I always do. Ridge hid his vulnerability and fears beneath his swagger and bravado. It was something I understood, that need to protect yourself. It was another reminder that we had a lot in common. We'd just chosen different defense mechanisms. What amazed me about Ridge was that he'd been raised the way he had, yet it hadn't made him bitter. He could have turned out so differently. He could have hated the whole world, but Ridge was good in all the ways that matter most. How much do you care about watching the fireworks? It had gotten dark and the fireworks were about to begin, but I'd rather be alone with him. He turned his head to look at me. I don't really give a shit about the fireworks. We were so jaded. Let's get out of here. Chapter 31. Evie. Ridge took all the winding back roads and drove too fast with the windows down and the music blasting. I cranked up the volume on Jay-Z and Beyoncé's '03 Bonnie and Clyde and moved to the beat of the music. The warm breeze blew through our hair, and Ridge looked like a bad boy searching for trouble. I think he'd found it. I was sitting right next to him. I threw back my head and laughed when he gunned the engine, completely dismissing the sign on the fence warning trespassers to keep out. Gravel crunched under our tires and a trail of dust kicked up behind us. Are we going to rob a bank, Clyde? I'll be your getaway driver, Bonnie. If we don't get shot first. I laughed at another sign nailed to a tree. Prayer is one way to meet the good Lord, but trespassing will get you there quicker. We were on private property, but Ridge didn't care if we got arrested or if some crazy landowner chased after us with a hunting rifle. Hang on tight, he said, and I threw my arms in the air like I was on a roller coaster as the truck skidded around a corner and flew down a hill. We crossed over a creek, and I hung my arm out the window and caught a few drops of muddy water on my fingertips. When we got back on dry land, I unbuckled my seatbelt, got onto my knees, and leaned across the gearbox. Then I did something I'd sworn I would never do for Ridge. I unzipped his jeans and pushed down his boxer briefs. His dick sprang free, and God, it was so big. Beautiful, really. Are you always this hard? Around you? I've got a permanent boner. It's starting to feel like a problem. Do you want me to kiss it better? He groaned. You're trying to kill me, aren't you? Tempting. I wrapped my hand around the base and he jerked, cursing under his breath, then let out a hiss when I flicked the tip of my tongue over the slit, tasting him. His fingers threaded through my hair, and he held the back of my head, steadying me while the truck jostled, moving side to side. Undeterred, I ran my tongue up the underside, wrapped my lips around the tip, and lightly sucked. What are you doing, Terry? His voice sounded strained. Sucking a blow pop. He choked out a laugh that turned into a groan when I took more of him, as much as I could into my mouth, sucking and teasing with my tongue. My center was soaked, and I could feel my nipples straining against the confines of my bra. I sucked him harder, spurred on by the deep guttural sounds ripped from the back of his throat and his ragged breaths. Shit. Ridge pulled my head up and practically shoved me away. Get back in your seat. The truck jerked to the side and I got thrown against the passenger door. I scrambled into my seat and grabbed the door handle to steady myself. What the hell was going on? You okay? He asked, checking the rearview mirror. Yeah. I fastened my seatbelt and looked over my shoulder at the headlights of a truck chasing us. It edged closer, coming up on Ridge's side. Get off our damn property! A guy yelled out the passenger window.
Fuck that, Ridge muttered as the other truck swerved, trying to run Ridge off the road. Ready, Bonnie?
Do your best, Clyde. Maybe I should have been scared, but a thrill shot through me. Ridge's truck shot ahead and I flew back against my seat, laughing as we barreled down a hill and around the curves and bends, past fields and a barn with fenced-in pastures. We caught air on the dips in the road and bounced on the landing. I gripped the door handle to brace myself. We were flying, the tires kicking up a cloud of dust behind us with a pickup truck full of good old boys hot on our tail. Shots rang out, and I jumped in my seat, my hand flying to my heart. Ridge cursed.
It's just BB guns, he said,
and I accepted it as the truth. Even though there were a lot of guns in Texas I'd never been shot at, but Ridge had. My pulse was racing and adrenaline shot through my veins, making my heart beat triple time. The other truck gained on us and nudged Ridge's bumper. I jolted forward, and my seatbelt dug into my shoulder and slammed me back against the seat.
Jesus Christ, Ridge said. They're not playing.
Welcome to Texas, city boy. My words got swallowed up by the wind rushing through the truck as Ridge drove like a madman, and I succumbed to the madness. I felt so alive. This was so much better than the fireworks.
Stick with me, baby. I always know where to find trouble. Hang on tight.
Ridge turned the wheel, doing a hard right, and swerved onto a paved road, tires squealing, laying rubber. We laughed at the moon and gave it our middle finger as we raced through the night. The boy looking for trouble, and the girl riding shotgun. We'd barely gotten inside Ridge's front door when my back met the wood, and he pinned me against the door. Our mouths collided, lips and tongues and teeth. Our kisses were open-mouthed and hungry, our hands groping, trying to touch everywhere at once. I was ravenous and couldn't get enough. I wanted it all, right now. My body was still buzzing with adrenaline from the car chase earlier, and I felt intoxicated, even though my lips hadn't touched a drop of liquor. Ridge whipped out his phone and swapped the screen, scrolling before he hit play. Sesame Syrup by Cigarettes After Sex poured from the speakers. He cranked up the volume so loud that the music bounced off the walls and reverberated through my body. Then he boomeranged the phone across the room like he didn't need it anymore, and we collided again in a soul-shattering kiss that burned right through me and set the world on fire. We were going down in flames, but oh, what a way to go. Is this your seduction playlist? I asked, lifting my arms over my head, my hips swiveling to the beat. He spun me around, my back against his chest, and I looped my arms around the back of his neck and closed my eyes, feeling the music in his hard body and the trail of heat from his scorching lips.
It's my Evie playlist.
His teeth grazed my shoulder, and he bit my neck. I ground my ass against his erection as his hands coasted down my sides and skimmed my waistband, deftly unbuttoning and unzipping my pants. They slid down my legs and pulled at my ankles. I kicked them aside as he lifted my shirt over my head and tossed it on the floor. "Ridge," I panted, moaning as he skimmed my panties and slipped inside, dragging the pads of his fingers through my folds and finding me wet and so ready for him. "Fuck, you're soaked," he rasped, pressing his thumb against my clit while his other hand cupped a breast and thumbed aside the lacy material to squeeze the nipple and twist, causing me to cry out. Pain laced with pleasure, and God, I wanted more of it. I spun around in his arms, my shaky hands fumbling with the button of his jeans. I unzipped him while he tore off his t-shirt, and I pushed down his jeans and boxers and took him in my hand, fisted it, and pumped it hard. He jerked and cursed, gave me a bruising kiss, then fisted my hair while I tugged on his length and brushed my thumb over the slit, catching the pre-cum on my finger and bringing it up to his mouth. "Taste yourself," I commanded. His lips wrapped around my thumb, and he sucked hard with his eyes on mine, while his fingers worked inside me, and his thumb pressed against my clit. I detonated and clutched his waist to keep myself upright.
"My cock needs to be inside you, right the fuck now."
He grabbed my hand and we stumbled up the stairs, tripping over our feet in our haste, and tumbled onto his unmade bed. The music followed us upstairs, piping from the speaker, and with a lot spilling in from the hallway, I watched us in the mirror above his dresser. My hair was in wild disarray, dark against his light sheets, and my cheeks were flushed like I had a fever. I watched as he hooked his thumbs in my panties and slowly slid them down my legs. His muscles flexed and rippled as he reached behind my back and unhooked my bra with one hand while he ripped the foil packet with his teeth. His dick, so hard and long and thick, jutted straight up, and he fisted it and pumped it in his hand, making his abdominal muscles roll and my breath quicken. This scene was so hot, and I felt like a voyeur watching us in the mirror. My chest heaved, and I arched my back, squeezing my breasts together and playing with my nipples.
"You like watching?"
he asked, his voice hoarse. He licked his lips, his eyes darkening as he watched me play with myself. "Yeah, I like watching you."
"Fuck."
He flipped me over onto my stomach and grabbed my ankles, dragging me to the edge of the mattress, then slid his arm underneath me and lifted me onto my knees so my ass was in the air. I shook it. The palm of his hand met the flesh, and I laughed and said, "Again, harder." He smacked it again, and I'd probably be wearing his handprint for the rest of the night. Then he trailed a hand up my spine, counting each vertebra with his fingertips, and fisted my hair, yanking my head up. Leaning over me, his lips brushed my ear.
"I'm going to ruin you for every other guy."
"You're all talk," I taunted, watching him in the mirror as a wicked grin took over his face, and he guided his tip to my entrance. He grabbed my hip, and I gasped when he pushed inside me. Without giving me a chance to adjust to the fullness, he groaned and buried himself to the hilt.
"You feel even better than I imagined,"
he rasped as he drove into me. I pushed back, meeting him thrust for thrust. Our breaths labored, our bodies slick with sweat. I couldn't think. I couldn't breathe. I wanted more and more and more. I wanted everything he had to give.
"Fuck,"
he said with a groan, thrusting faster and faster, his hand moving to where we were joined and rubbing my clit. "Oh, God. Yes, right there. Don't stop," I panted. He yanked my hair, and my neck arched, my breasts bobbing as we fucked like wild animals. His teeth sank into my shoulder, and my pussy clenched around his cock. I crashed into an orgasm that temporarily blinded me. With the headboard banging against the wall and my moans filling the room, he came on a roar followed by a string of curses. Afterward, we collapsed on the bed, spent and boneless, gasping for breath.
"Fuck,"
he said on a heavy exhale as he knotted the condom. When he returned from the bathroom, he rolled onto his side next to me and trailed his fingers over my lips.
"Are you in love with me yet, Jerry?"
"Not even close, Dally boy."
"Give me 5 minutes and I'll be ready to go again."
I laughed, and he kissed my lips and pulled me on top of him. I straddled him, squeezing his hips between my thighs and licked the salt off his chest. He grabbed my ass cheeks in his big hands and squeezed. I could feel him getting hard again, and I sat up a little on my knees and reached down, wrapping my hand around him and dragging the tip through my folds, feeling him grow harder in my hand. He cupped my breasts and brushed his thumbs over the nipples, setting off tiny explosions.
"I can't fucking get enough of you,"
he said, pulling my head down and giving me a dirty kiss. And I wondered if we'd ever get enough of each other. Ridge took a hit off the blunt, grabbed the back of my head and pressed his mouth against mine. My eyes drifted shut as my lips parted, and he shotgunned the smoke into my mouth. I held it in my lungs before I exhaled a ribbon of smoke that curled up to the ceiling fan. I kissed the corner of his mouth, his stubbled jaw, the pulse point just below it. I could feel it thrumming against my lips like the wings of a bird. "How many girls have you slept with?" I asked, drowsy and sated, curled against his side, his arm draped around my shoulders. Ethereal music, sexy and dreamlike, poured from his Bluetooth speaker. Does it matter? Guess not. I plucked the blunt from his fingers and brought it to my lips. The cherry tip glowed when I sucked in a lungful. I opened my mouth, my lips mere fractions of an inch from his, and when I exhaled, he inhaled. Inhale, exhale. I breathe, you breathe. His calloused hand skimmed up my thigh and his mouth captured mine. I swirled my tongue around his and felt like I was floating. All the edges were blurred and I could taste myself on his tongue. None of them were you, he said against my lips, his hand curling around my hip, drawing me closer. And I fell a little bit in love with him, naked, in his bed, smoking weed and listening to music. Two dirty kids from the wrong side of the tracks who met in a junkyard. I could feel my walls tumbling down, crumbling to dust at my feet. It was dangerous to feel like this, but I couldn't stop it even if I tried.
Chapter 32. Ridge. Stay. I grabbed Evie's hand and pulled her back into bed. She'd been staying with me for the past 3 nights, and just about the only time we'd left my bed was to go to work. When I said I couldn't get enough of her, I wasn't joking. I wanted her all the time, in every way imaginable. Last night we fucked in the shower, her back against the tiles, her legs wrapped around me, the water pouring down, her pussy clenching my cock and milking an orgasm out of me that went on and on. I came so hard I had to flatten my palms on either side of her to keep myself upright. It was only after I pulled out of her, my cum dripping down her thighs, that we realized we'd forgotten a condom. She said she was on the pill and made me swear on my life that I was clean. I was. I hadn't been with anyone since I got tested when I had a physical in April.
I'm working the breakfast shift, she poked me. And you need to get your lazy ass out of bed before your boy shows up.
No sooner were the words out of her mouth when someone pounded on the front door. At this early hour, it could only be Walker. He's turning into a needy bitch.
He wants to make sure you're fighting fit for training camp.
I'm fighting fit. I could go another 12 rounds. She pushed me away with a laugh.
I'm so sore I can barely walk.
Job well done. Do I get a standing ovation? She flipped me the bird. Close enough. I got dressed in my running clothes and jammed my feet in my Nikes while she pulled her hair into a high ponytail and secured it with the elastic on her wrist. On our way out the door, I reeled her in for a goodbye kiss and gave her a playful smack on the ass as we walked to her car.
Long time no see,
Walker said with a smirk. Smartass.
I hope you haven't tired him out too much. He's all yours. Good luck.
She gave me a little smile, got in her car, and drove away, leaving a trail of dust in her wake. When she was gone, Walker turned to me.
This looks serious.
It's not. Neither of us is looking for a commitment. We started running, following the dirt trails over the hills and green fields. It was cloudy this morning, but so humid that the air was heavy and suffocating.
Whatever you say,
Walker said.
But sometimes these things just happen.
My t-shirt was soaked with sweat by the time we crested the next hill. I've got it all under control. I didn't.
Women have a way of getting under your skin,
he said, driving his point home and skewering me with it.
And then you can't shake 'em no matter what you try to do.
I was starting to understand how that could happen, but he was obviously talking about him and Leah, not me and Evie. 1 more month, and I'm out. He gave me a skeptical look.
You willing to make a bet on that? $50 says you'll keep going back for more.
I was saved from answering when we heard the thunder of hooves, and Brody showed up, shouting like a drill sergeant. "That's the best you can do? Move your sorry asses." Easy for him to say. His horse shot ahead. We were left behind, choking on the dust. It was the age-old tale of man versus horse, and it was the third day in a row that Walker and I had been subjected to it, Brody's idea of motivating us. The finish line was the row of trees bordering his property. With a burst of speed, I shot forward. Wide receivers did a lot of running, linebackers not so much. I reached the finish line before Walker, but not before the crazy cowboy sitting pretty in the saddle on the back of a big black horse. Yeah, that's all I knew about horses. It was big, it was black, and it had a gleam in its eye as if to say, "I win, you lose, sucker." The horse pranced around, tossing its head and laughing at us. I gave it the finger. Brody snorted and called me a sore loser. When Walker reached us, he bent over and put his hands on his knees. I think I'm gonna hurl." 2 seconds later, he did. I jumped out of the way, cursing when some of his vomit landed on my sneaker. It was bright green and looked like seaweed. What the fuck did you eat for breakfast?" "A green smoothie with kale and shit." He leaned over and dry heaved, making gagging sounds that made me nauseous. And then it started pouring down with rain, and we had to slog through the mud to get home. Evie fed me popcorn with her eyes glued to the screen where flesh-eating zombies were taking over the world. We'd stayed for the late show, and only a handful of people were in the movie theater. They can't stay in that shopping mall forever, I observed. That's the trouble with ending up in a group. Everything gets too complicated. I guess you would have just struck out on your own, huh? Fuck everyone else. It's survival of the fittest. Yep, she side-eyed me. Maybe I'd let you come with me. You'd let me, huh? Pretty sure it would be the other way around. I'd have to fight off the flesh-eating zombies for you. Then I'd have to stitch up your wounds. Quid pro quo. We debated what the people in the mall should do and argued about it until the movie ended. When Evie and I emerged from the theater onto the streets of Austin, we strolled down Dirty Sixth and stopped outside a dive bar painted avocado green with a flashing red neon sign, live music and cheap drinks. Let's hit up a bar, I said. Do you have an ID? She gave me a look that said, what do you think? Then she thought about it for a minute and nodded. The guy at the door barely looked at our IDs. He was too busy checking out Evie. Tonight she wore ripped black jeans with a silky black tank top trimmed with dark purple lace. The jeans were cropped, stopping a few inches short of her black ankle boots, and the chunky heels gave her an extra 4 inches in height. I paid the cover charge, and we got our hands stamped. The room was long and narrow, crowded with college kids, and smelled like stale beer and sweat. I ordered 2 beers on tap and handed one to Evie. She touched her glass to mine and downed half of it before she came up for air. My brows spiked. What? All that popcorn made me thirsty. She downed the rest in 2 seconds flat and slammed the glass on the bar, demanding another. Evie was dancing to the music, mostly covers, grinding her ass against my erection with her arms snaked around the back of my neck. We need more shots, she announced. She stumbled up to the bar and ordered another round. Last time, she drank them both. Evie was on her 4th beer, and I was only on my 2nd. Even though I was a lot bigger than her and had 100 pounds on her, I was trying to be responsible. I still had to drive us home, and a DUI was not on my list of fun things to do tonight. Neither was dealing with all the guys who looked at her like she was their next meal. Evie was gorgeous. I'd always known that. But it was the first time I'd seen her out in the wild. Away from the school halls and our regular spots in Cypress Springs, she looked like a wild, exotic animal. Now she was dancing again, her hips swiveling, a slow, sensuous dance just for me. A ghost of a smile played on her lips, and her eyes were hooded. I pulled her against me, feeling the constant need to touch her, and kissed her lips. She tasted like beer and tequila. She flung her arms around my neck and gave me a drunk smile.
Hey, Clyde, she winked. Would you be my ride or die?
In a heartbeat, baby.
Let's jump in your truck and just keep driving. Let's never come back.
I slid my hands up her sides. Where would we go?
To hell and back, or we could just hang out at the mall.
We both laughed. A drunk guy stumbled into us, and my arm shot out to steady him and gave him a shove in the opposite direction before he knocked Evie over.
Yeah, you ready to get out of here?
All I wanted was to get her home in my bed, just the two of us.
More than ready.
I took her hand and weaved through the crowd to get to the door. Her hand slipped from my grasp, and I turned to look for her. Undead Kurt Cobain in a ripped t-shirt, ripped jeans, and army boots had stopped her. I moved to Evie's side just as Kurt the douche said,
Damn, you look hot tonight. We should hook up.
She's with me. I wrapped my arm around her shoulder and pulled her close. She leaned into my side and put her hand on my chest, making it clear that we were a couple.
Hey, man, I'm Trevor. Evie and I used to hang together.
He flashed her a smile.
We had some good times together, am I right?
I'm surprised you remember,
Evie said.
Oh, how could I forget you? You're my muse. Every song was for you,
Kurt the douche said.
We're playing tonight. You should stick around for the show. We wrote some new stuff